Let me know when you're ready.
We're ready.
Okay, good morning. Welcome to the Saturday, March 28th Town Council Committee of the Whole special meeting. It is 8:03 and I call the meeting to order. This is Granatowski. Councilors present are Bordelon, Franco, Heede, Melendez, Aubry, Parker, and Zeppieri. Absent is Councilor Bumgardner.
Mayor Granatowski, sorry to interrupt. This is not showing on TV yet. Oh, there it is. Okay, I stand corrected.
Thank you. No, that's good to know. So we have the roll call. We have 8 councilors present. Mr. Burt, I'm going to throw this to you if you would just want to make a brief statement, please.
Sure. Good morning. Just to address the that we are doing a all-day marathon budget session. Right now scheduled to go to 8 p.m., but certainly could go longer. The reason for that was a request from myself to the council for numerous reasons, most, all involving COVID-19. We don't know where it's going to go in the next few weeks. We had some concerns, one concern being a legal issue. While the governor did extend deadlines by 30 days, they did not anticipate that we have both a council and an RTM. So they extended, the way they extended the dates, it applied to our council, but not our RTM. So the RTM's normal due date of May 25th still stands. And if first, if the council didn't get their work done in time, my budget would become the active budget. And then if the RTM, if the council finished their work and the RTM does not, then the council's budget becomes the active budget. And the, risking potentially both the council and the RTM of not participating. And especially with what's going on now, we don't want my budget standing. But on top of that, even if the governor comes back and extends dates further, we would potentially run into an issue if we extended our deadlines of cash flow issues, and we don't want that with the school projects. And then right now, there's a lot of CDC recommendations for when someone is exposed to COVID-19, and it can affect not only those employees that show the symptoms, but also other employees who have come into contact with them, and can have a real domino effect for knocking out employees for up to a couple of weeks. And since there's only a couple of key staff that do these meetings, we thought it was better to get through it while we can and hope that nobody gets sick during this process. The longer it goes, the more chance of Cindy or I, even just being exposed to someone and having to self-quarantine and complicating the process. So today is an all-day meeting. Next Saturday, all the RTM committees will meet. And the Saturday after that, so that'd be the 4th, and the Saturday after that, the 11th, April 11th, the RTM is going to have an all-day meeting to hear what the recommendations of their committees are and to take action on the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Burt. Councilor Bumgardner has joined us. He was in with the attendees. He's now moved over as a panelist. Okay. So good morning, Councilor Bumgardner.
Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone's doing well.
Okay, so we will begin with our count. We're beginning 2021-34-1 FYE 2021 proposed budget deliberations. We are starting with account 1080, which is on page 174 in your big budget book, but you also have the separate budget book that the board prepared for us. Councilor Bumgardner, would you move account 1080?
Before
please?
That, could I interrupt?
Yes.
I just questioned, will there be discussion on timelines? Or will that be with each budget?
I'm sorry, timelines?
In terms of setting timelines for debate to keep on schedule.
Well, when we're looking at the agenda, you have allotted certain amount of time and we intend to stick to that. So okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So Councilor Bumgardner, would you move a dollar amount for the account 1080 and then we'll turn it over to Dr. Grenier?
Yes, most certainly. I will move, bear with me, I'm sorry. The agenda. Sorry. Yes, I will move account number 1080. So moved.
Can you move a dollar amount, please?
I will move. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the. I'm trying to pull up the cow agenda. I don't have a printer
What's that?
It's page 175 in the budget book.
Would you like me to do it for now?
No, I got it.
Okay.
I will move item number, I'm sorry, bear with me. Pulling up the budget. Yes, I will move item number, there we go. Patricia, can you do it?
Yes, please. I can. That's fine. For account 1080, I will move $77,934,550.
Second?
Seconded by Heede.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Grenier, would you like to speak to your budget?
I think actually if you could unmute Chairman Watson,
Oh.
she'd like to start.
Okay, let me find her.
Certainly.
So I think I have been unmuted. Can you
Yes.
guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Super. So I actually don't know of all the board members who are here. We are, as Town Manager Burt has said, we're sort of in these unprecedented times, and we have not been able to really kind of meet as a board to really kind of go over that. I do realize that we are probably going to be having some savings with the fact that we're not using buses and some other things in this current budget. And so I know as you guys kind of go on with the budget, I just want to let you know that we as a board haven't had a conversation about that, so I can't speak for the board, but I do want to make sure that you all understand that there probably will be of some savings this coming year to help with this upcoming budget.
Thank you, Chairperson Watson. Dr. Grenier, did you wish to speak?
Sure. Is there anyone that does not have, well, you know what, John, can I show my book? Is that helpful? Would that be helpful?
Mayor, is that okay?
Councilor Melendez wanted to speak. Can we get Councilor Melendez in, please? Councilor
Hello?
Melendez,
Can you hear
have
me?
the floor?
Okay. I was just wondering to ask for the superintendent. I know when we had our budget hearing, there was talk that there was about $300,000 in unexpected funds that you guys received, and hearing now that you have some cost savings from not having to bus as much. Given the times that we are in, would you recommend we stay at MBR now?
Well, I actually spoke to the chairman about that. We have a meeting on Monday night, and we are going to share that, and we have some possibilities. I think the board, I don't want to speak for the whole board, but I think the board understands that these are very difficult times for the taxpayers, and I believe we will be prepared to make some recommendations. The staff will make some recommendations to come down to MBR.
Councilor Melendez, is that all you have at this point?
Well, I would like to move the MBR number then.
Could you please give me that number?
Okay. I make a motion for $77,438,090. I think that's it.
Moved by Melendez. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by, was that Councilor Bordelon? Councilor Bordelon?
Yes, it was.
Yes, I second it.
Thank you. So the move for MBR, which is $77,438,090 is on the floor. That would be the first number that we would be voting. Is there discussion on the first amended figure?
Can I interrupt here?
Councilor Franco has the floor.
Can you repeat the number? Was it the exact MBR from last year?
Councilor Melendez moved $77,438,090.
Gotcha, thank you.
You're
Can
welcome.
the board, Dr. Grenier give his presentation?
I'm sorry, I could not hear you.
We have an hour slotted for this time. Can Dr. Grenier give his presentation?
Certainly, but I wanted to recognize the council members to speak first. Are there any other council members who wish to speak? And then we'll go back to Dr. Grenier. Councilor Bordelon?
Yes, I think the MBR number is a fair start. Looking at everything going on, we have to make hard decisions, and I think it's a reasonable number given the situation and circumstances. You know, there is some concern. I mean, we do keep going back to MBR on these numbers. I think some different structuring in our financial situation could alleviate some of this pain. By down the road looking at a non-lapsing fund, but looking at this number, I could support it.
Thank you, Councilor Bordelon. Any other councilors before we throw it back to Dr. Grenier? Dr. Grenier, you have the floor.
I think that would be the most helpful, certainly for the people watching it. So I'm going to bring the budget book up, I hope.
Yep, okay. We can see.
Yeah, great. So let me, I'm going to do this two ways. The budget in the budget book is presented as an object code summary. So I'm going to turn to the first real object code page, which is page 2-1, if you have your book. And here. Okay, so as I've said before, the public school budgets always are comprised of 8 categories, and so what you see are the initial 100 series is a slight increase in wages and salaries, and I'll get into the details of that, but it's almost always about 2%. And the reason is not 2% this year is because we had significant cost avoidance with our consolidation of our middle school. Employee benefits is down a bit because the board's health insurance reserve we believe is healthy enough to support this next year's budget to the tune of $500,000. Purchase services are up a bit, mostly because of about half of that amount is the school resource officer. Property services up very slightly, 34,000. That's primarily the rental equipment that we have for our Mary Morrison school-based health center. A little bit of transportation, a little bit of tuition, and then supplies. That basically represents a 2% increase, some decreases otherwise, but 2% increase for the site budgets. And then the equipment, you'll notice this year's budget had $62,000, and we are trying to at least use some of those funds to support our both computers for students as well as infrastructure upgrades and a little bit of a decrease in dues and fees. So I'm gonna move just very quickly to the next page. That is to say page 2-2, which gives you a little bit better idea of what we're doing. You'll see on line 1, administrators look like it's up quite a lot, and the teachers are down quite a lot. The reason for that is because the board has supported that we would have 4 campus coordinators that would be part-time teachers and part-time administrators, 6 through 12 curriculum coordinators. And so half of the salary went to it's actually a modest increase in total salary, but half of the salary was then allocated to the administrative account. But I think the most important number is to see on line 8 that the salaries are up. In a salary account of nearly $50 million, it's up by $132,000. So way less than about 1/3%. I'm going to keep moving down here. So employee benefits, and I did this the other day of the professional services account is up a bit on line 15. That's primarily because of an additional school resource officer. Line 17 is up because we have a new provider for our OTPT. The former provider is no longer in business, and the new provider has a 10% increase. So that account is up by 5.4%. Property services, as I said, a little bit of an increase in the $32,000 increase in the rental because we have a new, this year, Mary Morrison School has a school-based health center, and we had to rent a trailer for the therapist. Transportation, we have a 2% increase. The contract is up 2% for the buses, and that's that $88,000 here on line 27. Line 33, that is a reflection of tuition that we pay primarily to the Friendship School. That's the increase. The Friendship School in New London, they are now servicing young children. Supplies, I've already mentioned that that's really a question of instructional supplies for the schools and some computer supplies. Equipment, the board intends to use the impact aid, the Department of Defense impact aid, to use those funds to supply the one-to-one for our high school students. And we know now that we have one-to-one for virtually every student in the district, we're going to have to, some of the Chromebooks that we gave out are sort of end of life. They only have one more year of life. So we're going to have to replace those. So we intend to use the DoD supplemental impact aid, and dues and fees are down just a little. And then I'm gonna skip pages, and I'd be happy to answer questions. And Ken Knight is here to answer questions, but I'm gonna skip all the way to page 5-1, just to orient the town council, if I can get there. But feel free to ask me any questions. I'll end in about 60 seconds. So page 5-1, this is essentially, if we can get 5-1, I wonder if I can make this. I'm going to try to make this bigger. Okay, I hope that's a little bit better for everyone. It's not better for me though, I'm afraid. Okay, so what? I'm sorry, I'm still moving my thing around here a little bit. Okay, I apologize.
Dr. Grenier, if you go back into the tab that you had open, there's a little arrow in the gray bar between your page with your spreadsheet and the sidebar with the Adobe stuff. I think if you maybe click that arrow, it will minimize the side panel.
Oh, great. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna. All right. I'm back. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
So close the sign-in window, and then grab that little arrow in the gray vertical bar between your budget items and the Adobe sidebar. I think that will shrink that little side tab there.
Okay, just one sec. Okay, I'm okay now. Thank you.
Okay.
So what I want to explain is that I'm going to go to my document here. This is essentially page 5-1 is essentially a repeat of the entire budget. You see it shows the 77,438,090. It's just organized. Object code was those 8 categories that I spoke about. That I like to think that that's the what of we're spending. this is by function code, which is the where we are spending it. It's the same amount of money, but if you look at the functions, I'm gonna move down here a little bit if I can. And so on page 5-2, we have the functions, which starts with at the top of the page, regular function 1101, which that's all the money for elementary education. The second line is all the money for art, 6 through 12, and so forth and so on. And so that if you then turn, the way you can start essentially marching through this is on page 5. Okay, so on page 5-4, you see on 5-4 we have the classroom teachers for elementary, and then a bit of a program description, and then on page 5-5 it shows you, Mayor Grantowski, I still have this thing here, which is a.
So, do you see your line that says total employee benefits? There's a little arrow about halfway down your page, next to where it says convert to Microsoft Word. Click that little arrow, and that may, go up. That little arrow right next to Microsoft Word.
To the left.
Left.
That
Okay.
one?
Click that, and that should shrink that, I hope. There you go.
There you
Oh,
go.
good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
It still doesn't give me the whole darn page. I wonder why.
The bottom bar you can move over to.
There you go. Okay, thank you. Cooperating with everybody, we're learning all sorts of stuff. So anyway, all right. So now we have it. So here are the classroom teachers. The salary account for the classroom teachers is 10. We project for next year is 10,600,917, and so virtually everything that I'm going to go to the bottom here. Everything that we would do in the elementary school, from library services to supplies to whatever, textbooks, it comes to, the projected amount is way on the bottom there, below line 735. It comes out to 13,176,338. So I'll just do one more. So if you turn to the next page, this is the art program. Now, everything in elementary was in that first page, but now all the disciplines are 6 through 12 because they're not covered in that elementary. So the page, let me turn my little page here. So page 5-6 tells you that we have the number of teachers, and we explain the program a little bit. And then we go down to what does the art program cost? Well, the art teachers cost $543,473. So that the total program, everything from supplies to Social Security benefits to the health insurance benefits for the employees, comes to $674,103. So I'd be happy to answer, and Ken Knight is here, and he can hopefully help out a little bit as well. You can now go through and just identify a page, and I'll bring that page up, and we can explain what the program elements are, as well as what the financial situation is. So maybe
Okay,
I'll
thank you,
stop here,
Dr.
Mayor
Bernier.
Grantowski.
Thank you very much, sir. We are halfway through our first allotment of time here. I want to throw it back to the council and see if there are any questions at this point. I'm not seeing any hands.
Oh, that's good.
Okay, I will try to watch the pictures. I was watching for the little blue hands. I see Councilor Bordelon would like to speak. Councilor Bordelon?
Yes, no, I just wanted to thank the board for looking at ways to, even though you guys did go for a increase, you looked at accounts in the, as you said, reserve fund to kind of support different in the health from the, I believe you said the health account, I believe, right? And I just, I think that's great that you looked at other opportunities to, even though you came in with the raise, you made it a modest raise overall. But looking at everything, once again, it's hard to really talk numbers or really to this budget, it's hard to explain. You look at all the line items because we only vote on the actual number, and where the numbers moved is up to the board and discretion of you guys. So, I mean, there's some concerns I have about certain lines, but really, I don't know if it's applicable right now.
Thank you, Councilor Bordelon. Are there other councilors who wish to speak? Okay, I see Councilor Zeppieri and then Councilor Franco.
You sort of, Dr. Grenier, you sort of intimated at the beginning that you were going to approach going back to the MBR. You recognize that we have an economic crisis for the people who are paying the taxes. Would you be able to go back to the MBR?
Well, we've been taking a look at the budget, and of course I haven't spoken to the board yet, but we intend to do that on Monday night. But for example, we're not paying for the diesel fuel, which is fairly significant amount of money. And if we stay out for the remainder of the year, that's gonna give us a significant cost saving. So I believe that we will be able to offset the $496,000 increase and still provide every single thing in the budget.
Good, thank you.
Welcome. Board Member Whiteloff would like to speak.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
I just wanted to say that even though we haven't had an official meeting, I know Dr. Grenier is being very careful with how he speaks. I know individual board members would have liked to have been able to look at the savings that Dr. Grenier and Ken Knight have been working on in order to come up with a better proposal this morning, but obviously the time constraints have changed dramatically. The whole world has changed dramatically. But I think it's safe to say that, I appreciate that Dr. Grenier and Ken are looking at ways that we can save, given the way the world has turned upside down. And I think if we could, if we knew then, we know now, this would be, a totally different budget. Obviously, I'm only speaking for myself, but I think the board would have come with a different number. This morning, there just wasn't time for us to meet.
Thank you, sir. I think we're all in the same mindset, very different times than when these budgets were prepared, but I will speak for myself. I appreciate the board and Dr. Grenier working with us to find something that's acceptable for the realities of the moment. Councilor Franco, you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you. I would like to ask Dr. Grenier about, there were two things that sort of had been brought to my attention. One of them was infrastructure is in your budget, I was told, and also software. And I was wondering, can the software be also covered by some of the outside grants? And what type of infrastructure do you have in here?
Well, let me. I'm gonna defer a little bit to Ken in a minute, but we have and we are using a good deal of the alliance money to cover a large amount of the software because much of it is remedial in nature, and we submitted our budget to the state and they approved that. So we have a couple $100,000 of software money. Infrastructure is relatively modest. We only have about $100,000 worth of infrastructure, and I think moving forward, we have requested permission actually, because what I anticipate when the students come back to school, because we gave out just last weekend, we gave out 1,500 computers. We distributed 1,500 computers. Some of them, as I said, are kind of end-of-life computers. So I want to be sure, and I've asked the state for permission to replace some of those computers through the Alliance funds. But the answer to your question is, about half of our software is already in the Alliance grant, and a good bit of the computer replacement will be in the Alliance grant as well.
Okay, because as I was looking at the budget, I see software for the 2020 budget. It's a little over like 500,000. So that's what I was wondering, if you could use outside grants and maybe you could make up a substantial amount of that if it was possible.
Can you tell me what page you're on?
I'm on page 2.5.
Okay. And I'm going to ask Ken to listen in as we, but I know what you're saying. Okay.
Yes,
so
I'm here, Mike.
2.5. What line?
182.
2. So Mike, I can talk.
Yeah. Yeah, please. This is Ken Knight, the business manager.
Thank you.
So this software, the 531.96 for FY21, this takes into account paying for some of the softwares that we use through other grants. So these are softwares to run the district, a lot of behind the scene type software, as well as some of the softwares that the students would use. We have not looked at supplementing any of these softwares with grants at this point, but if there are some available, then we certainly can look at that.
All right, thank you.
Can I add to that?
Sure.
This is Susan Austin.
I would say that about 1/5 or less than that is for educational software. A lot of this has to do with our financial management and our systems that are in place, even looking at how we enroll kids, and some of that will be in Alliance. But as far as financial management and the business area, we can't take grants if they aren't earmarked for those kind of funds and use them. So we have to be really careful with our grants that that we spend the money that we say we're going to spend, and they're for educational reasons. So we can certainly take a look at the educational component to that, but it's less than about 1/5 of that number. Most of the other things are, running the school district softwares.
Yes, such as our financial software, our Power School software, Microsoft, the bus software. There's a bunch of softwares that are used just to run the district, as Susan said.
So may I ask, so some of the things in the budget that pertain to children's education could possibly be paid with grants?
We can't supplant. We can't take operation funds and use them in a grant. We have to do what we've specifically said to the federal government or the state that we're going to use these funds for. So we have to be really careful. There's a lot of legality to this. We can certainly look at those grants to see what we have intended to do and look at the operations to make sure there's no overlap. And I'm sure we'll be doing that. And I think that Ken and Mike and Lori Lapine and I have already started to look at that more carefully so that we can get down to the MBR.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. We have a couple of counselors that wish to speak. Councilor Heede, you're up, please.
Yes, thank you. Question on grants in the MBR. So just so that I understand, if we move we have moved the MBR number. If we end up going with the MBR number and during the year you get additional grants, are you able to spend those above the MBR number?
Yes. Yeah. The MBR is the town's support for the budget, and so long as we're an alliance district, we will keep that keep the MBR, and two, keep the education cost sharing grant. But yeah, and any grant that we get is earmarked for educational improvements. So any of the Department of Defense educational activity grants to support our STEM program or whatever, we are authorized to spend those monies, as Susan said, in accordance with the grant specifications.
All right, thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, next, are there any other counselors who'd like to speak first? Then we're going to go back to second time. Okay, back to
Mayor Granatowski.
Councilor Bumgardner, go ahead.
Yes, good morning, everyone, and good morning, Superintendents Grenier and Austin. A question with respect to the federal impact aid, specifically item number 4591 in the town budget pupil impact aid. Now,
what page?
This would be, I mean, it's on several pages, but I'm looking at General Fund Revenue details on page 40.
Thank you.
Now, for estimated, the estimated revenue for fiscal year 20, so this current budget cycle was about $3.552 million. But the actual revenues were about $5.253 million. And I wasn't sure why there was such a significant increase in the actual revenue from the estimate. In the case that, with that excess revenue, where would it go? Would it go into the general fund, or would it be appropriated to the Board of Education?
Are you referring to line 4591?
I'm sorry, I'm not looking.
Okay, sorry. So on page 40, it said that we estimated, the budget was for 3.3 million, and the actual for this year, correct me if I'm wrong, Ken, was 3.5 million. Those funds, Aundré, come right to the town. They don't go to the board. So the extra about $250,000 that just goes to the town's general fund.
Mike, you might want to remind them about last year too. There was additional funds that came through, but they went right to the town.
These funds they usually are about 3.2 million, but last year was about 5.2 million. So the town picked up 2 million in the general fund that was not anticipated.
Okay, and not to talk about an issue not germane to the budget, but I think this is an area again where it may be helpful to explore having a non-lapsing fund for the Board of Education. That way, in the case there is an unanticipated
Point of order.
Councilor Parker, your point of order stands. Councilor Bumgardner, please concentrate on the number that is on the floor. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilor Parker and Mayor Granatowski. Now, in terms of the special education budget, is there any significant changes from last year?
No, we have projected our staffing, which we're satisfied with. We have, through the Alliance grant, we've added a social worker and the tuition account, the outplacement tuition account, that's remained fairly stable. So we believe we're well positioned in this budget to support special education needs of the children.
Great, thank you.
Welcome.
Are there any other counselors who'd like to speak? We'll go back to Councilor Bordelon then. Councilor Bordelon?
Thank you. I have a few questions. My first is regarding looking at staff increases, raises, non-contractual. Has there been any thought to holding numbers due to our current situation and progressing forward? Not sure how the economy is going to stabilize, and looking for cost savings wherever we can, but also ensuring that people are still employed.
The budget includes for non-union employees a 2% increase.
My other question is looking at the, are you guys going to be, this is just a question in general, but I'm not going to ask the question, so I don't want to be point of ordered. This is for clarification purposes only in regards to this, so I know where to put this. Will the superintendent be around for the CIP questions that pertain to the Board of Ed, or are we going to be starting to discuss those ahead of time now if we had questions for him?
No, I'll make myself available. John, do you know when that's going to be?
1 second, please.
That will be at 12:30 is when the CIPs are scheduled.
Sure. And Sam Kilpatrick, I think, can join us at that time, I hope.
Thank you, Dr. Grenier.
Thank you. My other question is just looking at the professional development, some areas I know sometimes our staff travel. What % are you looking at this year? Is there any cost savings possibly there? Maybe some distant learning that could be distance conferencing that could be more cost effective versus the travel aspect. We're not sure how things will stabilize in the next year. Is there a possibility that we can save something under that area?
Well, we have done a fair amount of that. Of course, obviously we canceled all the professional development now to travel, and we're doing everything remotely. But we, particularly with the International Baccalaureate program, it is less expensive to have people do these courses online, and so we've encouraged teachers to do that, and I would anticipate that we would move forward. But almost all of those funds are coming through grants, so we'll be able to, it won't have a big impact on this budget, but we will be able to spread those funds even farther with more extensive professional development.
Then my other question was looking at the, where's my paper? Looking at the programs that you guys offer, and I know that you guys applied for certain grants. Is there any hope of looking at having a ROTC program at all projected in this budget, or is there any grants that you're currently applying for to support the possibility of really tapping into that, especially with the state of our economy? That is a career choice that students would like the option to have, and if our schools had an ROTC program, it would streamline the process for some of these kids to be enrolled in it earlier. I think New London does a great job with that.
Thank you, Councilor Bordelon. Excuse me, Dr. Grenier, may I just say something very quickly?
Sure.
I've been asked by someone to point out that the Board of Ed makes the policy decisions and the educational decisions, and all this council can do is vote the bottom line. So please keep that in mind. While I understand asking philosophical questions, we cannot hold the Board of Ed, or we cannot direct the Board of Ed to do any specific item as far as educational programming. Dr. Grenier, I apologize for interrupting. Go ahead, please.
No problem.
My question was more towards, is there anything planning to look towards providing? That's
there is. Yes, there is, Portia. I'm going to ask Susan to answer that.
Mm-hmm.
Susan Austin.
We've recently applied for a Department of Defense grant to support the manufacturing pipeline and to provide more career pathways for our students. And we did add the military science as part of that, along with the manufacturing additional courses, so that our students could be competitive and be prepared for all the opportunities that we see around us. So we have not heard back from the Department of Defense yet, and we certainly know the process that we would come to you should we be able to receive those funds or receive that grant. Additionally, we're applying for a Department of Defense Education Activity Fund that is STEM related and will look to grow the health industry aspect in our high school as another opportunity for careers. So we're very excited about that. That's been kind of our laser focus going into the next couple years, is to support middle school and high school with, helping them to find pathways for careers.
And then my last question to this was, looking at the numbers, how many middle schoolers are we anticipating and how many high schoolers are we anticipating projected the numbers on just looking at
About 1,000 in each school.
If I may interrupt, this is a 10-minute notice till we are on to the next budget.
Thank you. About 1,000 in each.
1,000 in each, correct.
And the middle school is possibly projected to go over the high school in numbers?
By a few students, I think, yes.
Thank you. Thank you for your.
Welcome.
Okay, are there any counselors who haven't spoken yet, keeping in mind Mr. Burt's time monitoring for us? I'm not seeing any hands. Councilor Bordelon, I'm sorry, I thought you were finished. I apologize.
No, I have something else. I understand that we have, and I understand we have a timeline here.
Yes.
But I also don't feel that we should feel rushed in the process. And I just want to, with all respect, make sure that's taken into consideration. I'm trying to do my due diligence here. We get a 20-minute lunch break. I understand where we're going with this, but we are trying our best. And I just, err on the side of caution. If we go over a few minutes on one of these items, we're trying to do a 12-hour sit here.
Councilor Bordelon, we have other people that wish to speak as well, so I'm going to go to them right now. So, Board Person Whiteloff, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to make a quick observation that I believe that Dr. Grenier, as a retired Coast Guard officer, and Susan Austin, as a daughter of an admiral, and several board members would love to have an ROTC program if the program weren't closed. There is no way to get an ROTC program because the Pentagon has closed that program. So I believe they are also looking into other pathways besides ROTC specifically. And so we definitely have been working on this for a long time. And I just wanted anybody watching at home to realize that, this has been a focus of theirs, for some time. But we can't make the Pentagon open the program at this point.
So I wanted to just make a statement at this point. So I wanted to thank the board and Dr. Grenier and staff for working with the council to bring in a budget that is sensitive to the realities that we are in right now. We appreciate all you're doing for the students and the town of Groton. Are there any other councilors who haven't spoken yet that wish to speak? Not seeing any hands. I'm looking at the attendees. Mr. Burt, are you seeing anyone else that I'm missing?
I do not.
Okay. So any final comments? We will be voting the first amended number. I will read that number. We will be voting for account 1080, $77,438,090. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Any opposition?
We need to unmute everybody.
You can just hit your own mute and then erase it.
Any opposition? Any abstentions? That number is moved unanimously. Thank you, Dr. Grenier and members of the board. We will see you back here at 12:30 for CIPs. We appreciate that.
Thanks so much. See you then.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Town Council. Bye-bye.
Welcome, thank you. All right, we are on to subdivisions.
Hey, is
And-
Julie, excuse me, is Juliet with us?
Yes, she is.
I'm here.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I'm going to her next. We are on to account 1091, which is on page 186 in your budget book, and I'll just give you a minute to turn there. And this is Groton Long Point, account 1091, Councilor Parker.
I make a motion to move $650,970.
Okay, did you want to, the preference of the council, would you like, we normally move the
Oh,
fee?
it's fine. I apologize.
That's okay. Would you like to withdraw that motion?
I withdraw.
Thank you. So we will move, I'm sorry, I should have led you that way. So 10910, Groton Long Point Police, please.
I make a motion to move $355,000.
Moved by Parker. Is there a second? Second by, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. Who was that?
Bordelon?
Bordelon, thank you. And I believe Mr. McBride, I thought I saw his name as an attendee. Mr. McBride, are you here?
Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear us?
We can. We're getting a bit of an echo.
Oh. What was that?
Move this over. How was that?
Would you please speak again? We can test it and see.
They're not to be here live. They have to do remote.
As he's looking, may I question something? Are we on page one? What page are we on?
187 is where the numbers are for account 1090.
And
you could also go into the back of the big budget book for the account details.
Right. And what number was passed?
The motion, there was no number passed. The motion for 10910, which is the Groton Long Point Police, was moved for $355,000, which was the request.
Can you hear us from now?
We can hear you. The sound isn't the most clear, but we can hear you. Go ahead, sir.
What we're going to try to do is we're going to try to unmute the Zoom and shut off the phone. We may be getting reverberation because of that.
Okay.
How is that?
Can you hear us now?
It's fine. Go ahead.
You don't like it?
Yeah.
Do you have it off there? Did you load it down? Can you read it?
You entered 8339.
Councilor Franco, did you have a question you wanted to ask?
Yeah, I'm on page 187, and the number I have is 650,000.
When we do the subdivision accounts, we move by cost center. We move one. Hold on one moment, please.
Yikes, this is gonna be.
Okay, we move by cost center. So we vote the police, we vote the highway, and we vote the street lighting for each of the subdivisions.
Gotcha. All right, sorry about that.
So that's okay. So we are on Groton Long Point Police, and Mr. McBride. Are you there, Mr. McBride?
We tried to log back. Can you hear us?
We are fine. Go ahead, sir. Did you want to say anything about your request, please?
Yes, good morning. Good morning, Mayor, fellow councilors, Town Manager Burt. My name is David McBride, and I'm the president of Groton Long Point. I as well as several other representatives from Groton Long Point, here this morning to present to you the Groton Long Point subdivision of the town of Groton fiscal 2021 request for funds to the road and the police. Thank you for the opportunity to present this morning. Joining me today with this presentation are the following.
I can't, with all due respect, I feel I'm fully not able to hear and understand what's being said.
Okay, we will try to log into the Zoom. We're on a teleconference call.
I think if you take it, maybe if you take it off a teleconference and just one of you at a time speaks, and then, or go out of the call and just come in on Zoom, perhaps.
Can you hear us now on Zoom?
We're getting the echo. Mr. Burt, do you have any suggestions for Mr. McBride?
Yeah, I would just have him turn down his PC or if he's on speakerphone to actually pick up the phone, or turn his TV down if he's listening to it on TV.
Mr. McBride, did you hear what Mr. McBride?
Let me just follow this. What do you have the number for this?
312. 1312 6799. We didn't do it.
Mr. Mc,
He lost.
he's gone.
A motion to take a couple-minute break until he returns?
Second.
Can we take a few-minute break?
I would prefer we give him a minute to come back, please.
All right, I'm going to step away, keep my volume up, and listen until I hear him return.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Mr. Burt, do you recognize the phone number that's called in? Is that Mr. McBride's phone number?
Let me allow to talk OC. Mr. McBride, are you there?
Dave McBride. We're using a personal cell phone. Is this working better?
Yes.
Okay. Should I continue?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. McBride.
Okay. Good morning. I'm going to apologize for the technological
No problem.
issues.
We're all learning.
Okay. Joining me this morning with the presentation is the Roads Director and Past President Mike Flynn, the Chief of Police David Knowles, the future and past Treasurer Tom Sullivan, and the Office Coordinator Aundré Frickman. I'll first present the roads budget, followed by the police budget, and then we'll entertain any questions and hopefully provide you some of the questions.
Mr. McBride, if I might, we have the police budget on the floor. If you could go with that one first, please. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, I certainly will. As everyone is aware, the town of Groton is responsible for providing the town, as well as the two subdivisions of the city of Groton and Groton Long Point, police protection for all of its Groton citizens. The town funding and a portion of the city of Groton police budgets are reimbursed via the town. The town historically, as well as last year, funded the city of Groton at 50% of its police budget, and the fiscal 21 funding request from the subdivision of Groton Long Point is also 50% of its police budget. This excludes the chief of police, as does the city of Groton. The total request for the fiscal 21 budget is $355,000 and is comprised of 50% of the following departmental personnel costs. Total costs: the personnel cost of $526,000, which is for 4 full-time and several part-time officers; operating administrative costs of $144,000; and facility and utility costs of $39,000. We believe in these unprecedented times of international pandemics, increased gun violence, and threats of terrorism, that public safety for everyone is of the greatest importance, and that all residents of the town of Groton should be protected and treated in an equitable manner to receive similar public safety protection. We'd also like to, that it's important to note that the Groton Long Point Police, as well as the fire department and the ambulatory service, which Groton Long Point funds entirely on its own, including a fire rescue boat, provides assistance on an ongoing basis to other areas throughout Groton, in addition to Groton Long Point. Over the last 12 months, there were over 40 mutual aid police calls and over 80 mutual aid fire and EMS calls, where public safety areas of Groton Long Point assisted the town of Groton, the city of Groton, and other areas throughout southeastern Connecticut. For these reasons mentioned above, as well as many others, we believe this request of $355,000 is justifiable, equitable, fair, and in the best interest of all Groton residents. We appreciate your consideration and hopeful approval of this request, and we're happy to answer any questions, and the Public Works Director and the Chief of Police will be able to answer any detailed questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. We'll deliberate on the police budget first, and then we will go to Public Works. And I see we have some councilors have their hands up. So, Councilor Heede. Councilor Heede? I'm trying to unmute you. You must be hitting it at the same time. Go ahead.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
So last year, Groton Long Point requested $305,000 The council approved 272,946,000. This year you're asking for 355,000. So I'm wondering what the difference, what's driving that?
The difference is primarily the request to fund 50% of the budget as the city of Groton receives. Last year, I believe the request was around 41%. We believe the 50% is equitable in what the subdivision should receive as well.
All right.
Councilor Heede, do you have further questions?
None at this time.
Thank you. Are there any other councilors who wish to speak? Councilor Zeppieri, you have the floor.
I noticed that the estimated 2020 expenditure is $288,000 for the police department. I would move that we appropriate $288,000 to the Bordelon Point Police Department for the 2021 fiscal year.
So Councilor Zeppieri, just to clarify, you're moving an amended figure for 10910 of $288,000?
Correct.
Was there a second? I'm sorry, who was that seconded?
Conrad.
Councilor Heede, moved and seconded for $288,000. Councilor Zeppieri, would you like to justify your motion?
Well, we're not at this is not a time to expand services. This is a time to realize that people are suffering under the economic crisis brought about by the pandemic, and we want to hold the line. It's clear that the $355,000 requested by the Groton Point Association is a significant increase, and they haven't justified an increase in service. They've simply said it's 50% of what they budgeted, and therefore they're entitled to it. They can maintain their current services are going at a level of $288,000. They should be able to maintain that through the next year. And that's why I think it's fair to give them that amount of money.
Thank you, Councilor Zeppieri. I believe Councilor Aundré wished to speak. Councilor Aundré, you have the floor.
I just wanted to second that, but I couldn't get my thing off, but I have now. So I would second the fact that we're looking to not increase most anything as we do this budget. And I would hope Groton Long Point could understand exactly where we're coming from. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Aundré. Councilor Bordelon had her hand up. Councilor Bordelon, do you wish to speak?
Yeah, thank you. I think Councilor Zeppieri gave a great remarks. To the Groton Long Point police chief, have you had a spike in crimes? I know that you guys stated the ever-changing gun violence and terrorist attacks, and I mean, is there something more in the last year? I just want to give you guys a fair shot to explain not just the chance to make the 55%, but is there anything going on that we should be aware of?
Yeah, we had this conversation last year, I think you and I, and the spike in crime, because we do a 24/7 coverage and we have at least one officer on each shift, we reduce our crime. And, it was said to me by one of the Groton town officers, I'm surprised you don't have more burglaries. There's a reason why we don't have more burglaries, and that's because we're down here. And, so we respond to everything and we cover our area and we try to keep the crime rate low. Not that we're not dealing with certain things down here like everybody else, but no, I can say, emphatically that we do keep the crime rate low because we are down here.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. Are there other councilors that have questions for Mr. McBride or the chief? Mr. Burt, do you see any hands?
I do not.
Okay. I see no other requests for clarification, so then we're prepared to vote on line 10910. The first amended figure is $288,000. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Parker abstains.
8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention. Parker. Thank you. That number passes. We are on to Councilor Franco. If you would move line 10911, which is Groton Long Point Highway Maintenance, please. This is on page 187.
Yeah, make a motion for 281,000.
Stephen? $281,000.
Yes, do I have to?
Moved by Franco.
281,500.
Well, that's why I wanted to, they have moved 281,000,
Oh, I'm
seconded
sorry.
by Heede.
I'm sorry,
The
excuse me.
amount- Yes, the amount in the budget book is 281.5. Councilor Franco and Heede, do you wish
I'll
to withdraw your motion?
I'll withdraw.
Councilor Franco, do you want to withdraw your motion or do you want to
I
leave it?
I withdraw and will correct.
Thank
A
you.
motion for 281,500.
I'll second.
Moved by $281,500, moved by Franco and seconded by Heede. All right, Mr. McBride, if you'd like to address your highway budget or your highway department directors there, you have the floor, sir.
Yes, thank you. The highway divisional request is the 281,500, as mentioned. The request can be broken down into 2 categories. The operating request is 231,500, and there's a capital request consisting of 50,000. The rationale for the breakdown into the 2 areas is because historically the budgets consisted in Groton Long Point of the 2 areas. Operating costs for annual maintenance, while it utilized its capital request to establish a reserve fund, and every 3 or 4 years it would complete a major capital road project. This process changed 5 or 6 years ago when the town bonded for the town road projects, and at that time set aside funds for capital improvements of Groton Long Point roads. Our understanding is that the town does not have current plans to pursue such bonding in the near future, and therefore we would like to request we revert back to the prior way historically of funding the roads in Groton Long Point, which was to set up the capital reserve fund. This year's request is the 50,000 request to put into that fund, and in a few years we'll be able to continue a capital project. The major categories in the submittal of the operating budget is pavement management of 70,000, snow and ice removal of 66,000, roadside maintenance of 51,000, drainage 32,000, and other traffic control and related highway costs of 12,000. As I'm sure you're aware, Groton Long Point maintains its roads through subcontracting. All of the work it has performed. We do not have any public works employees, and the department is overseen by a volunteer, Groton resident, and board director Mike Flynn. We perform these services extremely efficiently. They're extremely cost effective, and we believe this approach, and we hope that you will approve our request of the 281,500. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. Councilors to speak to the motion that's on the floor.
We have Councilor Zeppieri and Franco.
And Heede, okay. Zeppieri, Franco, Heede. Okay, so, and Bordelon, I see Bordelon as well. So we'll go in order. Councilor, Councilor Zeppieri, you have the floor.
I see that the estimate of the expenditures in this category 10911 for the year 2020 is $210,501. Your request is for $281,500. Could you explain why there is an increase this year?
Madam Mayor, this is Mike Flynn, Councilors,
Morning,
Public
Mr.
Works
Flynn.
Director. Pleasure to talk to you. The increase actually is the 2 factors that President McBride had mentioned. First is an increase in the operating budget. The second is the increase to the CIP budget, actually, of the 50,000 for the paving. As we know, over the last 5 years, we've been doing we were lucky enough with the town and the city to have a 5-year road bond, which was covering a lot of the maintenance for all 3 communities and replacement of the roads, which are in dire straits. The 50,000 of that figure is for CIP capital for putting toward a road project, whether the road project may take 2 or 3 years of capital to achieve the number to do the road. The other increase is maintenance of the roads themselves, actually, because we are having issues with the roads deteriorating down here in Groton Point. The water drain to that point, et cetera, that are costing us a tremendous amount of money to repair. As everyone knows, actually, the road budget is something that actually is proposed to the town from Groton Point, actually, there. And this is a figure that we put forward. This figure is usually moved together for approval because actually it's something that's required under the charter, both the town and the community of Groton Point. We try to be very judicious in how we operate actually down here. As we've shown over the years, we do this at a very lower cost than the town and the city does because of the volunteer nature we're down here and the use of the contractors we have, as well as when we do paving, we use the town of Groton, who does an exemplary job with us down here when we do our paving projects. Again, actually the difference is realistically, the major difference is the CIP request for the paving. The other one is a increase in just maintenance costs of the roads, repairing of the roads, and keeping them in a acceptable state till we can get the actual repaving done.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Councilor Franco, then Heede, Bordelon, and Bumgardner. Councilor Franco, you have the floor.
Yes, I'd like to ask Mr. Burt, was the road project study where they were checking all the roads in the whole town, did that cover Groton Long Point?
It does. We just received the report, and Greg Hanover, the director, is reviewing it.
Okay, so Mr. McBride, you would like to have the $50,000 to create a CIP road project. Do you actually have roads that you know you would like to pave, or would you be willing to wait to see what the road project study says after they've reviewed all your roads in your area of town?
Councilor, actually this is Mike Flynn. On our project, when we first did the 5-year road bond, actually they had asked actually to review the roads at that time as well. We have done on the first section of the 5-year, and they asked for a 10-year realistically when we did it. We did some of the roads actually under the amount of money we had apportioned to us on that part there. Some of the roads we have are up on the hillsides, which is a small hill, but the hillsides of Groton Long Point. And many of those roads actually haven't been done in 30 or 40 years, and they have multiple problems with them. The study was done actually at that point there, but again, maintenance of the roads are done by Groton Long Point here. And again, actually, we're looking at the $50,000 to put into an account that we've done previous years before the bond, where we may have 2 years of bonding that we may have to do, a request, so we have enough money to actually do the road project itself. Some of the roads, like up on our hillside ridge and Sound Breeze at that point, didn't make the 5-year bond list, but are as in dire needs as the one we repaired.
Councilor Franco, does that answer your question?
Yes, I have one more. So my question being is, the town has not seen the road project study yet to find out how we were going forward, so there could be bonding in the future for the town and to prioritize what is the necessity and what is actually needed in comparison to the whole town. So I would personally like to wait and have the whole study reviewed and figured out how the town is going to go forward on that. So I would like to make a motion to change the number for the highway maintenance for Groton Long Point to $231,500.
Moved by Franco. Is there a second?
Second.
Who seconded, please?
Liam.
Aubrey. $231,500 moved for 10911 by Franco and seconded by Aubrey. And Councilor Franco, do you need to justify any more? Or you think you're good with that, Mr.?
I think I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have now Councilor Heede is next up in the queue.
I'd like to speak when it's time.
Okay,
Yes.
I'll add you.
So last year, the town council approved $210,501, and I'd like to make that a motion that we approve $210,501.
Okay, so repeat the number one more time, please.
$210,501.
Moved by Heede. Is there a second?
Second,
Seconded by, who was that, please?
Zeppieri.
Zeppieri. So we have now the main motion on the floor, and we have 2 amendments. We can have no further amendments at this point. Councilor Heede, would you like to justify your motion, please?
Yes, actually, it's the same reason that Councilor Franco gave. Until we know what we're doing with all of the roads in the town, I don't think it's an appropriate time to increase the budget.
Councilor Bordelon is next. Let me get you unmuted.
I got it. Hi.
There you go.
I like, since I can't move the number anymore, and Councilor Franco's number is about where I want it to be. I was looking at about 235.5. I can support Councilor Franco's number. I think with everything going on, we have to be fiscally responsible. And right now, putting extra money into a fund, you know, right now, without a study that we haven't even been able to see or have presented to us currently, it just seems like we'd be jumping before we should be. So I can support Councilor Franco's number.
Okay, next up we have Councilor Bumgardner.
Yes, I'd like to voice my support for Councilor Heede's amendment. I think given obviously the circumstances this town is in financially, that we continue to provide the same level of services that we have in recent years. And I would also like to remind that the RTM actually, adjusted the budget that came out of the town council last year to a bit of a higher amount. And so, you know, I'm comfortable with the amount that was settled by both the council and the RTM last year.
Thank you, Councilor Bumgardner. Councilor Aubry, you have the floor.
Thank you. I was going to mention a number, but I can go with these. But what I was looking at was the fact that the last 2 years we've not had snow. So I'm sure that there's some monies there from not having snow removal. So I was going to remove that number of 66,000. So I'll be happy to go along with the motion that we have on the floor for the original price.
Thank you, Councilor Aubry. I'm sorry. We have RTM moderator Eben, who is tuning in as she would want to ask a question. I think it goes to what Councilor Aubry just mentioned, but Moderator Eben, did you have a quick question?
Well, it was exactly what Councilor Aubry said, but I'm just curious if Mr. McBride or one of his colleagues knows how much left in that line item account for snow removal, which was 66,000, given there was no snow. Thank you.
Thank you, Moderator Eben. Mr. McBride or Mr. Flynn, can you address that question, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Actually, the snow account is a contract.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. I'm going to speak at this point and just say I would support the first amended number, which would remove the 50,000 for the roads, given that we do have this road study that will be released shortly, and it does include Groton Long Point, so we will be looking overall at a plan for the whole town. So I would ask that we hold off on allocating any money at this point until the town makes a decision as to how we're going to proceed with handling the full mileage in, again, the whole town. So that's where I am on this one. Anyone who hasn't spoken yet would like to speak? I'm not seeing any hands. Mr. Burt, do you see hands?
I do not.
Okay, so how this is going to work is we have 3 numbers. We start with the second amended figure. We vote that first. And if that motion fails, then we go to the first amended figure. All right, so hold on, I'm just looking to see if anything happened here. Councilor Parker, did you wish to speak?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. We will vote for 10911, the second amended figure, $210,501. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I need to know who that is, please. Councilor Zeppieri and Bumgardner? Zeppieri?
Yes.
Melendez? Heede?
Yes.
Bumgardner?
Yes.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, Franco? Parker?
Aye.
Bordelon? Granatowski? Abstentions?
We need to unmute Aubrey so that she can talk.
They keep
Councilor
muting me.
Aubrey, how do you vote on this? Do you vote in favor or opposed or abstain?
Aye,
You vote in favor?
yes.
I'm going to repeat the vote, please, just for clarification. So for $210,501, we have Zeppieri, Melendez, Heede, Bumgardner, and Aubrey in favor. That is 5. We have Franco, Parker, Bordelon, and Granatowski opposed. That is 4 and 0 abstentions. Is that correct? Okay, I see no objection, so that motion passes. $210,501. Mr. Burt, is that clear enough for staff that is there recording the votes and the amounts?
Yes.
We're good?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So
Madam Mayor, may I make a question on that?
that
This
is
Mike Flynn.
Mr. McBride, Mike Flynn speaking. Yes,
Mike Flint, yes, actually there. When the community sends their request up to the town, and there is a issue of disparity between the request and the vote of the town council at that point there, the two options are approval or arbitration. Am I correct or not?
Mr. Burt, I'm going to throw that to you.
Certainly, it's, I believe, their option to go to arbitration.
We are on to account 10912. I think we're on Councilor Heede. Councilor Heede? Is Councilor Heede with us?
Yeah, am I on mute? No.
No,
Okay.
you're good. We're on page 187, line 10912, street lighting.
Okay, oh, yes, I will make the motion for $14,470.
Is there a second?
Second, Parker.
Parker, thank you. Moved by Heede and seconded by Parker. Is there any discussion on the street lighting?
Can I just mention something?
Yes, Mr. Burt.
This is really our number. We calculate it. It's just reflected there. It's our responsibility for those costs.
Thank you. Any discussion?
I'm happy they're down.
Seeing no discussion, we will vote on 10912 in the amount of $14,470. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously, 900. Thank you, Mr. McBride and Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Councilor Parker, did you wish to speak?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I will be recusing myself from the City of Groton Police Department budget as I work there.
Thank you. So we are on to, just give everybody a minute to get situated here. We are on to account 1090, and this is 183 in the large section of your book for the line items. Again, we will be voting the 3 cost centers for City of Groton. And in the back of the book, gotta find the page, 109 in the back of the book. Okay, is everybody there? Okay, I think we are on Councilor Aubrey.
Okay, let's
You
see.
can move 10900, police, please.
I move a figure of $2,618,195.
2,618,195, moved by Aubrey. Is there a second? I gotta unmute, I'm sorry. Is there a second, please?
I will second.
Moved by Aubrey and seconded by Heede. Thank you. I believe we have Mayor Hedrick with us. Mayor Hedrick, would you like to address the budget request, please?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Madam Mayor.
Good morning.
Town Manager and councilors. Thank you for this opportunity. What you see in front of you is the police budget for FYE 2021. The overall budget has increased 2.28% over last year's budget. That is primarily driven by personnel costs and benefits, meaning the non-departmentals. And so one of the things for the new counselors, and to remind everybody, when I present you a budget on the police and for roads and highways, it is a loaded budget or a fully burdened budget, which means it has all the non-departmentals included, insurance, workman's comp, all those things, OPEB, everything is included in our number. And so I just want to make sure that you're fully aware of that. Whereas when you look at town departments, your OPEB and your other non-departmentals are in a separate fund. So when you're looking at a town department budget, typically you're looking at a strict operation and maintenance budget, not a fully burdened budget. So if you're looking at comparison numbers. And this represents 50% of the cost of my police department minus my chief's salary. We pay for our chief's salary here. So with that, I will return it back to you, Mayor Ganatowski.
Thank you, Mayor Hedrick. Do councilors have questions? I'm looking for hands. I'm not seeing any hands raised. Mr. Burt, do you see any hands?
Nope.
Oh, Councilor Zeppieri.
I need some help. What page are we on?
So in order to move the individual cost centers, we look at page 184. That has the 3 line item cost centers. That's how we vote on these subdivision accounts. And then in the back of the book on page 109 in tab A, page 109 is where the narrative from the mayor is. Does that help?
Well, I see on page 109, I see a letter from the mayor.
Yep, that's the narrative. So then if you go into the normal, go to 184 in the full budget book, and that's where you will find the line items with the dollar amounts, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Did you have a question, Councilor Zeppieri, or you just want a clarification?
Yeah, I'd like to know why we have an increase of about somewhere around $500,000, $400,000 from this year.
Mayor Hedrick, would you like to address that?
What's that?
Mayor Hedrick, Councilor Zeppieri had a question.
Yes, ma'am. That's the entire cost center. I'm going to let the police chief Spellman, address his budget real quick. Chief.
Thank you. Good morning, Chief Spellman.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, and I want to thank the council. You're in extraordinary times, and your professionalism is showing through. It's very difficult to not have people directly in front of you when you're speaking, and I appreciate you bearing with us. We are holding the line in extraordinary times. I was directed to perform a service-neutral budget by Mayor Hedrick, and we've achieved that. Our primary increase is the new contract we have with the police department, where they got a 2.5% wage increase. The budget overall, because we've held the line on fixed costs within the agency, is 2.28%. So our overall increase is beneath what a salary increase that was negotiated was. The share to the town of Groton, minus my salary and other contingencies, is 2.10%. Overall, in our operations, it's not a $500,000 increase; it's a $53,000 increase with the fixed costs and grant streams. We're able to really hold the line. Thank you, Madam
Councilor
Mayor.
Zeppieri, did that answer your question, or do you need more clarification?
Well, I think it's more than 2%. What I'm seeing is there's a different, the estimated for this year is, I'm not even sure. Well, the estimated for this year is 4,666,143.
So we're only working on the first line right now, 10900. So the estimate is 2.564443. So focus in on that one.
Well, I'm on, okay, I see. I have no further question. I understand. I was on the wrong line.
That's okay.
Thank you.
We're all working together on this. Are there other counselors? I thought I had seen another hand. Is there someone else who wished to speak? Councilor Bordelon.
No, I think it's pretty much been answered because I was getting confused because I was only seeing 53,000 and some change being increased on that line. So, under the police line, but it was answered now. Thank you.
You're welcome. Councilor Heede.
Yes, thank you. I was looking at actually the wrong number, the highway budget, but I was wondering, are there any vehicles in this number? Because I think we might be able to go without vehicles this year.
Police vehicles, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
There's one vehicle, I believe that's through the SIP city.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? It was hard to hear.
Yeah, I'm sorry, ma'am. There is one vehicle in the budget, and I believe that is a capital improvement through the city.
So to clarify, we have one police vehicle slated at $72,500 for, that's listed in my CIP.
So, Mr. Burt, does that show up in this line, 10900?
No, it's in the next one, the highway maintenance.
Okay.
Oh,
So
this, hold on, let me show you. There's a highway maintenance that has a vehicle as well, but this one has.
Oh, there's two. Okay.
There's a CIP, there is a, if you look at the CIP, there is a CIP for it, but let me see if I can get you to the line item. If you look at under operating expenses, under vehicle replacement, there's an amount for $72,500.
can you give us a chance to get there, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. If anybody finds a page number.
Oh, and that amount, also clarification, that amount is funded 50% by you and 50% by the city for the CIP.
It's on page 167.
Say again?
Page 167 under section A.
7 and tab A. And what is the line item? I'm looking here. Equipment?
Vehicle
No.
replacements, second to the last of the operating
Okay,
expenses.
So 72,500 vehicle replacement,
Right.
and that's contained within 10900. Is that correct? I'm just trying to understand.
Well, what happens is we have the whole budget, so you see the entire budget, and then we ask for the 50% minus my chief's salary. Your amount would be $36,250 would be what the town would fund for that vehicle.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. I think Councilor Franco wished to speak. Councilor Franco, did you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you. As with the last subdivision, there's an increase with the police, and you're asking for an additional approximately $54,000. And due to the times we're in and the situation of our taxpayers, how hard of a burden would it be for you to reduce your budget and be at a flat rate from where you were last year?
I would answer that, Councilor Franco. I came up with a services neutral budget. I really hold the line on what I have, and whatever I'm funded by the town of the city of Groton. My personnel and I and my command staff will do everything we can to get the maximum bang to the buck to the citizens of not only the city of Groton, but our visitors to this room.
Well, in addition to that, this is Mayor Hedrick again. In addition to that, the increases are primarily due to the negotiated salaries and to the non-departmentals, which we have little or no control over, and also with the contracted salaries. So if you cut us, we will figure out how to work through that, but it's not like we're fluffing the budget or increasing the budget to ask for frills. We understand the times that we're in, and that's one of the, even before the COVID-19 pandemic, we were looking at trying to keep everything as low as possible to avoid tax increases.
Right. I understand that, and I'm not suggesting you were padding anything. By any means was I saying that. I'm asking how much of a hardship would it be for you to try and cut $50,000 out of your budget and remain at what you had last year, just because of the situation that we are in and our taxpayers probably coming this next year.
My question is, though, that 72,500 though is right in that operating budget, correct? So if you cut back to the status quo, you would basically remove the vehicle. Is that what I'm understanding?
That would be one option we would have.
I would like to make a motion to move the number of $2,564,443, the same number as last year's.
Is there a second?
Second.
Who seconded, please?
Bordelon.
So, Councilor Franco, you moved $2,564,443 for account 10900, seconded by Franco. Is that correct?
Seconded by Bordelon.
Seconded by Bordelon. Sorry.
Correct.
And, do you have any further justification for your request? You get first dibs to speak.
No, I think I've clarified. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, can I ask for the number one more time, please?
2,564,443, and I believe that is the estimate for 2020 in your budget book.
Thank you.
Are there counselors who wish to speak on this item? I just want to take a look at some things. If anybody, Mayor Hedrick or Chief Spellman, did you wish to speak at this point?
I'd like to let my finance director, Ron Uhas, speak, please.
Thank you, sir.
Ron?
Good morning, Mayor Granatowski and councilors.
Good morning.
I just want to remind you, like Mayor Hedrick said earlier about the benefits, we did a very good job this year trying to hold the line with increases at roughly a 4% for insurances and whatnot. When you get to your non-departmental section, you're looking at just for, I know you haven't gotten there yet, but a 16% increase in your overhead and benefits and another 8% in insurances. And those items are kind of hard to touch because they are set forth. We need to pay the health insurance costs. We need to fund the pension and the workers' comp and so forth. So I just kind of wanted to put that out there as a comparison to where we were and where the proposed on your side is. Thank you.
I would like at this point to make a second amended motion, please. I would move $2,585,545. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded, moved by Granatowski and seconded by Heede. As I move the number, I'll give my justification. We were discussing the vehicle that is included here, 72.5 vehicle, and the town's portion of that would be $36,250. I am reducing the request by $36,250 with the possibility of removing that vehicle from the funding this year. That's my rationale. Councilor Heede, did you wish to speak?
To remove $36,250, the motion should be $2,581,945. Sorry, $2,581,945.
Let me check my math. I probably did it wrong. Excuse me for 1 second.
I've done mine in Excel.
258, I did. Okay, I withdraw my motion. Councillor Heede, you withdraw your second.
Withdraw my second.
Thank you. So then 2,581,945 is what I move for 10900.
And I'll
Councillor,
second that.
moved by Granatowski, seconded by Bumgardner. Just, we're going to pause for a second. And Mr. Burt, do you have that number? Do you need me to repeat?
Please repeat it.
$2,581,945. And the rationale is what I said before. I had a math error when I did that. I apologize. Councillor Heede, did you wish to speak any further on that? If not, we'll go to Councillor Bumgardner.
No, that's the number I wanted to move as well.
Thank you. Councillor Bumgardner, did you wish to speak?
Yes, again, I'd like to state on the record, I support Councilor Granatowski's amendment. I would like to thank the mayor and the chief for producing a budget that not just protects public safety, but holds the line on spending and is fiscally responsible. Thank you for your leadership during this time. I'd just also like to add that, though there is a reduction in the vehicle funding, it is very likely that vehicles for all town departments will not be funded as well. So that is largely the rationale for why I'm supporting that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bumgardner. I forgot to add that, yes, we're probably looking at reducing all vehicles. At least that was my sentiment. Mr. Burt wanted to add something. Mr. Burt?
Well, I was just going to say, I was going to recommend that we would like to get rid of all of our vehicles for this year too. We can do without for another year.
Okay. And are there other councilors who wish to speak? Mr. Burt, are you seeing hands? I'm looking
I do not.
here. I'm not seeing anybody. Okay, so as we did with
Rachael would like to speak. Sorry, Councilor Franco.
Councilor Franco, where are you? There you are.
I would like to state that if we're going to be cutting other subdivisions back to the prior year's number, as just asking them to hold the line, I believe it would be wise to ask other subdivisions to do the same and not have a different opinion on how it's done. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Councilor Bordelon would like to speak. Councilor Bordelon, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thanks for your guys' budget requests. I understand. I also feel that we should hold the line right now. I mean, 35 is, I just think we should go back and look and be fiscally responsible and looking at the numbers and seeing how we all can look at ways to cut as we all are being faced with that responsibility right now, even in our own personal budgets.
Mr. Burt, did you wish to speak again, or are you good?
I'm good.
Okay. Any other councilors?
Yes.
Councilor Melendez and then Councilor Aubry. Councilor Melendez, whoops.
Okay, you can hear me now.
Yes.
I'd just like to echo what Councilor Franco said. If we ask Groton Long Point to hold, it would be unfair to not ask the same of the city.
Thank you, Councilor Melendez. Councilor Aubry, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'm looking for a clarification. The street lighting in this budget, who pays that?
That's, again, it's really our cost. It just is reflected in this budget.
Point of order.
So we're going to be paying the $123,718, correct?
Correct.
The town.
I'm asking for point of order because we're not on that topic.
Your point of order stands.
For a clarification, Rachel.
Okay, we are on 10900. I see Councilor Bumgardner's hand. Councilor Bumgardner, would you like to speak? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Granatowski. I'd also like to remind our fellow councilors that the city police department has provided a school resource officer to the middle school for several years at no cost to the town, even though that is a town building. Certainly, we're thankful for that. So there are also many costs that the city of Groton bears that is to the benefit of the town. And so, I'm comfortable with, again, Mayor Granatowski's amendment.
Councilor Heede, I saw your hand. Do you wish to speak? Councilor Heede, do you wish to?
Councilor Bumgardner said what I was going to say. I took my hand down.
Thank you. Are there other councilors who wish to speak? And Mr. Burt, feel free to jump in if you see someone that I'm missing.
I do not see anybody.
Okay.
Councilor Aubry is raising her hand.
Okay, Councilor Aubry.
I'm sorry if I asked the wrong question before. I was just trying to get a clarification on what the bottom line really is. Is it appropriate to ask a question on line 10901?
No, not at this time.
Okay.
We're focusing on each line item.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, Mayor Hedrick, did you want to speak any further on this issue?
No, ma'am. I think we have stated our position, and as uncomfortable as it would be to take this cut, we can take this cut as part of shared interest in helping the town meet its budgetary requirements.
Thank you, Mayor Hedrick. So we are on account 10900. We have three numbers. Again, we will vote in reverse order. I'm trying to unmute everybody.
Madam Mayor, can I reiterate that I am, is Council Parker?
Yes.
Can I reiterate that I will not be voting as I recused myself?
Correct. So we will have, the vote will be taken from a total of 8 councilors with a recusal. So
Granatowski.
Councilor Zeppieri, yes.
Unfortunately, my computer decided to sign me out during part of this discussion, and I had already made some of my decisions, but I'm not sure what the two alternate numbers are.
Okay, I can give you them. So the main motion, you have the main motion, correct?
Yes.
Okay, the first amended motion is $2,564,443, which represents the estimate for 2020. The second amended motion is the one we will be voting first. That is $2,581,945. And that represents the removal of our share of the police vehicle. And the rationale was that I will be looking to cut all town vehicles from our budget this year. Are you okay with the numbers, Councilor Zeppieri?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Okay, so then we will vote on 10900, the second amended motion of $2,581,945. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we have Zeppieri, Heede, Granatowski. Any others in favor?
Bumgardner.
Bumgardner. Any others in favor?
Aubry.
Aubry. Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, we have Melendez. We have Franco. We have Bordelon. And Parker has recused. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in favor, 3 opposed, and a recusal or abstention. So the second amended number passes. Mr. Burt, does staff have that number?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We are on to, trying to think where we left off. We are on to Councilor Bordelon.
Yep.
For 10901 highway maintenance, please.
I make a motion to move account 10901 highway maintenance. The amount is for $2,354,946.
Second.
Moved by Bordelon, and who was the second? Was that Heede?
Yes.
Moved by Bordelon and seconded by Heede. Mayor Hedrick, would you like to speak to your highway budget?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Once again, on a highway budget, this is a highway budget for FYE 2021. This year, we have an increase of 3.58% in the highway operating budget, and that is due primarily to negotiated salaries, non-departmentals, and we increased the stormwater, the MS4 requirements for an additional $10,000 that we talked about last year because of the increased requirements that are coming out of the state. And I did not increase them last year, but I let people know that I would be increasing them this year because of the increased requirements. In addition to that, we have an overall 16.8% increase in the total highway budget, and that is primarily due to a capital project, which is a paving of Benham Road and the replacement of a dump truck. And with that, I will turn it back over to you, Mayor Granatowski.
Thank you, Mayor Hedrick. We have Councilor Heede who wishes to speak. Councilor Heede, you have the floor.
Yes, two questions on the paving of Benham Road. Is that part of the highway funds that we would normally expend from the bond? And for the vehicles, are those critical, or would it be hard to postpone that another year? And by the way, I appreciate the details in your budget. It's very easy to follow.
Thank you. Let me address the first one, and then I will turn it over to my Public Utilities Director, Tim Umritz. The first one is we had the road bond money that we all talked about. There's a little bit of that left that I'm using for the engineering of Aquanic Road, which is a lot SIP project, which is funded by the state. And then last year, when we talked about the whether or not we were going to be able to bond, I had said that we would probably increase this year because we would be recommending a pavement project. That's what this is. This is consistent with the paving that we've done in the past, and has been on our list that was recognized back in, I think, 2008, 2010, whenever the previous MACTEC study was completed. And I think that answers that question. Does that answer that question, Councilor Heede?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, I will turn the dump truck question over to Public Works Director Tim Umritz. Tim?
Hello. The truck we were looking to replace is a 2004 with 137,000 miles on it.
It's difficult to hear you, Mr. Umritz.
Excuse me?
It's difficult to hear you.
We get closer.
We'll get him closer. Now I got to move out of the 6-foot boundary.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for keeping that distance.
The truck we want to replace is a 2004. It's a 39,000 pound truck that we use for snow plowing operations, sanding, and everything else we do. It's got 137,000 miles on it. Still running pretty good, but we kind of like to stay ahead of that so it doesn't break down in the middle of the winter. And if I can get back to the road paving, I just want to clarify that we are still working over the original report that was done in around 2008, the MAC 10 report. So although there's a new one coming out, it's primarily just going to upgrade roads that have been done in the last 10 years or so, and it will also downgrade the streets we have never gotten to. We are still working off roads that have never been paved in the last 25, 30 years.
Councilor Heede, does that answer your question?
Councilor Heede?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you. I see a hand from Moderator Eben. I apologize. I missed you on the last item. I wanted to give you the opportunity to go ahead now if you have something on this.
I don't. I had a question about whether the police from the city were going to staff the new middle school, and if there were any cost savings associated with the closure of the schools in that particular school position.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I missed you when we were considering that account. My apologies. I'll try to be more attentive to the attendee list as well. Panelists, we have Councilor Bordelon, I believe, is up now.
Thank you. Looking at the highway again, looking across the town in other subdivisions, we have to be cautious and, look at how we can serve everybody, but also be proactive to save money to the taxpayer. Looking at this from last year, it looks like it's a $354,940 increase. I'd like to move another number.
Go ahead.
I would like to decrease it in half, which is a total decrease of $177,482 for a new number.
I need the new number, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm getting there. Thank you. I have my stuff written here. So that's the new number would be $2,177,464.
$2,177,464 moved by Bordelon. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by, is that Heede?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Councilor Bordelon, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I just feel that right now we have to take a hard look at the budget and look where we can find cost savings where we can, and things could be different next year. But right now we do not know what the estate of our economy is going to be, and the rebound coming in. This budget will be the direct response of what is happening now in next year's budget, and we need to free up areas where we can and make some hard decisions.
Mr. Burt, if you would please just address the statutory requirements for the relationship in budgeting between the town of Groton and the city of Groton Highway Department, please, just to refresh everybody's memory, if you don't mind.
Sure. It's been a while since I've looked at it, but essentially we're responsible for it, and the roads needed. I'm trying to think of this in any particulars.
Can I can go to the Mayor Hedrick if he would like to address it.
Yes, ma'am. To refresh council's memory and to update the new council, there was a special act in 1964 which basically states that the town is responsible to provide those monies which are necessary and proper for the repairing and making of roads, which are town roads in the city of Groton. That's the single sentence that's in that in the special act, and that is the one thing that sometimes causes stomagita, if you will, during the budgeting process of the highway budget. But that is basically what gets us here and why the highway budget is funded by the town. Did that answer your question, Mayor Grantowski?
If there is not agreement between what the town does and what the city requests, the next step would be what?
The city, should the city decide that this cut would cause them harm, then we could request arbitration, non-binding arbitration.
And that would involve a legal team from the city and a legal team from the town?
That is correct. There is a team of 3, which the arbiter is the lead of that team, and then there's a representative from the town and a representative of the city, and then we get together and each side presents their case, and it is then adjudicated.
Thank you, Mayor Hedrick. We have some councilors that wish to speak. We're going to go with Councilor Heede first, and then Councilor Franco and Zeppieri. Councilor Heede, you have the floor. Councilor Heede, I'm sorry. I thought I saw your hand up, sir.
Yes, I'm sorry. I thought you unmuted me, so I just started talking.
I apologize.
Let's see. I had intended to ask to cut the vehicles from the budget, which would be a $165,000 cut. Councilor Bordelon's cut was just $12,000 more, $177,000. So I figured it's the same ballpark, but just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Going to Councilor Franco next, please.
I'm looking on page 145 in the back of the book, and it shows the vehicles cost center for the city. It shows that they would actually be selling, I believe, a dump truck and 2 pickup trucks and then purchasing the dump truck. Is that correct? Would the cost be 165 or what? I don't understand exactly what's going on there. Can you explain?
Could you restate your question?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Councilor Franco, I don't understand your premise.
No, I'm sorry. I'm mistaken on that.
Okay, thank
so
you.
If we removed, let me just question you on this. How bad is Benham Road, and is it possible to wait 1 more year?
I'll let Public Works Director Tim Umritz address that.
Yes, it could wait with a minimal amount of work, patching a few potholes and a few other items, it could wait.
And could your dump, the snow plow or a dump truck, I believe it is that possible to wait as well till next year?
We can wait on everything. It just kind of burdens fleet maintenance during the year. The same with the road, waiting another year or maybe 2. If we add both these items to the budget next year, then we're going to kick something else out. So it's going to just keep spiking. Right now, we can get away with a mill and overlay on the road, hopefully. By next year or 2 years, we'll probably have to pulverize the whole road, which would cost another probably $50,000 or $60,000.
So, Rachael Franco, if I may address it another way, one of the things we're trying to do is I am sensitive to the budgetary concerns that the council has. I have the same concerns here in the city of Groton. I'm also trying to maintain infrastructure and not kick the can down the road. The current cut that is being requested, we could live with, and because it doesn't cut the full amount of the CIP, I could be able to cut somewhere else in the budget or move money around in the budget in order to get that road done. If we cut that, then, and there is no guarantee that with the current situation and with the bonding and with the 2020 plan and everything else, that the town is going to be able to have another road bond, I'm concerned about infrastructure. We have already done the major portions of Benham Road. We've done the sidewalks. We've done the catch basins. We are ready to pave. And so that's why we put this in. It is to continue the maintenance, because here's what's going to happen. If we don't get it done this year, we're going to ask for it again next year. And then as the conditions deteriorate on this road, eventually it's going to get worse. And then the depth of repair, you're not going to be able to just do a mill and overlay. It's going to get worse and worse. And eventually, if we kick the can down the road long enough, it's going to be a full depth reconstruction, and that's damned expensive.
Councilor Franco, Mr. Burt wanted to speak, please.
I just wanted to mention that Greg Hanover will be presenting the road studies shortly. However, I do know he had told me we probably should be spending about double what we have been spending. And I hate to, we're going to be doing some roads this year that we had remaining from the bonds. I would be supportive of the city funding, because if it's going to cost more later, it's just going to put us further behind overall in the town.
So to clarify, you would support keeping the 244 for Benham Road in the budget?
Yes. Yep.
Thank you. Councilor Franco, did you need follow-up?
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
So we have Councilor Zeppieri, Bumgardner, and Bordelon. Councilor Zeppieri, you have the floor as soon as I get you unmuted. There you go, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
We're caught in the middle of, on the horns of a dilemma. One part we're torn. We have to give the taxpayers some relief because of the economic stress they're all under now. I doubt that Santa Claus is even going to be able to provide the wishes of all the children this year because of our economic crisis. With that in mind, I would ask the mayor of the city to consider lessening his demand for as much as he's had. I also note that the amount budgeted for 2020 was $2,050,863, and of that, it's estimated that they will have expended $1,999,982, which is less than what was expended for that year. I think we have to put off some new road reconstruction. We certainly have to put off vehicle purchases, despite the fact that they are, that the old vehicles are coming near to not being available. I would therefore move an amended budget amount for 10901 of 2,900,000, correction, 2,050,863. Forgive me.
$2,050,863.
Yes.
Okay, is there a second for that number?
Second.
That was Bordelon. So we have $2,050,863 moved by Zeppieri and seconded by Bordelon. Councilor Zeppieri, would you like to justify your motion, please?
Well, I think I have. I'm just saying that in view of the crisis that we're facing, we need everybody to pull together and to limit the burden we're placing on the taxpayers, including the taxpayers of the city, because they're under such duress as it is. There were lines, the day had a picture of lines of cars going up to the food bank in London to get food. People are hard pressed now, and we have to decrease the demands we're making on them at this time. This is an unusual time, and I hope by next year the economy will be growing again. But right now we're in a crisis, and that crisis is going to be affecting people's incomes for the rest of this year. I think we have to acknowledge that and to respond to that. And therefore, I think that I'd like to hold the line and not expend more money on line items if we can possibly avoid it.
Thank you. We have quite a few councilors who'd like to speak. We have Bumgardner, Bordelon, Aubry, Parker, Melendez, and Heede. Councilor Bumgardner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 3 questions, one clarifying question. Could we repeat the numbers on the floor currently?
The number on the floor is the second amended motion. It is $2,050,863.
Yeah.
And that reflects, if you're looking in your budget book on page 184, it's the actual 2019 number.
Okay.
Did you have a question other than that, sir?
Yes, and also the first amended motion.
First amended motion is $2,177,464.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And my other question is with respect to fleet versus vehicles. What some of the biggest now on page 110 under vehicles does that cost include all new purchases as opposed to fleet, which would include maintenance?
You're talking about
Mayor Hedrick?
Okay.
That's a new vehicle purchase, right? That's a new vehicle purchase only.
Okay. And fleet reflects maintenance costs, correct, Mayor?
That is correct, sir. That's part of operations and maintenance.
All right, and my last question is with respect to Benham Road. I agree with Mr. Burt. We are going to be spending, I would imagine we'll be spending some money in our capital improvement budget on some roads. And given that Benham Road is one of the most highly traveled roads in all of Groton, it is the corridor between Pfizer as well as EB, a highly trafficked area. And I think it's incredibly important we invest in that road. My question to the mayor is, I know in previous, we're starting to, have a lot of studies sitting on the shelf, and that would include our town's Groton Bicycle and Pedestrian Trails Master Plan, as well as the Southeastern Connecticut Council of Governments Long-Range Transportation Plan. And they made a recommendation that that there'd be additional pedestrian bike routes included along a corridor that would actually intersect with Benham Road from Mitchell Street to Benham Road to Eastern Point, and I was wondering if there were any plans to include a bicycle lane on either side for Benham Road as you plan on reconstructing that road.
For the reconstruction of this road, we're looking at reconstructing it to the current configuration. For the bike plan and the pedestrian plan, that is something that I have Sierra Patrick, my economic development specialist, looking at, and we are looking for that in the future. We'll be going after grants, LOTSIP and the like, in order to include a pedestrian and bike path in the city of Groton for the future. But for the actual work that we have planned for Benham Road for this time, it was purely engineered for reconstruction as is of the roadway. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Councilor Bumgardner, is that everything? We have 5 other councilors wishing to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Councilor Bordelon next.
Yes, I understand what the town manager is stating in as far as the study. Unfortunately, I haven't seen the study yet, so it's really hard to make a fair decision on that. But it would be great to have had that to fairly make an informed decision. But I do feel we do need to look at this seriously for this year. Thank you.
Councilor Aundré.
Well, I want to stay with the number that Portia had put on, mainly because of the fact that because of the amount of traffic on Benham Road, I think that should continue on. It's not, I'm not taking away anything from Groton Long Point, but Groton Long Point roads don't have near the amount of traffic that we bring into the city every day, in and out. And I expect it'll stay the same size. So I just want to speak in favor of the First Amendment.
Mr. Burt, which of the 3 numbers on the floor would allow this, would keep the 244,000 for Benham Road in? I thought it was only the original motion.
Well, the amended motion would take the dump truck off plus a little bit extra, so it's not quite apples to apples. I think if you're going to take the truck off, it's like 2,189,946, whereas the First Amendment has 2,177,464.
But the question is, if we want them to be able to pave Benham Road as per your suggestion,
right, then you don't want to do the motion on the floor right now.
Would the first or the original motion cover that? The original motion obviously would cover it. Would this first amended motion have enough money in there to do Benham Road?
I think it's about 12,000 or so short, if my quick look is accurate, but it's close.
Mayor Hedrick, do you know if we did the first amended motion, which is 2,177,000, would that give you the money to do Benham Road?
Frankly speaking, I don't know. We'd have to put it out to bid. But the first amended motion, we could probably work with. The second amended motion will not allow that to happen and could cause harm.
Okay, thank you.
That's a concern that I have.
Councilor Aundré, does that clarify things?
Sure. There might be a little difference in the number, but I think it comes close enough. Okay. And so I would be okay with that number.
Did you have other questions?
Can't change it right now anyways, right? We got 2 on the floor.
That's correct. You're right. Thank you. Councilor Parker is up.
I withdraw.
I'm sorry?
No question at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Melendez.
Hello?
Hi, you're up, sir.
Hi. Okay. I just want to say, I think everybody's in agreement that the roads need to get done. I think the only, if we are proposing to cut the roads, we're proposing to cut them for this year, just because the situation we're in. We all want to get the roads done, So if we cut the roads, Benham Road, it's not because we don't think it should get done, or needs to get done, it's that we don't think it should get done this year.
Councilor Heede?
Yes, I'd like to echo the concerns mentioned by Town Manager John Burt, Councilor Bumgardner. Anyways, basically, we're in a bad economic situation, and I think we all recognize that. But we need to be responsible in how we cut things. And if not completing the Benham Road project this year means that it could be really bad next year and require more funds, I think that's, I don't like this phrase, but it fits. It's penny wise, pound foolish. The city has presented a case to me that makes sense to do the road, and I'll be supporting the first amended number.
Thank you, Councilor Heede. Anyone who hasn't spoken yet, we'll go back to Councilor Bumgardner.
Yeah, so again, the manager's budget for the highway department would be $2,469,000 for $2,469,676, correct?
I don't know where you're looking, sir.
I am looking at the financing plan on page 110.
Okay, hold on. Mayor Hedrick, do you see where he is on page 110? Or your total financing plan?
Yes, the 2,469,676.
Yes.
So my question to the proponent of the amount for $2,177,464,000. What was the rationale for coming to that number, and what items would we be reducing from the proposed budget?
Councilor Bordelon, I believe that was your figure. Would you like to reply to Councilor Bumgardner? I can't get you unmuted.
You're hitting at the same time I was. Here I am. Yeah, I felt that it cuts the vehicles, which are about 160 something, if I remember correctly. I'm going to flip back, plus a little bit of some consideration that we have to work with what we have. $12,000 is not a huge number in these times, and I think everyone should be, has to make some hard decisions and sacrifices that we wouldn't be under normally. With that being said, I don't have the study in front of me for the roads. And we decided to do this meeting in one day, and we're not still sure what the federal government is going to put before us as far as extensions or how they're going to help support the tax people. So without those numbers and things in front of us, we do not know what we're up for. So that's how I got to that number. It was a fair number to count for the vehicles, but also to take a little down to say we all have to move numbers somewhere.
And
thank you.
I believe it's 50% of the requested increase. So
that's correct.
Okay, I think everyone has spoken. Are there any further, let me just unmute everybody before we get to the voting. Does anyone else have anything that they wanted to say before I start calling for the votes? Does any
clarification,
Zeppieri?
please?
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Parker and then Zeppieri.
Quick question. I see that the amount Councilor Bumgardner mentioned is $2,469,676, but we are technically the amount requested is $2,345,946, correct?
The request was $2,354,946. That's correct.
Okay, just a clarification. Thank you.
You're welcome. Councilor Zeppieri, you wanted to speak?
Yes. For many years, I've bounced over Benham Road going to and from my home at Eastern Point. I think that we could continue bouncing over that road for one more year and help us get over this crisis. And so I would again recommend that we stick to last year's number and try to keep the burden on all of the taxpayers down.
Councilor
speak?
Aubry?
Yeah, I think we have to stop and think about the importance of that road. We're trying to keep traffic off Thames Street. Benham and Cransby Shop are the most used coming into EB and coming into FISA. And if we can make those two roads more attractive, because our numbers are growing all the time for the transportation in the city, we're going to aid in the future of Thames Street. So I have to ask everybody to think about leaving that road in, because I think economically that's too important to leave out. And that, in fact, that affects the town, the city, and the surrounding area to bring the people in the best way. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bumgardner?
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, this the proposed number would be less than the budgeted amount for fiscal year 2020. Is that correct, Manager Burt?
Let's say that again.
The amended amount for $2,050,860 $2,050,863 is less than the budgeted amount for fiscal year 2020. Is that correct?
No, it's that is the same as the 19 amount. 20 is 1,999,982.
You know what? And thank you for to Councilor Parker for clarifying. What I had been doing was including the town aid road number as well instead of the town of Groton appropriation. So that makes a lot more sense now. Thank you.
Councilor Melendez?
Yes, I just have a question. There was mention of if we don't fix this now, it would be more expensive later. Can I just have that explained to me again?
Who would like to take that, Mr. Burt or Mayor Hedrick?
I will let Public Works Director Tim Umrich speak to it first, and then I may add afterwards.
Thank you.
Tim?
Yes, right now, we're planning on milling it 3 inches and repaving with 3. If the cracks get any wider or the subgrade worsens, then we will have to pulverize it down 8 inches into the gravel and then regrade it, roll it, which is, like I said, probably close to $60,000 more.
Councilor Melendez, does that answer your question, or do you need further clarification?
That answers my question.
Thank you. Mr. Burt, are you seeing any other hands?
I do not.
Okay, so let me get everybody unmuted, and then I'll start giving you what our options are. Can everybody unmute, please? That way when I call the vote, we can get everybody. We have 3 motions on the floor, and we will start with the second amended motion. This is for account 10901. The second amended motion is what we'll be voting first. It is $2,050,863. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Councilor Zeppieri, any others in favor? Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Nay.
Nay.
Okay, so opposed are Bordelon, Bumgardner, Franco, Heede, Parker,
Yes.
Granatowski. I didn't hear Councilor Aubry's vote.
No. Wait a minute. I lost my place.
We're on $2,050,863.
No.
Who am I missing? Councilor Melendez, have you voted?
No. I vote no.
Okay, and then 0 abstentions. So we have, on the second amended motion, we have 1 in favor, Councilor Zeppieri. Opposed, we have Bordelon, Bumgardner, Franco, Heede, Parker, Granatowski, Aubry, and Melendez, and 0 abstentions. That motion fails. Mr. Burt, does staff have that recorded okay?
Yes.
Thank you. So we are on to the first amended motion, which is $2,177,464. Councilor Franco, did you wish to speak on this motion?
Yes, am I allowed to pass a different number now?
You can make another motion, but the council will decide if it passes or not.
Sorry. Sorry about that.
So there will be you want to make a second amended motion? Go
Yes,
ahead, please.
I would just like to pass a motion or make a motion withdrawing the 165,000, and let me just make sure I have the number right.
Thank you.
I would like to make a motion for the amount of 2,189,946.
$2,189,946 moved by Franco. Is there a second?
Second.
Parker?
Yeah.
Okay, and Councilor Franco, would you like to give rationale for your motion?
This is actually leaving in the Benham Road and withdrawing the vehicle purchase.
Leaves in Benham and withdraws the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, Councilor Parker, you seconded. Did you wish to speak on this item?
I agree with Councilor Franco.
Thank you. We have two motions on the floor. They're pretty close in number. I'm going to let the second one stand. Councilor Heede, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify, this is the number that I would have originally supported, but Councilor Bordelon moved a slightly lower number by about 12,000. And as I recall, and Mayor Hedrick, welcome to answer, I recall that the state probably lived within this number, so I wanted to give him one last chance.
Mayor Hedrick, would you like to speak again?
Yes, ma'am. With the new amended number, $2,189,946, that fully restores the Benham Road reconstruction, and we could do that without any damage or harm to the rest of the budget. And we can live with putting off the truck for another year if we need to do that.
Thank you, Mayor Hedrick. I can support the second amended motion as well. Any other councilors wish to speak? Mr. Burt, are you seeing any hands? I'm not seeing anybody.
Me neither.
Okay. We will vote on the second amended figure for 10901 in the amount of $2,189,946. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 I hear Bumgardner, Parker. Anyone else in favor?
Franco.
Franco, who else?
Zeppieri.
Zeppieri?
Aubry is muted.
Keeps muting me.
Councilor Aubry, are you voting? How are you voting on this item?
She just muted herself again.
Okay. I'm going to unmute everybody. Everybody's unmuted.
Thank you. Just leave mine alone. I'll be quiet.
Councilor Bordelon, can you please unmute? So I'm going to start again, please. We need to be very careful with the votes here. Councilor Bordelon, can you hear? All those in favor of $2,189,946. We have Bumgardner, Parker, Franco, Zeppieri. Any other councilors voting in favor?
Melendez.
Aubry.
Melendez, Aubry, Granatowski. Anyone else voting in favor of this? Opposed?
Nay.
That was that Heede?
Yes, and
Bordelon.
Bordelon.
Heede, Bordelon. Anyone else opposed? Abstentions? That motion passes 7 in favor and 2 opposed. Mr. Burt, do you need the votes or do you have them?
We're good.
Thank you.
Would you repeat the amount?
$2,189,946.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we are on to Councilor Melendez for line item 10904, street lighting. And this is back on page 184.
Okay, for call center 10904, I move $123,718.
Second,
Moved by Melendez, and was that Parker?
yes.
Seconded by Parker. Is there any discussion on this? This is similar to what we did for Groton Long Point.
Yes.
Councilor Hedrick, did you wish to, Mayor Hedrick, did you wish to speak?
Well, no, I thought you had put the question out, is this similar to what it is for Groton Long Point?
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
the street lighting is the same.
Okay. Are there councilors that have questions?
Councilor
Seeing none, we
Zeppieri,
will-
Councilor
I'm sorry.
Zeppieri is waving his hand.
Councilor Zeppieri, go for it.
You know, I don't have a lower icon on my computer screen that says waving hand, so I'm waving my hand in front of the camera.
No.
But at any rate, this appears to be about 20% higher than last year. Can we explain why that is?
Mr. Burt, do you want to take that, please?
And Mayor Hedrick may be more knowledgeable than me. I know there was I think there were some missing lights that didn't show up on that the city knew about that didn't show up on our records and they had to be accounted for. Or is this the new rates, Mayor Hedrick? Will you remind me what's happening to this? It's been a while.
Thank you, Town Manager Burt. It's a combination of two things. One, we have a new rate increase from last year, plus there were, I think it was 88 lights that were identified that were not previously accounted for or were not in the correct accounting budget that was identified at Groton Utilities and then put into the correct budget. And so that's why you see the increase.
Councilor Zeppieri, does that answer your question?
Yes.
Thank you. Any others have questions on this item? I'm not seeing hands, Mr. Burt. Are you seeing any hands?
No.
Okay. Seeing none, we will vote on 10904 in the amount of $123,718. And I'm going to ask all those in favor just to state your name. It will be easier, I think, that way. So all those in favor?
Parker,
Melendez.
Parker? Melendez? Bumgardner? Aubry? Franco?
Heede.
Zeppieri.
Zeppieri? Granatowski? Who are we missing? Parker, Melendez, Bumgardner, Aubry, Franco, Heede, Zeppieri, Granatowski.
Borderline.
Bordelon, I said it.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. Thank you, Mayor Hedrick, and thank your staff as well for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Mayor Granatowski. Thank you, Town Manager Burt. And thank you, councilors, for your due diligence. Good luck with your long day today. And you guys have some hard decisions to make. So good luck with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Stay healthy, sir.
Yes,
All
ma'am,
right.
you too.
We are at 10:36. We have Fire District's pilot up next. This is on page 189 in your budget book. And for this one, we move the total appropriation. So I believe we are at Councilor Zeppieri.
I'm having a hard time seeing where the total appropriation is on 189.
If you go to page 190, at the very top of the page, you're looking at 246,000.
All right, I'm appropriation of $246,000 for the fire district.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'm up.
Second, Franco.
Moved by Zeppieri, seconded by Franco. Is there any discussion? I see Councilor Franco.
I'd just like to clarify for anybody that's watching at home that can't see the book. The numbers are the same as they have been, and there's been no increase or decrease on for any fire departments.
Councilor Bordelon, you wish to speak?
Yeah, I was wondering for the vote, if we could just do a roll call vote would be easier because so we're not speaking over each other. It's kind of hard to, everybody's internet chimes in at a different time.
Do you have anything on the motion, please?
I was just speaking of the motion and when we vote on it, if we could do a roll call.
So noted. Councilor Bumgardner?
Yes, Councilor Burt. Manager Burt, could you describe for the public how these funds are allocated and to each fire district?
Well, first of all, I'll tell you that there's two sources of the funds. 121,000 of the total funds are state in lieu of real estate taxes. And then the rest is basically our own amount of money we put in years ago to make up for loss of taxes also. So that totals, it's total 246 for many, many years. There's quite a history to this, but it was decided many years ago how it was going to be broken up by each fire department. It's been the same probably for 10 years, at least 10 years. It's been the same allocation. It's been at least a year since I've looked at the background on it, I'm sorry. But I haven't had any requests for change for any of the fire departments.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I'm only seeing one other hand. Councilor Bordelon?
Yes, I think it was kind of answered in the last thing. Just looking at the numbers, $154,548 line 10921 Paquonic Bridge is the highest, and everyone else doesn't even come close to that number. So I don't know.
And
how does that number get? That seems like an outlier.
No, I mean, again, it was all agreed to over 10 years ago. They have a much bigger budget than others. Full-time, what's that?
The state-owned property, they have the most.
And they have like a lot, the lion's share of the state-owned property for commercial districts, so they're missing out on the most taxes. They're right front and center.
Okay, so that's the rationale that we know of right now for the larger amount of money.
Right.
And thank you.
Councilor Aubrey, did you wish to speak?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Burt, are you seeing any other hand? I thought I saw a hand.
Councilor Franco has had her hand up for about 3 minutes.
Councilor Franco, did you wish to speak?
Yes, there has been, I have heard requests for arrangements of these numbers, although I believe this should be taken up at a different time and discussed so that next year's budget, we may be able to come up with a different plan. And I believe the council has talked about this, but we haven't made any decisions. So I would be okay going with the numbers that are set forward before us. Thank you.
Certainly. I apologize, I didn't see your hand. Let me change my view here so that everybody's kind of Brady bunched on the screen here and I can see everybody. Councilor Heede, did you have your hand up? I saw another hand. It wasn't Councilor Franco though. I don't know who it was. No? Okay.
No, it's not pertinent. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions, comments? Okay. I have been asked to do a roll call vote, so give me 1 second to get my alphabetical list. We are voting on $246,000 for account 1092. Councilor Bordelon, how do you vote?
I'm in favor.
Councilor Bumgardner.
Aye.
Councilor Franco.
Aye.
Councilor Heede.
Aye.
Councilor Melendez.
Aye.
Councilor Aubrey,
Aye.
Councilor Parker,
Aye.
Councilor Zeppieri,
Aye.
and I also vote in favor. So that passes unanimously, 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. Thank you. We are at the end of our first set of accounts. It is 10:43. I would suggest we break now and come back at 11. That would give us a 15-minute break, and then we could start on the outside and regional agencies. So, Mr. Burt, I don't know how you want to do the recess over there.
I will just pause everything. Come back, you said 11 a.m.?
Yeah, come back for, I think if we come back at 11, that gives us our break, and then we could just start right in on the agencies.
Sean, are you ready for that? Okay, they're ready.
Okay, so everybody could just mute.
I had a question.
So we're not in recess yet. Did Sean recess already?
Sean, are we still going? We're back on.
So then, if everybody could unmute, please, because we need to get consensus on this. Is the consensus to come back at 11 or at 11:10?
11 for Zeppieri.
11, Franco.
I don't know that anybody else has really seen the schedule, so I'm okay with whatever we decide.
It's fine.
11? And does who objects to 11 o'clock?
Bordelon.
Any other objections to coming back at 11 o'clock? Seeing none, we'll be back at 11 o'clock to take up outside and regional agencies. Thank you. We're in recess.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. It's 11:01 and we are back. I have a process question before we begin the next account. Are you okay with roll call votes for each account? Is there any objection to roll call votes for every account?
No.
No objections?
No.
I do think it takes longer.
It does take longer. That was my consideration as well. So there are two of us that are concerned with the length of time a roll call is going to take. We seem to be in the minority though. Is there anyone else? Everyone else prefers the roll call for each vote.
I concur with you, it takes longer.
3 of us think it takes longer. Everyone else is in favor of roll call for every vote.
I think it takes longer.
Okay, there's 4.
Madam Mayor, I'm open. This, Councilor Parker.
Councilor Franco, did you want to say something?
If there's an easier way, is there a suggestion?
I would like to just be able to call for the ayes and everybody just signify, and then if it sounds like it's off, I'll call for the nays. And then I'll try to call for the what seems to be the smaller number and do those by name. But I'm willing to do roll call for each account if that's your pleasure.
I was just looking at it from an efficiency standpoint. It's much more clear since we're on these devices, and sometimes you talk over each other, not intentionally, based on the signal. So it just sounds clearer. I'm also watching it from home, and I can hear it. It sounds like all jumbled. You don't know what's going on.
I'm okay with the rationale behind Mayor Granatowski's taking the vote. Thank you.
What about a show of hands?
That would be great. And then I could just ask, and Councilor Parker could just chime in at that point then. Is that acceptable? Everybody will just show their hand?
Yeah.
Well, for the ayes and the noes. Thank you. Okay, we are heading to regional agencies, which is 1083. I'd ask you to mute. I'm hearing phones or some kinds of devices, something very pleasant sounding.
That's my clock.
Okay. We are on page 177. This is Regional Agencies 1083. And we normally vote the 4 individual accounts within the regional agencies. If you prefer, we could vote one number. So I will leave it to Councilor Bumgardner, since this is your motion, I believe. Would you prefer to move the entire appropriation or each line item?
Each line item, please.
Okay, go for it. So then we need 10830, which is Southeastern Connecticut Council of Governments.
Yes, so I will move okay, I'm sorry. So we're on page 180, correct?
178.
On page 178, you can see the cost centers. To me, it's clearer to look at the 4 cost centers there. And then the description is in the back of the book if we need detail.
Okay, got it. So I would like to move the number of $16,349,000 for CCOG. So moved.
$16,349.
Second, Franco.
Moved by Bumgardner, seconded by Franco. And we have quite a few attendees. I'm not sure that we need description on this one. Mr. Burt, did you just want to talk COG at all?
Sure. First of all,
What, I'm sorry, what was the page? I don't have the book. I'm trying to find it online.
Okay, so on page 178 is the cost centers there are 4 cost centers in this account. So it's probably easiest to see the numbers there. And then if you need the narrative, it is in Appendix A for each of the agencies.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Burt.
sure. First to note, the Southeast Connecticut Council of Governments, their budget has remained flat for the last 2 years at the $16,349. There's 22 member municipalities that are part of them, including the town of Groton and the city of Groton. For one thing, probably the primary thing they do is a lot of transportation grants flow through them. So being a member, you're able to work with them to obtain grants, but they also, they're advocates on our behalf. The 22 townships or 22 municipalities participating come together to speak as one voice. They provide a variety of planning services, and they've also been studying how to do better cost sharing among the municipalities. So they're very worthwhile.
Thank you. And I see that the appropriation has remained consistent across the years. Do any counselors have questions on this item? Seeing none, we will vote on account 10830 in the amount of $16,349.
Aye.
All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Aye. Councilor Parker?
Councilor Zeppieri and Councilor Aubry, are you in favor of this number or opposed?
Roll call vote.
Is muted.
Favor.
Councilor Aubry? Are you in favor or opposed?
I'm sorry. I was not unmuted.
Okay.
I am abstaining.
Abstaining. So we have 8 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 abstention, Aubry. That motion passes. We are on to 10831 sector. Councilor Parker, I believe this is your number.
Yes, Madam Mayor. $14,041. I so move.
Second.
Moved by Parker and seconded by Franco.
Yes.
And I believe we have Nancy Kauser from sector here with us.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Would you like to tell us about your line item?
Certainly. So like the COG, our line item has stayed flat for many years. Our services include small business lending, procurement technical assistance center. We do general economic development work, including writing and carrying forward the region's economic development strategy. With the city of Groton, we've done a lot of work on data for various projects and various developers. We've toured developers through various sites with the help of Paige and Sam, who are absolutely wonderful to work with. We are currently in the midst of this economic crisis, working very hard with businesses to modify or defer payment as best as we can to help them through the crisis. The municipal contribution is leveraged one for one with federal funding from EDA and with foundation grant funding. So your dollars are multiplied through other sources. And I'm really happy to answer any questions you might have. We're very grateful for your support.
Thank you, Ms. Kauser. Do any of the councilors have questions? I'm looking for hands.
Can I mention something?
Yes, please.
Just first to say I'm on the board of sector to point that out, but I will tell you our planning department, what I've seen personally in our planning department, rave about them. They're essential, and I find it important to keep with our partnership.
Thank you, Mr. Burt. I see Councilor Bumgardner raised his hand.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. It's good to hear you, Nancy. Hope all is well. I'm wondering if the amount reflected in the manager's budget reflects your requested amount?
It does, yes.
All right, thank you.
I see no other hands. Does anyone else have a question? Councilor Bordelon.
Yes. Currently, based on some of the things that you handle with the current state of our economy and things that are going on, are you anticipating that the need for you will be even increased with everything going on and the need for more?
We do. We're seeking additional funding sources, but we're sensitive to the fact that the municipalities are not in a position to contribute more at this point. So our focus has been on diversifying funding stream, on leveraging the municipal contributions with other sources. Example, I forgot to mention, we just executed a contract with the Small Business Development Center, which allows us to hire and place a Small Business Development Center counselor at our Groton office. The job is currently posted. It'll be a big help for all of us. And there's a small amount of indirect in that contract, which helps us to offset some increases in costs. So that's the way we're handling that issue.
Thank you for all your help with the small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm looking for other hands. Any other councilors wish to speak on this? I see no other hands. So then we will vote. I'm going to unmute everybody. So everybody can hear, correct? So we're going to vote on 10831 sector in the amount of $14,041. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Aye.
Opposed?
Councilor Parker.
Abstention, so moved unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Kauser. Say hello to Donovan. We'll be back to school on Monday.
He can't wait, cough, cough. Thank you all so very much. And John,
virtual school. Bye-bye.
Bye, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, we are on to Councilor Franco for account 10832. And this is seat.
I'd like to move the number of $92,676.
Second.
Moved by Franco. Was that Heede?
Yes.
Moved by Franco and seconded by Heede. Is Mr. Carroll here?
He is not. However, if need be, I could get him on the phone.
That's okay. Does anyone have questions that Mr. Burt could, or questions or comments at this point?
And can I just mention? Oh, good.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Burt.
We'll
go to
just for the public's benefit, I was going to mention that they are requesting an increase of $2,260 from $90,416 to $92,676. They, of course, are our local bus system, and especially during tougher economic times, the bus system is more critical than ever.
Thank you, Mr. Burt. Councilor Aubry.
I agree with the fact that it's needed, but the problem is last year we went up because they said how badly they needed it, and they did not improve the services to Groton at all. They had new buses, but they didn't improve the service. So I would be inclined to move the number of $90,416.
Is that a motion, Councilor Aubry?
Yes, it is.
$90,416 moved by Aubry. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Franco. And Councilor Aubry, did you wish to speak to this any further as far as rationale?
I understand how important the services are. That's why I'd like to see them improve to Groton. And I don't think that they're going to do that unless we're making them pay attention to us.
Okay. Councilor Franco, did you wish to speak?
No.
Okay. Anyone else want to talk on this particular line item? Okay, so we have two numbers. Councilor Bordelon.
Sorry about that. My window moved over. I can respect what Councilor Aubry is stating. I do also feel that in these economic times that not only does the seat bus, some people get free bus passes, things to be able to get to the grocery store that can't afford transportation. And I just think in the economic times right now, as their costs go up, that we keep them where they're at to make sure the services are going to be running efficiently. Thank you.
Any other councilors wish to speak?
Could I attempt to get Mr. Carroll on the phone, just, to give him a chance to speak on his behalf and give an update?
Certainly.
Let me, I'm gonna mute my thing for a sec here.
Okay.
Hello.
Hey, Mike, it's John. We're in the budget meeting. I'm muting it to the public right now, but there was a motion to cut back to your existing level, so to cut the $2,200.60.
And is it possible that we can motion to table this and come back and go to another one of these?
Hold on. I've got him on the phone now. I'm just giving him an update. Give me a sec here.
Yeah.
And
if you'd like to look at the narrative while you're waiting, it is in section A in the back.
Hold on a sec.
And I believe it's page 7 back there.
So a motion to
Anybody wants to read that?
cut by $2,260. I think part of the concern is, that they feel there should be a greater service. But I'm going to put you up so people can hear. Okay,
It
Mike?
looks like it's an across-the-board
Okay.
increase of 2.5% for all municipalities is what they're asking from each member district in town.
I have Mike I have Mike Carroll on the phone, Director of SEAT.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll, for joining us. So where we are right now, Mr. Carroll, is we have two motions on the floor, the requested number, and we have a first amended motion of $90,416, which would take it back to the 2020 number. And Councilor Aubry, did you wish to speak directly to Mr. Carroll, or do you?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
I had suggested staying with the number that we had because I feel that the services to Groton have not improved, even though last year we did raise the amount that we're giving you. Now, I'm torn by that decision because I know how important the buses are, but I know in Groton we're very lacking in stops, scheduling. There's a lot of disparity, and I'd like to see those corrected. And I'm doing this basically just to get the attention of the directors.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Did you wish to respond in any way?
I understand the concern. Obviously we would like to do more. We're very heavily dependent upon state funds. The amount of money, the Groton share, the amount of money we ask from our member towns represents about 9 or 10% of the total operating cost of the service each town receives. We have to make the numbers work at the end of the day, and certainly if it's the decision of the town council to go ahead and hold our funding flat, we'll make it work. I'm not sure how we'll have to do that. We'll get back with the town manager and the member on the board and let them know what we have to do. It's not a big cut. We'll certainly do our best to make it work. So.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Do any other councilors wish to ask a question of Mr. Carroll? Councilor Zeppieri.
I noticed that Groton is the third highest assessment, and it is more than double those below it. The only two assessments higher are Norwich and New London. And I just want to know if those figures represent the proportionality of services to the communities that are assessed.
Pretty much as that is correct. They are based upon the amount of service each member town receives, the total ridership, and also the population density of each town. So essentially, yeah, it does reflect roughly the amount of service that the town of Groton receives compared to the other member towns.
Why do you consider population density? Wouldn't it be ridership would be more pertinent?
We use ridership as well. This was a formula that the board adopted several years ago to determine the local match.
Thank you.
Any other counselors have questions? I'm not seeing any hands. Okay, so we have two numbers on the floor. Councilor Bordelon.
Yes, thank you. I just want to appreciate the budget that you do put forth. I understand that people rely on the service, especially in the social economical times that we're facing. And it's important. And I know that it's really hard to increase services in certain areas. I know Groton, I do agree with Councilor Aundré. Our services could be a little bit more streamlined and more accessible in certain areas. But I don't believe by cutting the number down, we're going to achieve that. But I hope that that does come before us as a discussion at some later time.
Are there any further comments? I see no hands. Mr. Burt, do you see any hands?
I do not.
Okay, so we will vote on the first amended number, which is $90,416. Raise your hand if you are in favor of $90,416, please. Aundré? Opposed? Raise your hand, please.
Nay.
Okay, so that's everybody else. So it's 1 in favor, 8 opposed, 0 abstentions. That motion fails. So we are back to $92,676 is the main motion on the floor. Is there discussion on the main motion? I see no hands. All those in favor of $92,676, please raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye, it is unanimous. 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. That number passes. Thank you, Mr. Carroll, for joining us. We appreciate it.
You're quite welcome. Thank you, and all be safe.
Okay, we are on to 10833, which is Southeastern Connecticut Probate Court. And I believe this is Councilor Heede.
I'll make a motion for $13,433.
Second, Parker.
Moved by Heede, seconded by Parker. And let's see if Judge Keppel is with us.
He is not, and they are in a shutdown mode other than on call. However, the amount provided, oops, I just lost my page, one second, has not changed, and we are required to pay that amount legally, so.
Okay, so there's not really any discussion on this item then. All right. I see no hands, so we will vote on account 10833 Southeastern Connecticut Probate Court in the amount of $13,433. All those in favor, please say or raise your hand.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
That passes unanimously. 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. Okay. We are on to account 1084. And the line items begin on page 180 in your book. The details, the narratives are in the back of your book, if you need that. All right, so we do this by cost center, and we left off with, was that Councilor Heede we left off on?
Yes, I made the last motion.
Okay, so Councilor Aundré, we'll be looking at you for 10840 Ledge Light Health District. And the easiest way to look at the cost centers is on page 181. Somebody muted you, it wasn't me.
Wasn't me. And just as a reminder, we have 45 minutes to get through quite a few items here.
Councilor Aubry, I can't get you unmuted.
Can you go to the next person?
I'm gonna unmute all, and it still didn't work. Okay, yes, we can go to the next person. Councilor Bordelon, if you would take 10840 Ledge Light Health, please.
I make a motion for 10840 Ledge Light Health District in the amount of $285,160.
Second,
Moved by Bordelon, was that Heede for the second?
yes.
Seconded by Heede. Mr. Burt, do we have attendee? Oh.
Yes, Steve
Mr.
Mansfield, the
Mansfield
director, is here, yes, or online.
Mansfield, thank you very much for being with us today. We know you're a very busy man, and we appreciate all the work you're doing in this public health crisis. Would you like to speak to your budget, sir?
Sure. I can just give everybody a brief overview. We've been the health department for the town and city of Groton since 1993. Obviously, COVID-19 is our primary responsibility right now. So I think I'll stick to that subject, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Basically, what we're doing is continuing to do our case follow-up for all of our cases. We've had 10 district-wide, I believe 3 is the current number in Groton. We have 2 full-time public health nurses. So what they do when we get formal notification, because this is a reportable communicable disease, we do case follow-up with all of the close contacts of that individual. Our primary intention is to reduce morbidity and mortality that's associated with COVID-19. As you can imagine, that's a very daunting task at this point in time, doing all that case follow-up. And eventually it will go away, and that's not just within Ledge Light, it's statewide. Most health departments aren't doing contact tracing anymore because of the number of cases has really overwhelmed them. And that is actually DPH's recommendation to not do contact tracing at this point. But we're staffed up enough that we'll continue to do it as long as it is practical. If there are any general questions about the district or COVID-19, I'm happy to answer them.
Can I just ask a question? Steve, your budget's actually down a couple thousand. I believe that's because of taking on another member municipality. Is that correct?
That's one of the reasons. The primary reasons behind our flat budget, and I believe this is the third year in a row we've stayed at $7.37. It's our continued success in getting external grants and contracts. It's I believe it is the second largest part of our pie, of our budget. Municipal contributions are number 1, and grants and contracts are number 2. And that's something that is really unusual across the state. It's a big chunk of our budget. And also, as you mentioned, John, it's due to the fact that we've expanded quite a bit in the last few years, and the economy of scale works for everyone. We save the municipalities money, and it also is good for our budget as well for that increased income. I will note that our per capita rate that we charge now, $7.37, is still lower than it was 11 years ago now. So from a fiscal perspective, we're in very, very good shape.
Thank you. We have a question from a councilor, Councilor Bordelon.
I just wanted to put out there for full disclosure, I do receive payment from Ledge Light Health District. I work with them very part-time under a different section where I believe they receive state funding or grant, and I work with the community on health concerns and food insecurity. So I will not vote on this item. I believe it wouldn't be in the best interest.
Any other councilors have comments or questions?
Yes, I'd like
Councilor Bumgardner.
I'd like to make an amendment.
Okay.
I'd like to move the number for Ledge Light Health District to $287,983.
One more time, 287,983.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Aubry. Councilor Bumgardner, would you like to give your rationale?
Yes. Given these unprecedented times that our community is facing with COVID-19,
as well as the incredible work Ledgelight Health District is doing, I think it would behoove the town to support their budget request of, again, the amount I just stated.
Just to note, that isn't their budget request.
My apologies, Manager Burt. That would reflect the amount that was allocated in last year's budget.
Right.
Any, Councilor, who seconded? Councilor Aubry, did you wish to speak on this?
It would be basically the same thing. You know, if we could, we're not talking a huge amount of money, but it could become very important with all that's happening.
Councilor Heede.
It is a small amount of money, but it isn't being requested, and at this time, I don't think we should do it.
Any other councilors? I'm not seeing hands. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Councilor Franco?
So with the 87,000 that they requested and the explanation we've heard as to why there might be a decrease, are they anticipating additional expenses due to the situation at hand? And how are they getting funds to pay for those additional expenses if there are any?
Mr. Mansfield?
Great questions. First, I'll say that the slight reduction in the number is due to a slight reduction in the population as reported to us by the Connecticut Department of Public Health. So although the per capita rate is the same, the dollar amount is a bit smaller. Secondly, we are reallocating our staff, our resources to address COVID-19. For instance, our environmental health team that typically does a lot of routine work that's required under the Connecticut Public Health Code and the Connecticut general statutes have been repurposed and reassigned as necessary. We haven't had to hire any additional staff at this point in time. We are fully staffed. We have 24 full-time individuals. Probably half of them are doing nothing but COVID-19 at this point in time. And it's recognized that some routine duties simply won't happen. How do we expect to get reimbursed? That's another really, really good question. We're tracking all of our time, all of our materials, everything we spend money on related to COVID-19 with the intention of submitting for reimbursement through the FEP funding stream, which is the Public Health Emergency Preparedness funding stream that we get through the Department of Public Health. We've been informed that money is available and we have to track our expenses very closely. So we're hoping to see full reimbursement at the end of this pandemic, but we're never counting on that, and we'll be okay if we don't receive it. We have significant funds in reserve for public health emergencies. We have line items specifically for this, so we're prepared even if the funding doesn't come through.
Thank you, and I absolutely appreciate and admire everything you're doing during this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other hands. Councilor Melendez.
I will be supporting Councilor Bumgardner's amended figure. This is the account that is most directly addressing our current situation, and I know they're not requesting it, but he did mention that some routine duties might have to be sacrificed. So I think we should go with the higher number.
Is it appropriate for me to address Councilor Bumgardner's new move number?
Is that Mr. Mansfield speaking?
Yes, it is. Sorry.
Yes.
So just so everyone understands the budget process for Ledgelight Health District, it's a bit different than municipalities. My board of directors, which has representation from the town and city of Groton, actually sets our budget, and we present it to our member municipalities. I believe we did it this year in November, so they can obviously put it into their budget and make any adjustments, or give feedback to the representatives on my board for whether or not they think the budget should be increased or decreased. So the number that I forwarded to you is what my board of directors have approved as a budget, and the number for Groton is what we're requesting. If, and I just want to be completely honest, it's what we're asking for is what we need at this point in time, and I very much appreciate the offer. But if you do move a different number, it will have to go back to Legislate Health District, and we will have to redo our votes and so forth. So we don't pad our numbers at all. That is what we need to do our job. So I just wanted to provide that clarification. Thanks.
So then if we would provide more than the requested amount, it creates a problem for your accounting?
No, it doesn't. Honestly, I've never been asked that question in my 23 years. So I appreciate the sentiment. I believe it will mean I have to bring it back to my board of directors for a special vote to amend our budget. We don't pass it formally until April. So it won't be a problem to do it. It will set a precedent, I think, district-wide. I know it will be the first time that we've ever gotten something that we hadn't requested. I don't know what that means for our overall budget, other than it will be a little bit bigger than it was before. But I don't see it as a problem, but I did want to explain the rationale.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm prepared to support Councilor Bumgardner's number as well, and I'm not seeing any further discussion, so I'm just waiting, because sometimes hands go up at the last minute and I don't want to cut anybody off. All right, then we will vote on the first amended figure for account 10840. The amount is $287,983. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. We have Melendez, Bumgardner, Aubrey, Granatowski. Opposed? Zeppieri?
Opposed.
Franco? Heede? I thought I saw a fourth.
And Parker.
And Parker. And we have one abstention or recusal. So we have 4 in favor, 4 opposed, so that motion fails. So we are back to the original number, which is $285,160. I see no hands, so all those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye, Parker.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Mansfield. Thank you for all your work. I think you have the full support of the council, and we wish you well in your endeavors.
Thank you very much. And if anybody has any specific questions, you can always get me on my cell phone. I'm happy to talk to you anytime. We're pretty much working 24/7 these days, except for a little sleep here and there. Have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
Madam Mayor, I just want to make sure you have my abstention on that last vote.
Yes, we've got that. Thank you. Moving on to the staff has that we had 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention or recusal.
Yes.
And that was Bordelon. We are on to VNA School Health. This is line 10841, and this is Councilor Zeppieri, I believe.
In the item 10841 VNA School Health, I move that we appropriate $1,081,278.
Second.
Second, Franco.
Moved by Zeppieri, seconded by Franco.
May I speak?
Yes, please, Mr. Burt, thank you.
We do not have someone from VNA in attendance, but this is a flat budget request, no increase, and it's based on the number of hours reported by the school on what they need for nursing services. So it's really dictated by the school's request. And again, if there's no change in budget.
Thank you. I have no questions on this. Anyone not seeing any questions? So we will vote on 10841 in the amount of $1,081,278. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye, Parker.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. Councilor Bumgardner, we are back to you for line 10842 VNA Health Promotions. I'll let you move that, please.
Yes, I'd like to move the number for VNA Health Promotion of $32,708. So moved.
Second.
I don't know who seconded that, I'm sorry. Heede, thank you. Again, I believe, Mr. Burt, do you have anything on this for us, or are we good? This is flat. Is this flat as well?
It's actually a slight reduction.
decreased.
It's about $1,100 reduction.
Right. Okay, I'm not seeing questions. Oh, I see a question. Councilor Bordelon. You're muted, Councilor Bordelon.
My computer. I just think we should go in at the ask amount on this. I'd like to make a motion to move the number back to the.
This is the requested amount.
Oh wait, I mixed my numbers up. I'm on the wrong line. Hold on. Never mind. Disregard. I moved my paper down.
I see no further hands. Seeing none, we will vote on 10842 in the amount of $32,708. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. We are on to 10843, and this is, I believe, Councilor Parker, correct? Groton Ambulance?
Yes, it is. I move the number $52,976.
$52,976 moved by Parker and seconded by, I'm sorry, I didn't catch. Franco, thank you. Mr. Burt, do we have anyone from Groton Ambulance here?
Yes, the president is on. Well, I saw him a second. Yes, Chet Kanicki. He should be on. Do you hear us, Mr. Kanicki?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Would you like to speak to your request, sir?
I would. I wish I knew that the whole world was going to fall apart when I put in my request, but we did not. So we are asking for the same amount that we did last year, and we've been using that money to fund a lot of community outreach programs. One of our biggest one has been the car seat checking for the residents and visitors of Groton. We've been extremely busy with that. Given the fact of COVID-19 popping up, we've had to temporarily suspend that. But our main focus now is purchasing PPE for our people and changing the way we've done business entirely. So this has been a learning experience for everybody. But we are on track to answer all the calls that Groton can give us. We have been doing very well so far, but we're waiting for the other shoe to drop. But for right now, we are feeling pretty good, but who knows what's going to happen come tomorrow or the next day. So if anybody has any specific questions, I'd be more than happy to answer those.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Kanicki. Councilor Heede, please.
Yes, I'm muted. Let's see. I am.
No, you're good.
I noticed that the overtime increased from 148,000 up to 204,000. That's a 27% increase of $56,000. Can you speak to that, please?
Yes, because we had to increase our staffing to answer the number of calls that we've been experiencing. We had to do it overtime due to the fact that we can't find qualified EMTs despite doing numerous hirings. And it's either that or we aren't available if somebody calls 911, and we don't want to put ourselves in that position or the residents and visitors of Groton in that position.
Councilor Heede, does that answer your question?
Yes, I'm back on mute. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Councilor Parker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This has been consistent requests for the last several years, correct? Mr.
Yes.
Kanicki?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Yes.
Councilor Franco, did I see a hand? Councilor Franco?
I'm sorry, yes, I'm sorry. So you're asking for a flat, and let me just ask you, how have your expenses increased during the crisis that's going on at this moment?
Exponentially, to be honest with you. We've had to find different ways to acquire PPE for our people. We've had to change our facilities to add a washer and dryer because after every suspected call, we're having our people come, and instead of bringing our laundry out to a third party, we need to have it done right here. So we had the added expense of that and the added expense of the staffing to meet the needs of the town and areas.
I would like to thank you for everything you're doing, and having to deal with everything you're dealing with. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Councilor Bordelon.
Thank you. I can second exactly what Councilor Franco is stating. As someone else that also works in the healthcare field, I'm still going in, and it's not fun to be on the front line. So I appreciate what you guys are doing, and know if I have to call that you're there. Looking at these numbers, since they've stayed flat, and we know in areas where we need to decrease in medical services, there's a need for an increase. Where and what are you anticipating for overage costs that you're going to be anticipating? Do you have any ballpark numbers?
Ballpark, no. I just received an email on how to roughly calculate the amount of PPE that you can plan to go through. However, that's untested. I would say that we would probably see an increase due to COVID alone, probably about 40 to 45% increase in funds that we need. However, if we don't get those, we're just going to have to cut back on some of the community service things we do. We had already been in talks with the senior center about offering quarterly classes to the residents. We've been involved with a special task group that the police and the senior center are putting on, dealing with people on the spectrum and people with dementia and Alzheimer's. So a lot of those community outreach programs are probably going to be affected, but we are looking to cut back in other ways in case we don't get any other funding. The problem that we're running into also is reimbursement because we're not part of a municipality, we're not part of a federal program, we're a nonprofit organization. So pretty much everything we have coming in goes out, which I think you guys saw when you reviewed our budget request for the emergency transfer switch, which has been put in and has helped us immensely. So thank you for that.
So my other part to that is, have you guys started to draft any paperwork? Has any paperwork become aware to help with these overage costs, maybe from the state or federal government?
Point of order?
For anything to help with that.
Parker, what is your point of order?
That we're supposed to look at this current number and the budget item currently before us. I know we have other accounts to get through, and we cannot anticipate right now what is going to happen for future.
Point of order is taken. Councilor Parker. Councilor Bordelon, do you have any other questions on this particular line item?
I was just still speaking about this number, looking at the $52,976, and they are going to be anticipating a surge of expenditures just to protect the town of Groton. And I was just trying to see so that we could start to have this in the current budget, looking into the next year at what's going to happen in the fallout, and hoping that they are ready to prepare to take care of us and apply for grants. So I disagree with the point of order, but I will move on.
Thank you. We have Councilor Heede and then Parker.
I've gone through your budget, and some things are down, some things are up, but you also have a vehicle replacement fund or budget. Last year was $130,000. This year it's gone up $230,000. So it increased $100,000. And I just would like to know a little bit more about that, please.
So we're finding out that our ambulances are not lasting as long as they were in the past. We've had some problems with frame rotting due to the being driven out in the snow. Well, not this past year, but we are using our ambulances more, and therefore their life expectancy has been cut short. And if we don't have ambulances, we can't answer calls. So we have had to plan ahead and replace them earlier than expected.
Excuse me, sir. That is a separate line item. That is CIP 60. So we're going to talk about that when we get to that point in the budget. Councilor Heede, did you have anything else on this particular line item?
No, my apologies. I was.
That's okay. Councilor Parker.
No, nothing. Never mind. Thank you.
Okay. I'm looking, Mr. Burt, are you seeing any other hands?
I am not.
Okay, so then we are going to vote on Groton Ambulance 10843 in the amount of $52,976. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hands.
Aye.
Aye, Parker.
Aye.
Any opposed? 0 opposed. Any abstentions? 0 abstentions. That passes unanimously. 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. Thank you, Mr. Kanicki.
Thank you.
We are on to 10845. And this will be Councilor Franco, I believe, service agencies.
I make a motion to move $72,500 for account 10845 service agencies.
Moved by Franco. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Franco, seconded by Bordelon.
Can I speak real quick?
So this is a whole series of items. And Mr. Burt, could you just tell us very briefly about how we arrive at this number?
Sure. This year, what we did was we actually just kept everybody flat where they were for last year's approval. So no going down. They're exactly where they're at for next year. We do have many people in the queue that are available from these agencies to speak, but I would request that we not just open it up to give an overview. Only if you have any particular questions, you just ask the questions, because if we do an overview for each one, we'll be significantly over time.
So just as a quick overview for the people watching at home, various agencies submit applications to a committee within town staff.
We did not do that this year.
Okay.
I had notified the council that we just kept them steady.
So we kept the same accounts
Yeah.
as last year, and
Yeah.
we held the line on them just to keep it fair.
Right.
Very good. Councilor Zeppieri.
I noticed that the adjusted budget for 2020 was $62,500 for this category. It's now $72,500, a $10,000 increase.
Yeah, I can tell you what that's about. That's in the executive line item, the council's line budget. The Thames River taxi, the Thames River Heritage Park, the taxi service, that was under the last few years under the council budget. However, that was meant to be a short-term thing, and now that it's become a longer-term thing, it was more appropriate in this section. So it just moved 10,000 from one budget to this budget. And there is that same 10,000 reduction in that budget showing.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We have Councilor Parker and then Aubrey.
When I can,
Councilor Parker.
Aubrey.
Councilor Parker, you had raised your hand. Councilor Aubrey, you're up.
Yes, I'll have to abstain because I am on the board for Always Home Incorporated, but I'm hoping that maybe there might be somebody else that would be willing to raise the Sexual Assault Crisis Center by $1,000. That's just so you would know, that's for children. That's not for adults, that's for children. And it's something that really does not have enough attention.
Okay, we have people, the hands keep changing. I look and I look again, and it's different people now. So we have Bumgardner, Heede, and Bordelon.
So if we'd like to move the number on multiple items, what is the proper process to go through that?
Thank you.
We already have one number on the floor. So what you should do is adjust the total number and then specify what you're interested in, and that direction would go to Mr. Burt. Is that acceptable, Mr. Burt?
Yes.
All right, so if possible, I'm going to run down the summary. So on page 24 on section A, where it's there's the summary of outside agencies.
Councilor Bumgardner, may I interrupt for a second? Are you intending to make an amendment, sir?
Yes.
Okay, if you could give us the number first, and then I'll ask for your rationale, and then you could go through whatever you want to outline.
All right, so let me back up a little bit. So just to be clear, I know there was a motion on the floor and an amended motion on the floor. The motion on the floor.
No, there's only one motion on the floor right now, and that's the main motion.
Okay, so
So Councilor Obrey, when she stated that she would like to increase funding for the Sexual Assault Crisis Center of Eastern Connecticut, she did not make a motion?
No.
I didn't know if it would be appropriate, so I'll have to ask the manager if what his feeling is.
I thought that's where you were going, Councilor Bumgardner.
Yeah, so there was so I'd like to make a motion. So there's a requested amount that they have for $1,100, and that's $100 reduction from what the manager proposed, about $100 of a reduction. So I'd like to move the number for $1,100, which is the requested amount from the Sexual Assault Crisis Center of Eastern Connecticut.
Could you please give us a total? So take whatever amount you would like to add and add it to the total, since we've already started in that format, please.
So it would be 1,100.
72,600.
73,600?
72,600. Because he just did 100. He just put it back to the request, I believe. Is that right, Councilor Bumgardner?
Correct.
Okay.
So Councilor Bumgardner is moving 72,600 as his first amendment. Is there a second? I will second it for purposes of discussion. Councilor Bumgardner, did you wish to talk anything further on that item?
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, sir.
No.
Okay, very good. So we have Councilor Heede and then Bordelon.
As I look at this, all of these are really important organizations that we're currently funding. But I think it's also contingent upon them to raise money on their own. And I don't think that this is a good year for us to increase the numbers. This is, the first amended motion is $100 difference. You know, even if you went up to the fully requested number, it's a small number, but I think we need to look at every dollar. Thank you.
We have Councilor Bordelon and then Zeppieri.
Thank you. This is a tough line items. I mean, people don't want raises, and we don't want taxes to go up. I have some questions, and I'm calculating my numbers still. Looking at the Children's Symphony Orchestra, which I'm in full support of the arts, did they go this year, and could that money be moved into 2021? That's one question. And the Thames Heritage Park, I don't want to cut that because I'm in full support of that, but when is that slot slated to open, and are people going to be able to get that close on the boats with the current state? This might not be over until it's pulled again. So I'm concerned that's the requested amount was $15,000 between those two items, but then when you look at the town manager's number, it's $13,893. I hear the concerns and the cries from Councilor Obrey for more help with the sexual assault for children. I think right now, from everything I'm reading, from just my studies of working with Ledgely Health District and things, we are in a state of crisis. We are going to see alcoholism rates go up, drug addiction rates, domestic disputes, violence. The DCF you're going to see a decline in numbers because children aren't in school, but the behaviors are still happening at home. I guess before I can come to a fine number, I'm just curious, if they didn't go to the symphony orchestra this year, can that number be saved for 2021?
I can allow, I think it's, I've got
Mr.
someone,
Bailey?
Caleb Bailey, I can allow to talk.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bailey, for joining us.
No problem. Thanks so much for your work and for convening digitally. So to answer your question, we did have to postpone our originally scheduled April 21st Young People's Concerts, for which we received funding last year, I believe in the number of $38.93. And to the question about whether or not we're postponing, we are hoping to hold these on May 19th. But of course, that remains to be seen if it's possible, given that schools will be, if and when they come back into session in person to person, they will probably be overrun with lots of back work that they need to do and catch up with. So it's very much a moving target, but if we don't have the YPCs this year, we're more than happy to carry the funding over to next year.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey.
Thank you.
Councilor Zeppieri?
I wasn't done, with all due respect, Mayor Granatowski, that was answering one piece of my question.
I don't have someone from Thames River, but I believe they open up around Memorial Day, so it's hard to know if they'll open up in time.
Maybe. So I feel, after that response there, then, I feel like we should anticipate that once the schools open up, back up, if they do, that there will be a positive revenue from this year that can be used, which then frees up the manager. They requested $5,000. The manager put in his budget of $3,893. I would like to take that number and use it so that we can effectively use that money in other codes here, other agencies that could be more impacted. I think putting children on buses and putting them in an orchestra type setting in May is probably going to not happen, is my guess, but I could be wrong, especially when you're going out of town and across the bridge. So looking at the numbers here, I think that it would be appropriate to look in the Heritage Park. Once again, we don't know. So if we vote on a number of $10,000 for that, I just had another question, John. If that doesn't open up in time, then can this be modified later, or what would happen?
Once you set it, it's set, but I know they run on a very fine line, and they'll be missing profit earlier. I would not recommend decreasing that amount.
Right. Okay. So looking at that, I would feel comfortable I would like to propose the requested amount numbers. I'd like to make a motion for a number of $83,594.
Are you making a second amendment, Councilor Bordelon?
I am. Yes, please.
There's 2 motions on the floor already.
We can have 3. We have the main and we have a first amendment. So the second amended number, Councilor Bordelon, is what?
$83,594. I'm anticipating that the symphony is not going to happen, and that's counting for $5,000 there. I'd like to move that extra $5,000 where we.
Is there a second for Councilor Bordelon's motion before you go into details, please?
Sorry.
I see no second. Is there a second?
I don't know where she got her number from.
Councilor Bumgardner, are you seconding her motion?
Yes.
Okay, so 83,590, excuse me. We have a second motion on the floor for $83,594, moved by Bordelon and seconded by Bumgardner. Back to Bordelon to justify her rationale.
Okay, so with the current state of crisis and anticipation, I know we've got to save on somewhere, and roads, I'd rather have a bumpy roads than people in crisis. And so this is where I feel this is where we need to make strong decisions. I feel that $5,000 that was originally anticipated for the symphony, we could put 1,000 of that into the sexual assault, like Councilor Aundré recommended, and then the other 4,000. Arc of New London County serves our disabled adults, a lot of people that I know in the community. Once again, it's an outside service, but because we do not have a service in town, people utilize that service for full-time care for their disabled children or loved ones. And that has been zeroed out from $2,000. So I'd like to resurrect that money, that $2,000 back. So that makes it 3. So 1,000 going to the sexual assault, 2,000 going back and bringing back the funds, because right now more than ever, school is out. Children with disabilities their parents are having trouble finding care for their students and adults. And I feel that is our due diligence. That I feel that we should try to support where we can. So that brings that to 3,000. That relieves 2,000 remaining. I think Meals on Wheels right now is another critical code under this. Right now, people are standing in lines and need food. I think it's not in our best interest to zero that out. They requested $24,634. The manager cut them about $2,000. I say the remaining goes into Meals on Wheels. That would be my proposed request to the council. Thank you.
So we have quite a few people waiting to speak. So we have Councilors Zeppieri, Melendez, and Franco.
First of all, there's the first amendment that was made was seconded by Councilor Aundré. The amendment was made particularly to fund an organization that she recused herself from voting for, only because she's on the board of directors of that organization, and then she seconded it.
No, Councilor Zeppieri,
think
that's not correct. That's not correct, Councilor Zeppieri. It was the first amendment was made by, can someone please silence their device? It was
sorry,
made,
it's a clock in the room.
oh, okay.
No,
It was made by Bumgardner and I seconded it. Councilor Aubrey did not move.
Oh, I heard her second, but that's
No,
her.
she did not.
The increases that are being suggested in both of the motions for amendment are increases that have no substantiated basis. We're going to vote on an increase of funding to different agencies wholly because we feel that they may need more money, but we don't know what they need, and we haven't heard from them as to what they need. This is sort of a presumptive way of doing business. It also is a shift in, as we started out this day, we were appreciative of the economic crisis that everyone's in, and we're trying to keep taxes down. And now we're hearing repeated motions to elevate taxes, to elevate our expenditures, and by doing that, elevate taxes. I think we should look at what we're doing, and if we're going to appropriate more funds than have been asked for, know specifically what those funds are to be used for. In this case, we don't. I think we should stay with the original motion and try to get this done at a minimum increase in taxes and a minimum increase in expenditures. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Zeppieri. We're on to Councilor Melendez.
Hello?
Yes, you're up, Councilor Melendez.
I just wanted to say I will be supporting the manager's numbers. However, I do support the moving of the Eastern Connecticut Symphony number and dispersing it amongst other agencies.
Councilor Franco.
I would support the town manager's number, and I'm not quite understanding Councilor Bordelon's number. She increased it by $11,094, and I don't know exactly where she's putting that. And the 5,000 she wants to take away from the symphony, actually what was allocated to them was $3,893. So some of these, I'm not quite understanding what her request was, although I don't support the number as a whole to begin with. And to go forward, I think this is an account that previously, year after year, we have sat on this account as a whole for an enormous amount of time, because these are things that are near and dear to many people's hearts. And they mean a lot to our community. But I would like to take what the town manager has recommended, his best judgment, and I would like to go with that. Thank you.
I'm going to speak now as well. I agree that these are accounts that are near and dear to everybody's hearts, and these people are doing good work in the community, and we do appreciate that. I will be supporting the manager's number as well. Are there any other councilors who haven't spoken yet that wish to speak? Councilor Bordelon, keeping in mind we are at 12:07. You're up.
Thank you. My numbers come from the requested amount from the agencies. On 182, I have trouble that the ARC of New London County requested $2,000 and we zeroed it out. And I have trouble with UCFS Behavioral Health Services that requested $4,000 and we're giving them nothing. And I still feel that those numbers could be, I could support another number possibly. As Councilor Zeppieri stated, I was anticipating problems in these areas was my reason to move them, but we're so comfortable with leaving money sitting in, we don't know if the Heritage Park is going to move or how much. So I'm comfortable with leaving that. I just feel that we cannot zero out ARC of New London County and behavioral health services when we're in a state of a crisis, when things go up like that. I think it's important that we do fund those. I mean, I would be willing to retract my number and recommend another number to support putting some money in those other accounts, which would still be a little bit above the manager's number, and also take into account Councilor Audrey's request to put more for the sexual assault crisis of Eastern Connecticut line. So,
Any other counselors wish to speak at this?
so I'm asking for formality purposes. What may I do? Can I retract my number and move another number?
So keep in mind that there's a thing such as frivolous motion, so the number has to be enough of a difference between the other numbers that are on the floor. We currently have 3 numbers on the floor. We have 72,500 on the floor, 72,600 on the floor, and $83,594.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Voting, excuse me. We will be voting, excuse me, Councilor Bordelon. We will be voting on the second number first, which is the $83,000 number, which is an increase. If you withdraw that motion, the second would also have to withdraw their motion, at which time there would be room on the floor for another number. Keep in mind that the number should not be a frivolous motion. So anticipate that before you make your decision. Any other counselors wish to speak while she is debating? Councilor Bumgardner.
Mayor Granatowski, did you account for my rescinding of my motion?
I did not hear you rescind your motion.
I did, and yes.
I did not hear that because I need to rescind my second, so I would have heard it if you had. So are you withdrawing your motion?
Yes.
Councilor Bumgardner is withdrawing his motion for 72,600, and I will withdraw my second. So we are back to the main motion and a first amended motion on the floor. Keeping in mind we are at 12:10. Councilor Franco. Councilor Franco, you're muted.
Is there a way for us to go to the town manager's number, back to that number after we vote maybe on this, and just move a number from maybe the symphony to somewhere else?
Would you like to make a motion, Councilor Franco?
I'd like to just motion for the town manager's number and remove the symphony number of $3,893.
So can you give me a number, please? I need a number, please.
But it's the original number of 72,500.
Right. That's already on the floor. That's the main motion.
So the main motion, I'm asking, can we adjust the numbers inside without changing the total number?
So you're asking for us to vote the manager's number and provide direction to the manager to reallocate the funds within the 72,500?
Yes, please.
Is there objection to that? Mr. Burt, are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
So we need clarification where we want that money to. Okay. I hate to do this because this is going to open up stuff. Councilor Parker, I'm sorry.
Continue, I'm sorry.
Councilor Franco and then Parker.
I would be comfortable allowing the town manager to move those numbers where he sees fit. Is that possible?
I'm fine with that as well. Councilor Parker?
Considering that this is happening for next year's budget, we do not know what's going to happen as previously stated. But Symphony and all these other ones are for next year's budget, not this year's current budget, which has already been established. We are deciding for next year's budget. So next summer, or fall, I should say, spring and fall is when the symphony and other things are happening. So this is a new thing that's starting in July. So we're making a decision on stuff that happens July 1st to June 30th of the following year of 2021. So I am happy with the town manager's number as stated or as printed.
And I am comfortable voting the manager's number and giving him discretion to adjust the numbers based on our conversations here today. I see no further hands, so we will vote on the second amended motion, $83,594. All those in favor?
Was there a second on that?
On what?
It's the existing one though.
This is the.
Oh, no,
this
she's
is
not
the.
doing a motion. They're doing the 83,954. Okay, we're
Yes.
set.
So 83,594. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. I see one in favor. Bumgardner.
Can you say the number again? I thought you were coming
It's
back.
your number, $83,594.
Right, and I had asked for you to come back.
All those in favor, we have a motion on the floor.
But you never came back to
We
me.
are voting on $83,594. All those in favor, I have Councilor Bumgardner so far. Anyone else in favor?
Point of order.
We are in the middle of a vote.
Right,
All
my
those
hand was
opposed?
up. My hand was up. And
Opposed?
you said by Portia, Councilor Bordelon deliberates on her number, you would
Opposed,
come
Heede
back.
is opposed.
I'm opposed.
Franco is opposed.
Opposed, Parker.
Franco, Heede, Parker. One in favor, 3 opposed, abstentions?
No, I voted Mayor, I voted in favor of the motion.
I disagree
Okay.
with the vote. I think it
All
needs
right,
to restart.
I am going to call a roll call vote
Thank you.
on the motion that is on the floor.
I still feel overlooked.
Excuse
Thank you.
me, Councilor Bordelon.
So my hand was up and I was not come back to make another
Councilor
number.
Zeppieri, are you in favor or opposed to $83,594?
Opposed.
Councilor Franco,
Opposed.
Unbelievable.
Councilor Melendez,
Opposed.
Councilor Bumgardner,
Yes.
Councilor Heede,
Opposed.
Councilor Aubry,
He's
Councilor Aubry?
He's abstaining, I believe.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's right, thank you. Councilor Bordelon,
Yes.
Councilor Parker,
Opposed,
and I am opposed as well. So we have 2 in favor, Bumgardner and Bordelon. 6 opposed, Zeppieri, Franco, Melendez, Heede, Parker, and Granatowski, and 1 abstention, Aubry. That motion fails. We are back to the main motion on the floor of $72,500. Is there discussion on this motion? I see Bordelon and Franco.
Yes, I'd like to put another number on the floor.
For account 10845, your number is?
Well, looking at that, the manager's number is 72,500. I'd like to bring that up to 75,000 even.
You're making a motion for $75,000 for account 10845. Is there a second?
Second.
I'm sorry.
Moved by Bordelon, seconded by Bumgardner. Is there a discussion on the 75,000?
My rationale was to put more funding back where requested funding was asked to support the Arc of New London County, as well as behavioral health services, since we're in a state of a crisis, and making sure, and then moving that symphony money into other accounts like Meals on Wheels, so people can access food, as well as putting 1,000 back towards Councilor Aubry's request for the sexual assault. I think 75 is a fair compromise from the manager's budget of 72,500. Thank you.
Councilor Heede.
I just want to clarify with the manager, we have not funded ARC or behavioral services in the past. Is that correct?
I can't say further past. I just say that for this year, we did not. I don't have-
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilor Zeppieri.
I'd like to make an amended number.
We have, give me a second here. We have the main motion, and we have, that one failed. We have first amendment. Councilor Zeppieri, keep in mind that it should not be a frivolous motion, so there should be enough of a difference between the numbers.
Yes.
Okay, Councilor Zeppieri, what is your motion?
Motion is for $68,607. And that
Could
is
you repeat that, please?
$68,607. And that motion simply.
Is there a second, please? There is no second, Councilor Zeppieri. Is Is there any other
I
discussion?
didn't have the opportunity to explain what the motion was for.
We need a second in order to do that. I will second for purposes of discussion. Councilor Zeppieri, go ahead with your rationale.
The rationale is that we have been requested to provide $72,500. It seems that the amount for the symphony is not needed during this year and will not be needed. And by removing $3,893, the amount allocated for the Eastern Connecticut Symphony, which incidentally is very dear to my heart, we come up with $68,607, which is the motion that I've made.
Councilor Franco.
I would support that. And I would hope that maybe we can just come to a consensus here because as usual, we take a long time on this because it's near and dear to all of our hearts and we all want to help with everything. But we are dealing with small numbers and I don't know how else to say it, but some of these are just very small numbers and I think we just should try and come to a consensus here. Thank you.
Can I speak?
Councilor Melendez? Councilor Melendez, you're muted.
Actually, I have a question. If I'm a member of Children First Groton, is that a conflict of interest?
No, you serve as the liaison for the council.
Okay, thank you.
Bearing in mind what Councilor Franco just said.
Can I speak?
I'm sorry?
Can I say something?
Yes, please.
Okay, if you are going to consider the 72.5 at some point, I just think it's good for you to know up front what I would be thinking for changes, if you're interested.
Yes, go for it.
Okay, I would reduce the symphony by $38.93. I would add 1,000 onto the ARC, 1,000 onto the behavioral health services, and let's see, 1,000 onto sexist. Hold on, I just lost track. Sorry, let me look at this again. Okay. 1,000 on the ARC, 1,000 on the behavioral, 1,000 on the sexual assault, and 893 on the Meals on Wheels.
Thank you. Councilor Heede?
I just want to caution everyone that once you add money to these things, it's very difficult to remove it. Current discussion point, or isn't it?
Councilor Zeppieri?
I need not speak. I defer to Conrad Heede's comments.
Thank you. Councilor Melendez, I'm sorry, Councilor Bumgardner. Councilor Bumgardner, are you raising your hand?
Yes. Just to clarify, the numbers you came up with, John, is that reflective of the changes Councilor Zeppieri supported?
No, it would.
Councilor Zeppieri's motion?
What was his motion? It would be, there was the original motion of 72,500, which, and then people are talking about allowing me the authority to allocate as needed. So I wanted people to know how I would allocate if I remove the symphony.
The mayor, the manager's request, the numbers he just mentioned are reflective of the 72,500, which is the main motion on the floor. Does that answer your question, Councilor Bumgardner?
So whose motion was for the 75,000? That would be Councilor Bordelon, correct?
Yes, we have three motions on the floor. We have the original motion of 72.5. We have a first amended of 75,000, and we have a second amended of 68,607. We have Councilor Melendez who wishes to speak.
I support the 72,500 with the manager's plans to reallocate the Eastern Connecticut Symphony money.
I'm sorry, what about that?
I support I support 72,500 with the manager's plans to reallocate the $3,893 from the Eastern Connecticut Symphony.
We have been on this account for a very long time, and I would ask us to come to some kind of agreement here. I'm going to call for the vote on the second amended figure of 68,607. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
In favor, we have Zeppieri, Franco, and Heede. Opposed?
Parker.
hand, please, and say aye. I may say
Parker.
Melendez, Parker,
Bordelon.
Bumgardner, Bordelon, Granatowski, abstention, Aubrey, correct? We have 3 in favor, 5 opposed, 1 abstention. That motion fails. We are back to the first amended number. This is 75,000. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Bumgardner, Bordelon, opposed,
Aye.
Aye.
abstentions. That motion fails with 2 in favor, Bumgardner, Bordelon, and 1 abstention, Aubrey. We are back to the main motion, which is 72,500. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
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 Parker.
Zeppieri.
Aye.
Franco. Melendez. Heede. Parker. Granatowski. Opposed, please raise your hand. Bumgardner and Bordelon, and abstention is Aubrey. That motion passes. 6 in favor, 2 opposed, Bumgardner, Bordelon, 1 abstention, Aubrey. Thank you very much. We are on to marine sewage disposal. And this is Councilor Franco, I believe. It's been so long. Councilor Franco, I think you are up for this one.
I just did the last one, but I'll do it if you'd like.
Yeah, please, if you don't mind. If you have it handy, that would be great.
Sure. Marine sewage disposal, 10847 account. Make the motion for the amount of $19,980.
Thank you.
Parker seconds.
Franco, and seconded by Parker. And this is holding steady from the prior years. Councilor Heede?
Just looking for the page number, please.
We are back on page 181, and this is where all the cost centers are listed out. It's the easiest one to see the actual numbers. If you need the narrative, it's in Appendix A.
And I do think this is a needed service, and I appreciate it being held steady.
Thank you. I see no discussion. All those in favor of 10847 in the amount of $19,980, please say aye.
Parker, aye.
Opposed? 1 opposed, Bordelon. Abstention? None. That passes. 8 in favor, 1 opposed, Bordelon, 0 abstentions. We are on to 10848, Mystic River Ambulance, and this will be Councilor Heede.
I'll make a motion for $25,000.
Second.
Who was the second, please?
Zep.
Moved by Heede and seconded by Zeppieri. And this is held steady from our contribution from last year. It is less, however, than the requested amount. Mr. Burt, did you wish to speak?
We do have Michael Gilman available to speak if you want to, if you have questions. As we're, in the state we're in, I want to give every chance to him to speak.
Correct. Mr. Gilman, would you like to address the council?
What page did you say we were on? I lost my place.
If you go to 181.
Thank you.
Mr. Burt, I can't get him unmuted.
I think he's okay right now.
There.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Gilman, thank you for joining us.
Okay, first I want to thank you for having this virtual meeting. I know that nobody wants to get together. And to point out that I am a full disclosure, a full-time employee with the Town of Groton Police Department at the Dispatch Center. I just want to get that out of the way. So we asked for 38.5, which is what we asked for Stonington last year and this year. We try to keep both towns the same, and what we use that money for is to go into our new ambulance account to replace our ambulances. However, this year, it's challenging with the COVID-19. Like,
This is something that no one's ever dealt with before in our lifetime. And so far in 1 week, we've spent $5,000 in PPE, personal protective equipment, and we do not know how much that we're going to end up, just like Groton ambulance. We don't know what we're going to end up spending.
Are there questions for Mr. Gilman? Councilor Franco?
I have a question for Mr. Burt.
Mm-hmm.
On the Mr. River ambulance, do we pay their health insurance?
No.
We don't. They're not part of the town anywhere that we pay insurance on them?
They pay their own, same as Groton ambulance.
Thank you.
Councilor Aubrey, did you raise your hand?
Yes, I'd like to put a number on for $30,000. I think there are
One
going to.
second, please.
Oops, sorry.
So there's a first amendment.
Second,
Okay.
Parker.
You said 30,000, Councilor Aubrey,
Correct.
and seconded by Parker. Councilor Aubrey, your rationale, please.
I think that they're going to have expenses that they have not had any plans for, and this may help a little bit. I would like to make it more with what's happening, but hopefully the federal government and the state government will come in. But in the interim, I think we should raise this to at least $30,000.
Councilor Parker, did you wish to speak? Given your
Yes, I second, so we can have discussion. But I want to remind everyone, this is for next year's budget. Currently, they're in the budget now during this crisis. We won't know anything until June 30th, 2020, when everything comes forward. The ambulance, the nurses, everyone that's involved on the front line, first responders, will be affected by this because they're trying to keep everything safe during this crisis, or have to go out to protect us. Please, ambulance, everyone. So we will have to wait and see, but we're not going to see it until the fourth quarter of this current budget season. This is only for next year's budget beginning July 1st, 2020. Thank you.
Councilor Heede?
Okay, Councilor Parker made my point.
Thank you. Councilor Bordelon, did you wish to speak?
Yep, looking at this, I would like to increase it as well, like Councilor Aubrey has stated, but we just did the Groton ambulances request, and we left them at the same number as the previous year, so it just wouldn't be, if they need it, so doesn't the other group. So I would have to probably support the manager's number on this.
So we have two motions on the floor. We have the original number of 25,000 and a first amended motion of 30,000. We will be voting the 30,000 first. I see no other hands, so we will vote on 30,000. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Councilor Aubrey?
Aye.
Bordelon? Bumgardner? Opposed?
Okay.
Zeppieri, Franco, Melendez, Heede, Granatowski. Abstention? Parker? Parker, are you opposed or abstained?
Abstained.
5 opposed, 1 abstention. Parker, that motion fails. We are back to the main motion on the floor, $25,000. All those in favor, please
Aye.
say aye.
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 Opposed? 1, okay, wait, I need the opposed, please. Opposed, Parker?
No. I said
Okay.
aye to 25,000.
All right, are there any opposed to 25,000? Are there any abstain? That motion passes unanimously, 9-0-0. Thank you, Mr. Gilman. We are on to 10849. And I believe we are at Councilor Aubrey.
Oh, sure. I just lost my page.
We're on page, you go to 181, we're good.
Yeah, I'm trying to get there.
Okay, this is Mystic Noink Library.
I'll move the number that's on the line. How's that?
You want me to move it?
Please.
I'll move 115,000 for 10849 Mystic Noink Library. Is there a second?
Second, Franco.
Moved by Granatowski, seconded by Franco. Mr. Burt, I'm not sure who's here.
Karen Wall is here. Would you?
Karen Wall?
Yes. She should be, oh, hold on, she needs to be unmuted. She should be able to speak. Karen, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you for attending, Ms. Wall. Would you like to make your case?
Sure. First of all, I'd like to thank John and Lisa and the council and everyone who's made this possible, as well as the other two Groton libraries. This has been a really trying time for all of us, and I appreciate having them and the collegial support that we give each other. And I'd also like to thank all our supporters who wrote in. I know you were inundated with letters. My request represents a couple of things. I've been trying to tie my request. Of course, you know that we're supported by the towns of Groton and Stonington. We're very appreciative of that support. However, a few years ago, we sustained a rather significant hit as a result of an error. And that was about a $60,000 reduction that we've been trying to recoup ever since. So this will help us achieve that, part way anyway. And the other thing I've been trying to do is to tie our requests to the two towns to some sort of formula. And I was able to do that this year. The way I arrived at this number of $152,000 is that I took our current year's budget and just added an operational increase of 2%, bringing it to $790. And then we have three sources of income, basically. We've got the two towns, we've got our investment account, and we have our fundraising efforts. So I took the total amount of money and I divided it in three because that's fairly sustainable for us. And back years ago, I think that was the model that we used. So 1/3 of the 790 equals about 263,500 for each 1/3. I then took that and I tied it to the cardholder percentages from the two towns. And that roughly equals about $111,000 for Stonington and about $152,000 for Groton. I submitted my request to Stonington, and thus far it's been supported by both the Board of Finance and the First Select Woman. That's going to vote in early April. So I'm hopeful that you will also support this request. I know that it doesn't recoup the entire amount that we lost a few years ago, but it will help us greatly with our operational costs because we've been able to manage, but my staff is working extra hard. I haven't added any people. They're paid well below the state recommended minimum. Of course, we pay all of our own utilities and our own buildings and grounds. We have a huge slew of volunteers that we count on, and we do a lot of grants and fundraising. Finally, I just want to say I'm appreciative of your position too, and who would have known when we put our budgets together what would happen. And I just want to say I sat in on the meeting on Thursday night, the public hearing, and I heard your message loud and clear. Going forward, it's going to be a whole new ball game, and we are prepared to mobilize to help our population with job searching, both economic and emotional support. We're just needing to find new ways to do that, and we've been doing that in a virtual way. I've already got my board mobilized to reach out into the community, to find experts, to hook them up with people who need advice on finding a job. And I've got our staff mobilized, thinking of ways that we can help the people in the community with the devastating economic impact that this coronavirus is leveled against us. That's my piece. And I just want to say thank you very much. I'm appreciative for any support that you give us. And you guys are doing yeoman's work.
I'm sorry, I muted myself. Councilor Perry, you're up.
Did you call on me?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
And Councilor Aubry will follow.
If Karen is still on the phone, I'd like to know, I understand that they've closed the library essentially with the pandemic. You there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
We've closed, the library is closed essentially. You're giving away some books and you're asking people not to leave any off. I saw your last letter on the internet. Have you furloughed any of the librarians? Have you done anything since you're not operating in a normal fashion, have you done anything to reduce your expenses?
I still have, what I've done is I haven't furloughed anyone. My understanding is that in order to take advantage of the emergency assistance, we would need to still pay our staff, which I had been doing because although I don't have a full staff in the building, I have a rotating staff still coming in on a very limited basis, so that we're not near each other. And that's so that we can still provide support to our patrons and the staff. So what I do is I have some staff, I only have a staff of about 13 people anyway, and we have 2 floors, so there's plenty of space. What I've done is I've developed a plan to have a rotating amount of staff in the building to answer questions and restock the rotating library and so forth. And then the rest of the staff I have working at home. And what I've done is identify all sorts of projects that they can do at home. Basically things that we've wanted to get to for years and we never have the time to do it. So I've taken full advantage of this time. So they're not home being paid for doing nothing. I am my father's daughter after all.
You said you listened to the meeting on Thursday night and you realized what we're confronted with. Am I still coming through? I'm getting these funny squawks on my...
You sound fine.
I hear you fine and clear.
Okay. At any rate, bearing in mind that we'd like to reduce the amount of drain we put on individuals' personal funds by reducing the tax burden in our expenditures, what could you get along with? What could you get along with if we reduced the $115,000 to something less? What would be a number that you could live with?
You mean below the 115?
Yes.
I don't think we could live below that. We're already going to be looking at a deficit that's going to require us to pull more from our investment account. And we do have a cap on that so that we don't touch the principal. And, everyone's being hit really hard with fundraising requests right now. I would probably have to make reductions.
What kind of reductions would you have to make?
I would probably have to let a staff member go. And it would have to be, significant enough to make a difference.
What do you mean by significant enough to make a difference?
Well,
if you let your lowest paid staff member go, what would that make? What kind of a difference would that make in your expenditures, your needs?
I don't think it, I think the amount of money that I would save wouldn't be enough to, by what I would have to offset by making the rest of the staff cover that person. We're already stretched pretty thin.
May I interject for a moment?
We have Councilor Aubry, Bordelon, and Heede. So Councilor Aubry.
I'm wondering if Joe's looking at the wrong number. We already reduced it from 152 to 115. It's already been reduced, Joe.
I don't think we should direct comments to each other. My feeling is that 150.
Okay, no, I thought you were working with the wrong number. If you're on the right number, keep going.
Okay, thank you.
So, Councilor Zeppieri, have you had your question answered? Because we have other councilors that have questions.
Yes, I have had my question answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Aubry, did you have your hand up to speak?
I just wanted to see if there'd been an error made, that's all.
Okay, we have Councilor Bordelon and then Heede.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming before us, Karen, with your budget. I just want to keep in mind that the manager's number of 115 is not a cut. It's a flat line.
I'm aware of that.
And I know I'm just speaking outward. And I'm looking at, I know in the past you guys were given some type of endowment money. Is there any money that you guys are able to lean on right now in the time of need?
Well, that's the other one. That's one of the other thirds. So that money goes into a carefully managed investment account, and we have a 5% drawdown. So that 5% drawdown would be approximately the same amount of money that I'm hoping to get from the two towns, around the 265.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, we absolutely lean on that.
Okay, and how much do you have in that account currently?
In the total investment account?
Yes.
Right now, it's about I think in round numbers, around $5.6 million.
$5.6 million?
That's right.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Heede.
You're muted, Councilor Heede.
Okay, thank you. My apologies. So full disclosure, I sit on a library board, on the board for the Bill Memorial Library. So, basically I'm saying I support libraries, but this is one of those years where I think we need to be careful with what we're doing. We went in with MBR with the school, and I think we should flatline the libraries as well this year. But I'll also point out that the year prior, we were below last year's number, which was 150 million. And last year, Councilor Zeppieri increased that number, and the council voted to support that increase to 1,000, not million.
That'd be great.
So it's 115,000, right? Exactly. 115,000. This would be the second year that we go in at that number. Again, the year before was lower than that. I'm not sure when your budget was cut, how many years ago that was, but I think you've been able to get along at this number, and I know it's tough and you have to raise money, but I'll be supporting the 115,000.
I understand that. Thank you.
Councilor Bumgardner.
Well, I hope Mido is holding down the fort right now at the Memorial Library, and I hope you're doing well, Karen.
Thank you.
Now, can you again describe the accounting error and when that took place?
Well, my understanding is that back in, I think it was back in fiscal year ending 18, it was and I wasn't there, but from what I can recall, and I believe there's another council member that may have something, some firsthand experience with this, but there was a transcription error which resulted in approximately $60,000 drop. And that was pretty significant. We had been funded up in the 180s up until that point. And at that point it dropped from 188-ish down to 182 down to 122. And then from there, it dropped again the following year. So again, you know, we have worked super hard to maintain the level of services that we provide, but it's just been really hard. I know where you guys are coming from. I put this together before COVID-19 came on, and you know, I'm just trying to balance the sources of income that we get. And I felt like, you know, it worked really well in the past, and we can only do so much fundraising, and we don't want to tap into the principal of that investment account. I think that would be fiscally irresponsible. That's like bouncing your last check, basically. We do have a finance committee that works super hard to manage that account. We pay for all of our own utilities. We pay for all of our own buildings and grounds work. We pay for our own capital stuff. And a lot of that is through fundraising over and above the operational fundraising. I mean, we're having to rebuild our chimney right now. That's about $120,000, and we have fundraised for that, believe it or not. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any councilors who haven't spoke yet that wish to speak? And if not, we'll go back to Councilor Bordelon. Councilor Bordelon.
Thank you. I do appreciate all the fundraising, opportunities that you find to help offset your cost. Looking at the number, if you have an account with 5.6 million in there, roughly basic numbers of 5%, that's about 280,000 that you could pull from. Is that what you're saying?
Yep. Yes.
Thank you.
Councilor Aundré.
When you're done, could I make a statement that probably is not appropriate, but I'd like to maybe explain, since without name, I'm being referred to.
Is it pertinent to this number?
No, I'll wait.
Okay. Councilor Bumgardner, remind me, Councilor Bumgardner, remind me if you wish to speak when we're done with the account, then Councilor Aundré. Councilor Bumgardner, you have the floor.
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment, a motion for $130,000, which would be a $15,000 increase.
Okay, hold on one second, please. This is 10,849. And the first amendment is how much, please?
It is $130,000.
Is there a second? Is there a second? I hear no second. We have
it for discussion.
$130,000. It's quite entertaining. And it was moved by Bumgardner and seconded by Bordelon. Councilor Bumgardner, would you like to provide rationale for your motion, please?
Yes, given the requested amount was $152,000, which is less than the amount that was appropriated in previous years from the town council. I think given that error and given the great work our libraries do for our community and quite frankly the incredible amount of support that has been shown in our inboxes from several constituents, I think we've received dozens upon dozens of emails in support of our libraries. I think it would behoove us to support this increase, and especially given the fact that libraries, especially Mystic Knowing Library, will be a very important community member that will bring our community even closer together once we're finished with the COVID-19 epidemic.
Councilor Heede.
You need to unmute yourself.
Councilor Heede, go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to point out that you know, a few people now and then have raised the issue of they have an endowment, let them spend from the endowment. And I want to point out that the problem with that is that if you spend down your principal, the amount of interest that you earn for all future years is lower. So then it sort of kills the golden goose, so to speak. You know, so I think we need to be very careful not to put them in that position, but the truth is they're already in it, and we're in a bad situation this year. So you know, my opinion remains that we should probably hold the line at 115, but in the future, look at increasing.
Councilor Franco.
I think this library offers an awful lot to our community. I think it's wonderful. I love it. I wanted the increase last year, and I am good with the 115 because as other things, we're trying to hold the line, and I would like to do the same as this, as we have on most all the past things that we have that's come before us. And people are talking, and I'm hearing a lot of the same thing being said over and over again, and I don't think there's new items actually being discussed. So I'm good with the 115 and going forward. Thank you.
I will speak at this time as well. I will support the main motion. This is a very unusual budget year. We just held the school to MBR, and I think that we should stay with the 115 given the circumstances here. I agree. I love libraries. They're great. But I think we have to be conscious of where we're going and deal with the realities of the situation. Councilor Aubry, were you raising your hand?
Scratching my eye.
Scratching your eye. Okay, I think everyone has had a chance to speak on this. We have two motions on the floor. This is for 10849 Mystic Noack Library. We will vote the first amendment first. The first amendment is for $130,000. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Councilor Bumgardner? All those opposed?
Aye.
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 Any abstentions? That motion fails. 1 in favor, Bumgardner, 8 opposed. We are back to the main motion of $115,000. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Councilor Bumgardner, are you opposed?
No, I'm in favor.
Okay. Abstentions? That motion passes unanimously, 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. Thank you, Ms. Wall, for all your work. We appreciate it. And thank you for coming out or being with us this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
We are on to 10849A, Bill Memorial Library. And this will be Councilor Bordelon.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion for account 10849A, Bill Memorial Library, in the amount of $25,000.
Second, Franco.
Moved by Bordelon, seconded by Franco. I believe Ms. Connell is here from the Bill Library, but Councilor Heede wanted to make a statement first, please.
Just to provide full disclosure, as I stated before, I'm on the board for the Bill Memorial Library, but not paid, so there's no financial aspect to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for Ms. Connell? I believe this is held steady from the prior year. The request was $30,000. The manager's recommendation is $25,000. Ms. Connell, did you wish to? I believe Ms. Connell's here. Mr. Burt, I thought, yes.
Yes, she's there.
Ms.
Yes.
Connell, did you wish to speak to the council?
Yes, I'm here with my treasurer, Rob Zuliani, so he wants to make a statement.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Giuliani, how are you?
Good. Can you see or hear me clearly?
We can hear you very well. Thank you, sir.
Very good. I'm Rob Zuliani, treasurer for the Bill Memorial Library. With me is Wendy, as she indicated. She can answer any library questions. Our president, Janet Downs, is at home practicing social distancing, so she's unfortunately not available at this time. We truly hope you all and your families stay safe during this difficult time. and we thank you for all that you do. First, let me start by saying the bill has resolved most of our major aging building issues over the past several years. We have spent $21,000 for major roof repair, $14,000 to replace a stained glass window in the upper areas, $6,000 for a new oil tank, and $69,000 for a new HVAC system with support from the Groton utilities. These repairs have caused considerable impact on our savings over the years. We are currently looking at restoration of our aging floors next. For the coming year, all of our operating and overhead expenses should remain the same with slight increase, maybe at cost of living. But we have one singular problem, not part of our normal operations this year. We have a total budget of $251,000. $205,000 represents library operations, of which 80%, $162,015, is labor. We have a staff of 7 people. Our problem this year is State Public Act 19-4, increasing minimum fair wage effective September 1st of this year. This will add an additional $9,500, an addition of 6% increase over and beyond our normal labor expense. The library's investment advisors recommend withdrawing no more than 4% annual income from our investment portfolio, protecting principal, generating income, and protecting reduced income over the next year. The state mandated level increase will cause our annual draw to breach 5%, drawing more and more principal each year, gradually reducing future income thereafter going forward. Current market instability alone will cause concern over the next couple of years. We are asking the town for assistance to limit this drawdown spiral into the future. The reason for the $5,000 grant increase over last year is to help support half the cost of the $9,500 minimum wage increase mandated by the state. The Bill Library plays a major role serving Groton and its community. We are asking for your assistance to continue this service. We thank you for your time and support, and we will take any questions you have.
Mr. Zuliani?
Yes.
Anyone have, I think we're pretty much in the same situation we were in with the Mystic and Noank Library, but does anyone have questions for the staff?
We understand.
Thank you. Councilor Bordelon.
Thank you so much for that presentation and explaining, what you're facing as far as the minimum wage increases. Do you have an account that you're able to also draw from at these times, or what is your financial endowment or trust look like these days?
Well, at the beginning of the year, it was fairly stable. But as you know, the markets recently have completely gone crazy. And I'm sure we're having a major reduction in the last 3 months.
Are there any other councilors that have questions? Okay, seeing no further discussion, we will vote on 10849A, Bill Memorial Library, in the amount of $25,000. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
I'll abstain.
That motion carries 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention. Heede. Thank you, Ms. Connell, Mr. Zuliani. Thank you for your work. We appreciate you coming out and joining us this afternoon.
Thank you for your support, and we also want to tell everybody to wash their hands and have a great day.
Thank you. Okay, we have finished the slot that was supposed to run until 12:10, so we are a little bit behind. We need to take a break, so we will take a 20-minute break. It is now 1:02, so we will reconvene at It's actually 103. We'll reconvene at 123 to take up capital projects. Thank you. We are back. It is 124. We're going to pick up and go through our afternoon accounts and roll through this, doing our due diligence for the people of Groton. It is capital projects on page 216, please. Keeping in mind, Mr. Burt gave us a list of suggestions of possible cuts in light of the public health emergency and the change in circumstances. So I would like you to keep those in mind as we're going and refresh my memory. I'm not sure where we left off. Is Councilor Melendez, are you up at this point?
I believe so.
Okay, so we're going to start on, Mr. Burt, we're just going to go through right in order, correct? Starting with F1 and work our way through?
Sure.
Okay, great. So Councilor Melendez, 218 in the big book, this is F1 or 1F as you prefer. North Stonington Road Bridge.
For CIP 1F, I move $318,000.
I'm sorry, could you say that one more time, please?
For CIP 1F, I make a motion for $318,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Second.
Bumgardner, thank you. Moved by Melendez, seconded by Bumgardner. I believe this was one of the accounts that is open for a possible cut. If there's anyone who would like to make a first amendment, now would be the time. Councilor Franco, and then, or we'll go with Franco first.
I would like to make a clarification. So when we're reading these, are we reading the grand total of estimated costs for 2021, including the other and the capital reserve fund, or are we just reading the part that the town is responsible for?
Mr. Burt and Ms. Landry?
You should probably do the number on the right under total costs.
So you want the total,
Yes.
the capital, and the outside, and the other?
Yep, just give us the total costs and then tell us in a motion if there's anything you want to change.
So the bottom number underneath where it says total for FY21 should be read. The one.
Like on the first one, it'd be 1,233,000.
Councilor Melendez, would you withdraw your motion?
Yes.
And Councilor Bumgardner, would you withdraw your second?
Withdrawn.
Thank you. Councilor Melendez, as per Ms. Landry and Mr. Burt, would you move the number for 1F, please, which is a total appropriation?
For CIP 1F, I make a motion for $1,233,000.
Second, Franco.
Moved by Melendez, seconded by Franco. Councilor Zeppieri had his hand up. Councilor Zeppieri, did you wish to speak on this item?
Yes, the town manager had made recommendations for potential counts, and one of them to eliminate or postpone this year was 1F, North Stonington Bridge, reduced to $25,000 to close. That is an estimate on the 25K. This would include removing beams and adding fencing. I move that we modify 1F to $25,000.
Well, hold on a sec.
Second.
Moved by Zeppieri. Who was the second, please? Was that Heede or Bumgardner?
Heede.
Heede.
Could somebody give me a page number?
I am on 218 in the big book.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So Councilor Zeppieri, did you wish to speak any more on your motion?
Oh, it's just that, we've had trouble getting equivalent funds from the town of Stonington. If we put this number in the budget, even though we don't spend it without Stonington's commitment, then we still increase the taxes to the people by that amount of money. I think in this time, we've put up with this bridge as it is now for some time. We're in a crisis time, and it's important to reduce our expenditures town manager has recommended this as one way that we could reduce our expenditures, and I think we should, in this case, go along with our town manager's recommendation.
Councilor Heede.
Maybe the town manager should address this, but my understanding is that the town of Stonington is not going to fund the bridge this year because we had intended to fund it, as I understood it. Like I wanted to fund replacing the bridge, but they're not funding it. But they are funding something to do the same thing on their side of the bridge. If that's correct.
That is correct. And I also like to add, I was also in support and did have it in my budget, but have been, with the circumstances we're in, I've been asked to identify anything that could be postponed or not done this year. And so I had Greg Hanover, the Public Works Director, price out the cost to remove the beams and put up a fence there, which is the $25,000.
Councilor Heede, are you set? We're going to go to Councilor Franco.
It's all set.
Thank you. Councilor Franco?
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to put $0.
I'm not hearing a second.
I'll second it.
I'll second.
Moved by Franco for 0, seconded by Heede. Councilor Franco, your rationale, please.
My rationale is I am all in favor of replacing this bridge, but due to us trying to find reductions this year, I would like to put it at 0, and also because I don't believe Stonington has it in their budget to fund it this year, as far as I'm understanding. They said there's possibilities, but I think I'd like to make it 0 because I don't want to close it permanently and allocate any funds to close it permanently. And I would rather go to 0 and take this up again next year. And I would like to have a meeting in the future with Stonington, with our town council, and have a discussion on this bridge and come together at one of our council meetings. Either we go to them, they come to us and discuss this CIP publicly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Franco. I'd like to just say that I would not support any of the numbers that are on the floor. I would support the capital reserve portion of ours, which would be the 318,000, because I feel that we should have the money set aside just in case they would change their mind. I would like to have our portion of the money there. The state is not going to be offering their portion very far into the future, I fear. So I would like us to have our money ready just in case Stonington would have a change of heart. I don't believe they are through their process yet, so there is still a chance that they would change their mind. And I would hate Groton to not be, would be the one that would not be supporting the completion of this bridge. So that's where I stand with this.
Can I add something?
Mr. Burt, please.
Just one thing we learned through this process after the budget was prepared is there's actually a state law on how the cost for bridges is allocated between towns. And we're likely, we'd have to work with Stonington on the exact numbers, but we're probably between 25 and 26,000 short on our piece. We actually have to pay 8 or 9%, in the 8% range, more than the town of Stonington. But it's just something to keep in mind. If we want to fund the whole thing, we probably need to add a little bit.
Right, so it would be about 58% versus their 42%. But as it is right now, we have 3 motions on the floor. So would anyone like to speak to any of the motions on the floor? Seeing none, we will vote on the last motion first.
May I just?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, as soon as I called that, a bunch of hands went up. So we're going to go, Councilor Franco, since you spoke already, Councilor Melendez and Bumgardner have not spoken. I'm going to go to them next. Melendez, please. Councilor Melendez.
Yeah, I just want to know, the 25,000 for closing the bridge, that's a permanent closure of the bridge?
Well, it makes it safe. You know, there's actually a formal process to close a bridge down, a legislative or legal process. This would just put up fencing and remove the beams, which kids right now could, walk across the water there on. So it's just to make it safe.
Okay, and if we went with 0, didn't close the beam, we would be potentially liable for anything that goes wrong on the bridge?
Well, yeah, potentially, and I know I've heard from neighbors that obviously they, everybody said they're in support of replacing the bridge, but they especially don't want to see those beams continue on top of, they don't, if we're gonna not go forward for very long, they'd like to make it safer.
Councilor Melendez, does that answer your question?
Yes.
Councilor Bumgardner, you're up.
Yes, so to be clear, it is not appropriate to make a motion for another number?
No, we cannot have more than what we have on the floor right now.
Okay.
Councilor Bordelon.
Yes, I was just want a point of clarification just to understand and make sure. If we move to the 25 to put the beams, we have to remove beams, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Would those beams have to be removed anyway to construct the bridge if it was to be replaced?
Sorry, say that again. I just had something
Would
pop
those
up on my
beams
screen.
have to be removed to construct the bridge if in the future, if the bridge had to be, meaning that 25,000 would be a loss?
Let me ask Greg Hanover real quick. I'm going to throw him on.
And then I have more following questions.
Oh. Greg, are you there? Greg? Oh, I show him on there, but I'm not hearing him.
He's muted.
Oh, was he? Well, he wasn't.
Can you hear me, John?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you hear the question? The first question was if we remove, will those beams need to stay in place for future construction, or would they need to be removed at some point anyways?
They would need to be removed for construction anyway, so that money wouldn't be lost.
Okay, so by moving the beams and doing the temporary, which should have been, once again, it wasn't any of us, but this bridge has been sitting like this for a while. And if it is unsafe, I think it is our due diligence to make sure that our safety of our communities at hand first and foremost. But if the money would not be considered a loss in the sense that it would prepare the bridge to be repaired and restored if we chose to, but this would just, until we figure out and have a meeting like Councilor Franco had recommended, which I think is a great recommendation, to really sit around a round table and really talk this through. I think that it would make sense then if it doesn't affect moving forward to replace the bridge under future construction, then temporarily closing it up so that it's safe is reasonable to some extent, I feel.
Councilor Franco?
Yes, that's what I wanted to say. I am the part about where Mayor Granatowski had said she is in favor of putting aside the money and potentially leaving it in an account and starting to not funding it. During this climate, I don't want to have money set aside that we are not going to use. I would rather use it for the things that are in our book and fund what we know is actually going to be done. So I personally don't see a reason to fund something that we are unsure of or that we're being told that they are not willing to fund this year.
So I would just like to respond in that this has been going on for long before we were a council, and it would go back and forth. One year they would, one year we would, back, and I just feel like we should make a decision that we want this bridge there for the safety of the people on the Groton side, and allocate the funding. And it's kind of out of our hands. If we do what we should do, diligence on our part, then I think we can carry on in good conscience. I would hate to not have money there, and then they would decide that, okay, we are going to fund, and then we're back to where we have been for all these years. So I'll quit babbling now. We have Councilor Bumgardner.
Yes, I'd like to align my remarks with Mayor Granatowski. We've heard from constituents almost ad nauseum the importance of the bridge and how much it has not only affected traffic patterns, but affected our public safety apparatus, specifically the Olmsted Fire District, being able to navigate roads. So I'm sorry, I think I had a little bit of an internet issue there. Can you hear me or see me?
Yeah, We can see, we can hear you, you're doing fine.
Yes, and so I actually, in light of the news that Manager Burt brought, that we would need to fund an additional $26,000 to cover our share, I would wholeheartedly support that if given the opportunity to amend the number, if depending on how the vote goes. But you know, I think if we set a precedent right now that we are committed to funding this bridge, unlike in previous years. I know last year when we were deliberating on the same item, we had the same discussion last year that you know, we ought to wait and talk about it next year. So I think we owe it to certainly the folks of Old Mystic to support funding for this bridge, given the issues of liability, but also to increase public safety.
Councilor Bordelon.
Yes, so for full disclosure, I'm in support of restoring the bridge. I feel at this time, though, if the 25,000 puts us in the running to be prepared, and we have the discussion with Stonington, we're not losing any money by removing those beams that need to be removed anyway. We're preventing liability and safety. So the $1.2 million that it would be set aside, what would that do to our number? How much would that increase our taxes, John? By sitting?
I was not suggesting 1.2 million to be set aside, just for clarification. Mr. Burt, did you want to address?
I was thinking about our part, that the number here.
For the 318?
Yes, that's what I was referring to.
So what am I being asked?
The amount that we would propose to put aside to, as requested, that was originally requested to put aside for our portion of the bridge, how much
Right.
would that increase our taxes? And if we allocate it, it still makes our taxes go up if we don't use it. Is that correct?
Correct, and it's probably in the, if you talk about 3.6 million being rough fish for a mill, you're probably talking about 9% mill or so. About 0.09 of a mill or so.
I think she's looking at the 1.2, but that's not all.
No, but I'm giving her the 318 though.
Okay, that's what I thought she said the 1.2.
She switched to 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's how much it would go up.
About 0.09 of a mill.
Okay. So once again, it's a tough thing. I'm in full support of it. I think capping it for now and revisiting this next year, hopefully Stonington's on board. If we came to this meeting with the definite Stonington was going to fund it, that would be a whole different ballpark. But as we look at all these things we have to do, we're telling the library we have to make a hard cut and outside resources that to support people directly. I have trouble sitting on that number with a tax increase, and we're cutting other areas and that people are going to be directly benefiting from. Thank you.
All right, so is there anybody new who hasn't spoken yet that would like to add anything to the conversation?
If I might.
Councilor Aubry.
I apologize for being late back. My experience with Stonington has been that their finance committee is very restricted in what they give out. And from different people that I've spoken to, it's not going to happen. So I can't be comfortable with putting away a large amount. I can be comfortable with putting something there that could go towards it. And maybe we make it a 2-year, part of it this year, part of it next year, and hopefully they would do the same. They're not going to come with their money this year, I don't believe.
Okay, Councilor Zeppieri.
It seems that what we're doing is putting money away in hopes that Stonington is going to be reasonable and respond in kind. And they haven't in the last, I don't know how many years. But in putting that money away, we are increasing the taxes on the people at a time when we're making every effort to reduce the taxes. I think that Councilor Franco's idea that we schedule a meeting with their Board of Selectmen and with us in attendance to see if we could come to some sort of an agreement on conducting this next year would be a very appropriate thing. But for now, I think we should make it safe by removing the beams and putting a fence up around it with the $25,000 that the town manager has recommended. Thank you.
So everyone has spoken on this account. Councilor Franco, do you have something new to add to the conversation?
Yes, I'd just like to ask, there currently is a fence up there on both sides, is that correct?
More like, I think it's more like a snow fence. We're talking about something permanent, or like something nicer.
There is a fence there currently, is that
Greg,
correct? 'Cause I mean, I went down there and I believe there's Jersey barriers of some sort, and there's also.
Let me ask
fencing.
Greg. Greg, are you there? Oh, hold on a sec. Greg, are you there? Oh, where's he? He's muted now. Greg? Wow, it won't come unmuted. Oh, there he is. Greg?
Yep.
Did you hear that? Is there, what is up there? Is it Jersey barriers or is it, is there any?
There's Jersey barriers and a temporary chain link fence on both sides.
Okay.
I don't see a need to invest the 25,000 right now if there's already fencing and Jersey barriers there. That's my perspective.
But the chunk of it is the beams though, removal for safety. How much would that be, Greg?
I think I'd estimate that was like about 10,000 to remove those beams.
Okay.
So again, everyone has spoken. If you have something new to add, Councilor Bordelon?
Yes, I support Councilor Franco in the sense there is something up. If that structure can just be kind of reinforced a bit, but also take the beams down, I would be willing to go with a different number versus the 25 and lower that. But I think the concern is what is there. Children, adults, whoever have access to the beams, and that's the safety concern. So let it be that we repair it now or not, we need to get it at least at that level.
All right, so we have 3 motions on the floor. Councilor Heede, do you have something new to add to the discussion?
Just one other thing to keep in mind when you're talking about funding something that they're not currently funding. They're facing the same situation we are, and I would doubt that they're going to add something into their budget. Just my own thinking on that.
All right, everyone has had a chance to talk. Some people multiple times, so we're going to vote on the second amended figure, which is 0. So all those in favor of CIP 1F in the amount of 0, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Councilor Franco? Councilor Oakley? Opposed? Looks like any abstentions? Okay, 0. So 2 in favor, Franco and Aubry, 7 opposed, and 0 abstentions. That motion fails. We are back to the first amended figure of $25,000.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Just a second, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd like to make a motion to increase.
Just a second, please. I've got to record everything, Aundré. Give me a minute.
Yep.
I mean, I got to record Councilor Bumgardner.
Hey, just while there's a minute, can we just?
Councilor Bumgardner has the floor.
I just was asking if we could repeat the numbers before we call the vote.
Councilor Bumgardner, I'm ready for your motion.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to increase the funding of about $26,000 to the main motion.
I need
which
the total, please. What is the?
So the main motion, if I'm correct, is 1,233. So,
I couldn't hear you. Your internet was cutting that time. Say it again, please.
So the main motion, to my knowledge, was $1,233,000.
Yes.
And I'd like to make a motion to increase that by about 26,000 to an amount of $1,259,000.
So there's Councilor Bumgardner's motion is for $1,259,000. Is there a second? There is no second. We are back to the first amended figure. This is $25,000. All those in favor of $25,000, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Zeppieri, Aubry, Melendez, Heede, Parker, Opposed? Franco? Bumgardner? Aubrey, I had you as a yes for that. Are you
Oh,
opposed?
yeah, I'm sorry. I was so tantalized by the cat.
Okay, I have so far Zeppieri, Aubrey, Melendez, Heede, and Parker in favor of 25,000. I have opposed Franco, Bumgardner, Granatowski. Abstentions. Someone didn't vote.
I was in favor of the 25,000.
Parker.
I have Parker. I have in favor Bordelon, Zeppieri, Aubrey, Melendez, Heede, and Parker. And I have Franco, Bumgardner, and Granatowski opposed. That motion passes 6 in favor, 3 opposed, 0 abstentions. Mr. Burt, does staff have the correct vote, or do I need to repeat?
You good? We're good.
Thank you. We are on to CIP 1H, bridge repair.
Now, this one, what, do you want to make a motion first, or not? Or should I just go ahead and speak? I'm asking for this one to be removed from the list.
So, Councilor Zeppieri, we're on you, and Mr. Burt just asked us to remove this item from the list, so we would entertain a motion for 0 if you so choose.
I'm looking at page 219, am I correct?
Yes, and the original amount was 45, but Mr. Burt we've reconsidered given the circumstances, and he is now asking us to move 0 for this account.
Consistent with the town manager's budget recommendation, I move an amount of $0 for this account.
I'll second.
Moved by Zeppieri and seconded by Heede. Given Mr. Burt's recommendation, Councilor Franco.
Just as a question, because a clarification, last year I recall we had to read the number and then make a motion to change it later. For the record.
Yeah, that's probably, it's probably, okay, Cindy believes we should.
So you don't want just a 0?
No.
You need to
Okay.
move the motion and then make an amendment.
Okay, you gotta move the motion, then make an amendment.
The original.
Okay, so Councilor Zeppieri and Heede, would you withdraw your motions, please?
Withdrawn.
Withdrawn.
So Director Landry would like us to move the number that is in the book and then make an motion to 0 it out afterwards. So I will move 45,000 for 1F.
Second.
Seconded by Bumgardner. Is there another amendment to be made? Would somebody please move? Councilor Zeppieri, go for it. I was writing, I didn't see your hanky.
I move that we amend the amount to $0 for CIP 4A.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Franco.
Seconded by Franco. All those in favor of 0 for CIP 1H, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? One opposed. Bumgardner? Abstentions? 8 in favor, 1 opposed. Bumgardner, 0 abstentions, 0 passes. We are on to CIP 2A on page 220. And I think we're back to Councilor Bumgardner.
This is CIP 2A, not 2H.
2A, we're going right through the book. So you're on page 220.
Okay, 220. Thank you. I'll make a motion to approve the funds for, totaling $390,000 for culvert rehabilitation. So moved.
Second, Heede.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Heede, for clarifying. So we're at 390,000.
As a reminder, this is bridge dollars, not general fund dollars, not our tax dollars. This is to repair the Quaker Farm Road, is that what it's called? Yeah.
Yes. Councilor Franco.
Can you tell me how long this has been out of service?
Approximately 2 years.
And I understand there's some situations that it may take a longer get around time.
Yeah, much longer. It's a much greater distance than, say, at the North Stonington Bridge to get around. It's very
So
much needed.
The town is, portion is 195,000 of this. And could this wait another year? As we've already gone 2 years, would another year be okay?
One sec. Greg, are you there? Oh,
Yep.
did you hear that?
Well, the bridge has been out since November 2017. You know, it's really up to the council whether they want to continue it or not. You know, I would remind them that, you know, the folks that live off Lambtown Road, there is really only that way in and out of their neighborhood to Route 184. There is, you know, an emergency access from Ledger, but that's all the way off of Route 117.
I recommend doing this project.
Is this part of Lambtown that is closed to Ledger?
Yes. There's a temporary gate across there because it really is like almost a driveway through somebody's property up in Ledger.
And how many people are between the bridge and the gate up, stopping them from going to Ledger?
I would estimate, because there's a couple side streets up there, I would say it's probably at least 100 houses.
We have Councilors Bordelon, Aundré, and Bumgardner. Councilor Bordelon.
Yes, thank you. Just looking at this, so I just want to make sure my notes, it's been out since 2017, you're saying?
Correct, November.
And has it progressed, has it gotten any worse since then, or are we at the same?
It's actually gotten worse, that the pavement's starting to fall into the brook.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Aundré.
I'm trying to get the placement in my head. When you come in 184 and you continue around where you would come out on Colonel Electric Highway, is it on that road?
Correct. If you go up Lambtown Road, which is right across from Flanders Road on 184,
Yeah.
and you take a right, there's a pond right there on your left, and that's, you know, where this culvert is. And that road continues out to Colonel Electric Highway.
Right, but that wasn't even a paved road to start with. That was a dirt road. It's always been a cut-through road. That's not paved.
No, it is paved. If you continued up through Ledger, Lambtown,
If you continue on, but when you're going through there where it's blocked off, that's a farm that's on a dirt road. It's not an actively used road.
well, it's where the folks, if they want to go to Ledger, have to go out that way.
No, they can go out and go up Pumpkin Hill Road or whatever road it comes out to on the other end of Lambtown. There's
Yes,
two
they
ends
can.
of Lambtown.
Councilor Bumgardner.
I've actually got the bridge behind me. As you can see, it's paved. As you can see, it's quickly deteriorating. There's Jersey barriers behind us. And I understand the need to be fiscally responsible, but we also owe it to the taxpayers to, at a bare minimum, invest in our infrastructure. And we can't be setting a precedent, especially if 50% of funds are coming from the state, that we're not going to maintain bridges to a bare minimum standard. As the manager stated, that bridge is deteriorating to the extent that there is debris falling into the brook and falling into the pond. If we're to be responsible for being, good stewards of our environment, we ought to do this. Again, the funding is coming from the state, half of it. We got to take advantage of this. If we don't support this, we might as well support a CIP budget with no investments at all. And then you better believe next year we're going to be telling taxpayers we're going to give them a pretty sizable tax increase. So I understand the circumstances we're in, but we have to do basic maintenance to our roads, and this is a must.
Councilor Aundré, I'm sorry, did you have another question?
No, I don't agree. That's okay.
Okay. Councilor Bordelon.
I think if you took a quick look behind you, you're going to see that tar turns into dirt. I've been out there 100 times. Go ahead, please. I'm sorry.
All right, Councilor Bordelon.
Is there a chance, how long do we have these state funds for?
Greg, do you know of any deadline?
We actually haven't put an application in for the local bridge program yet for this. We're assuming that we would get it, but that would be one of the first things we do. Once they commit to fund, it's just like North Stonestone Bridge. They just kind of commit it, and then it sits there until we actually, get final plans and they actually approve it.
So, to my question, so we're not even sure if we're getting the funds yet?
No, we haven't even applied for the funds yet.
But you feel it's, likely that we would get them?
Yeah, it's very likely we'd get them.
So when will that, the application, would that all be in 2021? Or like when we apply to the turnaround time, where would that fall? Like what I'm thinking is like, I'm in support of it, but if we haven't applied yet, so that's a process. And then waiting versus having it sitting on our tax rolls of money that we approve, when we don't have the agreement from the state yet, we might have some time here.
Yeah, that would be one of the first things we do. We haven't even hired an engineer yet, so we have to go through, doing permitting and the application. That would be this, over summer and fall, and then get the application into the state over the, the winter for springtime construction of next year.
So what number would get the engineer or the plans in place to move towards that and then move towards applying for the application? Like what number of that amount would get us started and then move forward?
We had shown 60,000.
Yes, that's in your book under A, Planning and Engineering.
I'm just double confirming. Thank you.
Councilor Heede?
Yes, this is not on, question for John Burt. This is not on the list of items that you recommend we cancel. Is that correct?
That's correct, just because over the last couple of years, I've had a fair number of residents call me about this.
Okay, I'll be supporting this.
And it is a safety issue, as the workaround for the fire trucks and emergency services is a greater downtime than the other bridge. Councilor Franco.
Would it be possible to fund it with the 30,000 from the town side of it and do the engineering, apply for the state? Would we be guaranteed to get the money this coming year to actually get the work done, so that the other 165,000 that would be for construction would be spent during 2021?
Typically, those bridge funds are released by the state in the spring, so it'd be in the spring of 2021 that we would get those funds.
And when would you be ready for construction then, if you got the money in the spring from the state? When could you be ready for construction?
At that same time.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to say something philosophically. We asked the manager to come back with recommendations for us, and he's come back with a list of cuts totaling $4.1 million. And he has said that this is one that he feels is very important to do. And I am going to trust, I'm going to trust that judgment, and I will be supporting the full amount. Councilor, it's the clock, right? It's the clock.
It's the clock. 5 o'clock somewhere.
Councilor
With all respect, it's not. With all due respect, it's not that I don't trust John. I think John does a great job, and that's why we're here to deliberate and have a voice to look at things in depth. With that, I'd like to move a number of 60,000 for the
second
for planning and engineering purposes. So that way we can move forward, get the design going. That way we're not dragging our feet. We have a plan in place. It still moves towards the goal of completion of a bridge. I'm concerned with the state. Paperwork will be behind. People are only able to work from home for so much. In the spring, there's going to be a catch up on a lot of things. And these infrastructures are very important, but I don't know if these papers are going to be the top of the list, as people are going to be unemployed, and there's going to be other restraints on the state, and they're going to be looking at other avenues and maybe a slower response. That's just a guess. So I think doing that, if the spring is when we get the response,
60,000, is a fair number to get the job moving. It puts some money back that we can maybe put back into our fund balance for now. And that would allow us to move forward. And as we move through this book, as it's still early in the night, and hopefully, the state application comes back. That way, if the state application actually did not come through, because we're in a different state of everything right now, then we're not taxing the taxpayers more money, but we're also actually working towards still preparing to do such to fix the bridge. Thank you. And I do appreciate your request, John. Thanks.
Councilor Melendez.
Yeah, I just have a question. Why do we move 390,000? Because if we tax the full amount and then we get the money, is that just like a hedge on whether or not we don't get the money? Is that why we do that?
No, that doesn't actually set any taxes for that. Only the part under capital reserve comes out of taxes. Or
Okay,
the capital reserve fund, depending on if we're using any of that fund balance.
Okay, thank you.
I think the rationale is you have to appropriate the full amount, correct?
Correct.
Regardless of source. Councilor Bumgardner. Councilor Bumgardner, did you want to add something new?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Now, if we were to go this route, Manager Burt, wouldn't it be the case that those funds to do the engineering work would not be reimbursable because we would not be applying for the full funds of the bridge?
Greg, would those funds even be reimbursable anyhow? Or is that just part of our match?
We had shown 30 and 30.
Okay.
30 in the state, so
Okay.
I don't know if it's reimbursable after the fact, to be honest with you.
I'm not sure what that means.
If we spend 60,000, can we, ask the state for 30,000 after we've already spent the 60, I guess? I don't know.
All right, so I think everybody has had a chance to speak unless I'm seeing Councilor Aubry, are you raising your hand? Councilor Aubry?
Are you raising your hand?
I'm sorry, were you?
Madam Mayor?
No? Councilor Parker?
Okay, point of clarification, if you don't mind, Mr. Burt. It's the spring of 21 that this would all occur.
That's the intent.
So in order for us to qualify, don't we have to move the entire number so we can get reimbursed in the spring of 21 so we can do the construction then?
That's the intent anyhow, yes.
Right, because I don't know if they'll do a portion
Right.
of,
Yeah, we can't just apply for the, I doubt anyways, Greg, correct if I'm wrong, I think you're applying for the whole thing. You can't just apply for the engineering, or I don't know, maybe you can. Greg, what's your thought on that? Could we first, go ahead.
I think what we did in our Stonington Road Bridge is, the Stonington and us paid for the preliminary engineering, and then we asked for the half of the construction money and half of money for final design. In this case, I think we could definitely get half of the construction. Like I said, I don't know if we do all of the engineering up front, if we would get reimbursed for that or not after the fact.
So I'm not sure if this is where you were going, Councilor Parker, but can we apply for only engineering money, or do we need to apply for engineering and construction when you apply to the state? Is that what you were asking, Councilor Parker?
correct? Because I don't think we can do it without, I don't think we would be able to recoup the funds up to 30,000 without applying for the whole entire project. So in other words, they would probably give us money for the 165,000, but not the other 30,000. So, because we're paying that up front, we're not asking them as a whole. We're doing the first half, the planning and engineering up front. And then we're gonna go back and try to ask them to get the whole entire amount. And I don't think we're gonna be able to get that, the 195,000.
I think what Greg, if you did not have the full amount committed, I think you would just do preliminary design and then apply for all the funds to go further with the construction and the final design. Is that right, Greg?
That's correct.
Yeah. So you would not want to spend 60,000 right now.
Councilor Bordelon has raised her hand.
Yes, what I'm saying is that you obviously know, I would not recommend going out and spending the money. We need to apply first. Make sure the state is actually going to reimburse us, but at least we're not being taxed on a larger number to the taxpayer. At least that's a smaller number just to have in hand, so that if the application comes back and they're willing to pay the 50% of all of it, because we're not going to preload or prepay, then we can go back and start. Once they approve it, we'll have the money to start the planning and engineering, because we have at least 60,000 sitting there, and then the rest could come in another year. But at least we're not taxed on the larger number. We're only taxed on the 60,000 this tax season for 2020. Thank you.
Everyone has had a chance to speak. Councilor Parker, go ahead.
I believe, I don't know if I can ask Director Landry a question.
Go ahead, and Mr. Burt can relate if she can't hear.
All right. I believe we're only going to be taxed on the 195,000, or yeah, 195,000, not the full 390,000.
That's correct.
Because the other is from the state. So we won't be taxed on that money.
Right.
It's only, technically, we're only looking at 195,000. We have to pre-approve the whole entire amount in order to get this passed, in order to submit an application, because they have to see that we're trying to do the whole thing.
Right.
And at least in the grants that I've done, that's how it has to go. You have to submit for a whole entire amount and then get reimbursed the 50%. But we're not going to be taxed on the whole $390,000. We're only going to be taxed on 195.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Parker. Councilor Aubry?
That doesn't really make sense. If we're going to have to appropriate the entire amount of money, then it's going to be part of what we are calculating for our taxes for 2021.
That's not how we do it. Cindy, you want to explain? She's basically asking, why are we not taxing for the full 390? How do we do it? How do we actually, how does the money flow?
Okay, am I on?
Can anybody hear Cindy?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The way the capital reserve fund works is the only money, the only part of this is the column that says capital reserve fund. That's what's taxpayer funded. The other column is money that's coming from other places, like the local bridge grant, or it's coming from LoCIP funds. So the only thing that the taxpayers would have to be funding would be the total of whatever is adopted under the capital reserve fund. And I also wanted to add that I think it might, and Greg could correct me, but it's possible that in order to apply for that state grant, and this may be where Councilor Parker was going, is you have to show that you've appropriated the entire funding. You'll know that this is very common with Board of Education grants. In order to get reimbursement for those, you have to appropriate the full amount. And if we only appropriated the $60,000 and we got the grant, we'd have to come back to the council for the remaining funding. Does that make sense?
Thank you.
Okay. We have all spoken. I think we've all been pretty clear on where we wanted to go. And I would like to call for a vote if we are ready. We have two motions on the floor. I'm just going to restate what they are. We have the main motion of 390,000, and then we have a first amended motion of 60,000. The way things go, we need to vote the first amended figure first. Councilor Bordelon has her hand up. Councilor Bordelon, do you have something new to add to the conversation?
I just want to encourage the councilors that there's nothing wrong with coming back to the council. Eventually, we're going to have something passed from the federal government. We'll know more where the state stands. I think it's fiscally responsible to pass this number to get the ball rolling, and we can always come back to the council. Thank you.
Okay, we will vote for CIP 2A, culvert rehabilitation. All those in favor of the first amended motion, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Zeppieri,
Oh, no, wait a minute. Would you say again what the first amended motion is?
The first amended motion is $60,000. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Bordelon? Opposed?
Nay.
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 Abstentions? So 1 in favor, Bordelon, 8 opposed, 0 abstention. That motion fails. We are back to the main motion of $390,000. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Opposed is Bordelon. Abstention? 0 abstention. That passes 8 in favor, 1 opposed, 0 abstentions. We are on to CIP 2B. And this will be, I believe, Councilor Parker. We are on page 221. Give me 1 second. I just got a weird pop-up.
Disney.
This is 2B, local drainage improvements, new installations. Councilor Parker.
I make a motion to move $45,000.
Second.
Moved by Parker and seconded by Franco. And again, this is not on Mr. Burt's list of recommended cuts. This is one that Mr. Burt would like us to fund.
I would like to ask Greg a question before on this, if I can. And just so everyone's aware, this is the road, Casino Road, where we have repeated flooding, and we've cut the brush back, and we're going to be putting that asphalt swale in. But Greg, with the asphalt swale and the cutting back, what's your feel on the need for continuing on with this one to study the issue?
I think the swale is actually working out there. I know Aquarium's going to be putting a water main in down there. There's some development going on down there in the future. But I think, what we've done has corrected the problem for now, and I don't really foresee the need for the study at this time.
Okay, so I'm requesting it be withdrawn or zeroed.
So I will make a motion to zero CIP 2B. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Granatowski, seconded by Parker. I think we just heard the explanation for that, so I think I will call the vote. All those in favor of 0 for CIP 2B, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. We are on to CIP 3B, replacement sidewalk construction on page 222. And I think this is Councilor Franco, and I believe this is also one that Mr. Burt has not cut, that he wanted left in. Councilor Franco, please.
I make a motion for $55,000 for the replacement sidewalk construction.
Second, Parker.
Moved by Franco, seconded by Parker. Thank you. And again, this is an area that Mr. Burt has requested we keep this money in the account.
Yes.
Councilor Aubry?
What's the location of this work?
Well, I think it's all over, but Greg, do you have anything to add on location?
We've, done an inventory a couple of years ago of all our sidewalk network throughout town, and it's really all over. It's, panels that have lifted up and created a tripping hazard that need to be repaired. Severely deteriorated sidewalks. There's some on Meridian Street. It's just all over town.
And in the description, you have listed 150 areas. So there's 150 panels scattered throughout the town?
That's correct.
Okay. Councilor Aubry, does that answer your question?
I think so. Thank you very much.
Councilor Franco, I think, had her hand up.
Yeah, so that's what my question was as well, was the 150 of them. This is the actual construction. This is not a study or anything of that nature, is it?
It's the actual replacement.
Thank you.
Councilor Bordelon has her hand up.
Thank you. And I just want to make sure we're going to be able to get to these projects in the actual budget year in 2021, just in case if there's that many, if you only needed to do half, perhaps. I just wanted to ask that these are all going to be met in that time frame, or what's the projected? Yeah.
First of all, we contract them out. We don't do them ourselves, and we're going to have a lot less CIPs to do than we intended. Greg, I believe you'll have plenty of time to contract this out. Is that right?
Yeah. Our intent is to get it all done in the FY21 timeframe.
Perfect. Thank you.
And I do consider this one of our most critical. You have to keep up on these things. You can't get behind on them.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other requests for discussion. We have a motion on the floor for 55,000 for CIP 3B. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? Opposed? Any opposed? No? Abstentions? None. That passes unanimously. We are on to CIP 4A. This is Councilor Heede. We are on page 223. This is Parks and Recreation Facilities Improvements, and this is one that the manager had listed. But I believe Director Landry wants us to move the full amount first, correct?
Yes.
Right, and it's not 100% elimination, so.
Okay, so Councilor Heede, could you move the full amount for us, please?
I'll make a motion for $755,000.
Second, Franco.
Moved by Heede, seconded by Franco, and then Mr. Burt, did you just want to tell us what you were thinking could be delayed for a year?
Well, it's like, we have an outstanding list of projects to do at Sutton Park. It's definitely getting in bad shape, and we anticipate having more usage with the middle school going in there. However, those are low SIP dollars we were looking at using, and we just have other priorities we have to use those dollars for, so it's gonna have to be put off to whenever. However, I've reallocated in my emails to the council where we could put the low SIP dollars, and there's still enough left to do the community dock. So I would recommend removing 670,000 and leaving, I believe it's, is it 85,000? 85,000 in the project. But 20 of that would be out of the boating account, so you're really talking 65,000 for the general fund, or for the low SIP. None of it's the, sorry. 65 low SIP, 20 boating.
So you need us to move the full amount, which is 85,000?
Yes.
I will move 85,000 for CIP 4A as a first amendment.
Second, Parker.
Moved by Granatowski, seconded by Parker, and you said 85,000.
Correct.
I think Mr. Burt just gave the rationale for that. Seeing no discussion, we will vote on CIP 4A in the amount of $85,000. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. Councilor Aubry, we are coming to you for CIP 4B.
Trail Improvement Program.
And this is on page 224, yeah.
Let's see, I believe we're looking for $449,000.
48,000.
Oh, 48, I'm sorry, mine says 9.
No, we just want 2021, so we want 48,000.
Oh, 48,000, sorry about that. Moving 48,000.
Second, Franco.
Moved by Aubry, seconded by Franco. Mr. Burt, this is on your list of
Yes.
suggested postponements.
Yes,
So
I really like the project, and I'd like to see it done at some point. However, I think we still have another trail project that isn't completed currently, and so I'm looking to push this off a year.
Councilor Franco, do you like to make a motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion of 0 on the trail improvement program.
Second.
Seconded by Zeppieri, was that?
Yes.
Thank you. So we have a motion for 0 on the floor. Mr. Burt has given his rationale for the motion, and I'm seeing no discussion, so we will vote on CIP 4B in the amount of 0. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? 1. Bumgardner?
Aundré trying to put his hand up to be recognized to speak on that before it was pushed through. I think
I'm sorry, I was in the middle of a motion. So we have 1 opposed, Bumgardner. Any abstentions? 0 abstentions. So that passes 8 in favor, 1 opposed, 0 abstentions.
I have a question.
Yes.
Before we move, can you give a minute, because everyone's coming under a different gigabytes and everything, before you move it, to give a chance for people to raise their hand, just at least a 1 second or 2 second delay, because everyone's getting it at different speeds.
I always check before I call the motion, Councilor Bordelon.
I was just,
We're on to CIP 4C, which is Golf Course Improvement Plan. And this will be Councilor Bordelon.
so just to make sure I'm reading the right number on here, just, looks like I'm making a motion to move, is it 200,000?
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Second. Franco.
Moved by Bordelon, seconded by Franco for $200,000. And I think, let's see,
There's on the list to zero out also.
It is, okay,
Yeah.
so I will entertain a motion to zero this account as this is on Mr. Burt's list of recommended postponements.
So moved.
Moved by Zeppieri.
And he,
Second, Franco.
So 200 was the original, zero is the first amended figure, and Mr. Burt, I think, I don't know if you want to give rationale for each of these or if it's just.
Well, again, you know, there's a plan in place to try to knock out these, you know, repairing bunkers, trying to put them back to the original states. However, I was asked to prepare a list of things that absolutely weren't, you know, required this year. And I did let Mark Barry know yesterday.
Thank you very much. And I'm looking and I see no hands. So all those in favor of the first amended motion for CIP 4C in the amount of zero, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. We're on to CIP 4D. This will be Councilor Melendez. This is Parks and Rec, Park Improvement, ADA Compliance on page 227. Councilor Melendez.
For CIP 4D, I make a motion for $41,000.
Thank you.
Second, Franco.
Moved by Melendez, seconded by Franco. This is one that Mr. Burt recommends we keep in the budget this year.
And can I speak to that real quick?
Are you changing your mind?
No, no, because there's LOSUP dollars, and I don't have somewhere else I can use the LOSUP dollars, really. So I get confused every time Aundré changes his thing. I'm like, what's he doing by the sub base? I just see a sub word. There was the LOSUP dollars there. Part of this, we went through that whole thing with the basketball courts. Last time, there's a variety of projects here. What all are they? Paint and sealing the basketball court and painting pickleball and basketball court lines at the community center. 10,000 to install that Central Dog Park that we had the 359 signatures for to do, which was what we had the most thing on. And the 20,000 to repair the disc golf course, which I've had a fair number of calls over the last year. Without the LOSUP dollars, I probably would have removed it. I think they're needed very much so, but I probably would have picked and choose some of these, but I have nowhere else to put those dollars really anyways, so, and I don't want to get too far behind on projects, so I recommend keeping them in there.
Okay, I'm seeing Councilor Franco.
So for LOSIP dollars, may I ask if that was considered for the Overlook Avenue repavement?
I did put something out, like, LOSUP dollars could be used for that. However, for the most part, we've been saying that we're going to wait until we get that study.
Okay. Or what about the school security system?
I've got a recommendation on that will fund the school security system.
Thank you.
Councilor Aubry.
Where is the Millwood Creek disc golf?
It's not far from Park. It's in a neighborhood, and Mark's on the line, by the way. It's near Park. What do you call it? The Park, not Far Court. That's from Shrek. What's it called?
Deerfield? Deerfield.
Yes.
Well, it's Deerfield, but it's near that. It's north of town, near that other park.
It's right behind my house.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know where you live.
Heather Glen Lane.
District 5. Okay, I'm seeing no other hands, so I'm calling a vote on CIP 4D, Park Improvement, ADA Compliance in the amount of $41,000. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. So we're coming up to Councilor Zeppieri for CIP 4E, Athletic Field Development. This is on page 228. And this is also one that Mr. Burt has recommended leaving in.
I move the amount of $100,000 for athletic field development.
Second.
Moved by Zeppieri and seconded by Franco.
Do you want to mention about the LoSiP on that and CIP?
No, that's one we're moving some of that money to.
You're moving.
Okay,
yeah,
to
you're moving.
mention, if you recall, we removed the Spicer, not Spicer, what's it called? Sutton Park money from LoSiP. This would be one of the things that money would go towards, $100,000 for the athletic field, so it will be LoSiP grant dollars, no tax dollars.
So the amount will stay the same, but the source of funding will switch from a C to a letter O, which indicates other, in this
Correct.
case, local.
Right. And I know they kept it in generally because we've had so much talk about the need for athletic fields.
Thank you. I am seeing no discussion, so I will call for a motion on CIP 4E. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. We are back to Councilor Bumgardner for CIP 5B, Districts George, Barnum, Cutler, and West Side. And this is one that is recommended to be left in the budget. Councilor Bumgardner. We are on page 229, Councilor Bumgardner.
Sorry, I thought you unmuted me. I'll make a motion to move 125,000 for item 5B.
Second. Franco.
Moved by Bumgardner and seconded by Franco for $125,000. Again, this is something that is being left in the account in the budget by Mr. Burt. I see several hands. We'll start with Councilor Heede.
Just curious if there's an alternative option for this. For example, if they are going to mothball Mary Morrison, could they just use that property?
I do have Dr. Grenier and some of the staff should be able to, I think they're all unmuted if they are all day early.
Dr. Grenier is able to, he's unmuted. Hi, Dr. Grenier, welcome back.
Thanks. And I can't express my appreciation enough for all of you and the patience that you're showing. This is exhausting. And I'm not there all day. Well, anyway, so let me talk about this. We have these portables that were purchased in the case of Westside and those at Cutler not too long ago, about 6 or 7 years ago. So they're very nice facilities that cost about $400,000 a piece. And the plan right now is that when the buildings, when both middle schools get demolished the first week of July, we either are going to move these or the portables will have to be demolished. So of course we don't want to do that. So what we did was a few months ago when we put this together, we asked the architects if we could leave them on site and use them as construction trailers, and the architect said no. There was no room for them to on site. So if you see the last line of on page 129, it says if we can't, we would have to add $160,000 to the project. But so in other words, it'd actually be 285. But here's what we're thinking. We requested that the portables be considered part of moving the portables, be considered part of the cost of building the 2 new elementary schools, and that was approved. And so if you add the 125 to the 160, that comes to 285, but we don't need that much. What we actually need is $50,000 because we definitely want to move the portable, that one that's left at Pleasant Valley. We want to move that to Charles Barnum. and that will cost 50,000, 50. The two at Cutler, they will move them for us and move them to the central office site. But we would have to build a slab, a foundation for them, and that would cost 35,000 each. And then the one at the west side would also cost about 35. So what we would need is not 285, but 155. So with 155, we would be able to move the Pleasant Valley, the two at Cutler and the one at West Side, have them all set up so we could use it for storage facility and then have the remainder of the cost, the moving cost, covered by the state reimbursable grant that we're getting for the schools. I know that's sort of complicated, but
so to clarify, Dr. Grenier, the 125 is not sufficient to do what you need to do to manage the storage needs, and you would ask us to allocate 155 instead?
Correct.
Okay, I will make a motion for 155,000.
Second.
Moved by Granatowski and seconded by Franco, and my rationale is just what Dr. Grenier outlined in his remarks. I see multiple hands. I see Councilor Bordelon, Zeppieri, and Bumgardner.
Thank you. So there's, I think Councilor Heede had asked about the Mary Morrison. So this is to move the trailer. Do you anticipate that you need all these trailers and they're being moved to what, central office or?
Yeah, the reason we need them is because the Pleasant Valley site also includes a 10,000 square foot storage facility. I think they call it the A-frame. So we have to get all those materials out as well. And yeah, we definitely need the storage. And of course, we don't want to see valuable buildings demolished that town has already purchased.
Now, what is the, what types of things are we looking to store?
We have school records that we have to store. We have technology. We have supplies. We have custodial. There's a whole range of supplies that, and we also have some. As these schools get cleared out, there'll be some furniture and student desks and so forth that we want to make sure we're holding on to.
Is there any push to move to more of electronic filing so that you could cut down on your storage use by having documents into a system?
Right. Well, we're currently doing that, and yeah, that we're actually in the process of sort of culling our records, but moving them that would be a fairly significant. It'd be valuable, but a significant undertaking in terms of getting tens of thousands of documents electronically scanned.
Okay, we have Councilor Zeppieri and then Bumgardner.
My question has been answered by Councilor Bordelon's question.
Thank you, Councilor Zeppieri. Councilor Bumgardner. Councilor Bumgardner, you're muted.
How does Manager Burt feel about this additional appropriation?
I think it's needed. You know, if we want to move forward with Pleasant Valley with that potential development, then I think it's needed.
I'm seeing no further hands. So we will vote on the first amended figure, which is $155,000. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? One opposed, Bordelon. Abstentions? 0 abstentions. That passes 8 in favor. 1 opposed, Bordelon. 0 abstentions. We are on to Councilor Parker for CIP 5C, Northeast Academy Air Quality. This is on page 230.
I make a motion to move $104,000.
Second, Heede.
Moved by Parker and seconded by Heede. And again, this is one that Mr. Burt has.
What was that?
Rachael.
No.
I think that was Sam Kilpatrick fooling around.
Much needed levity is what that was. So we are at 104,000, and again, this is something that Mr. Burt recommends leaving in the budget. I'm seeing no hands for discussion. So all those in favor, please say aye.
Excuse me, Mayor Granatowski?
I'm sorry, we're in the middle of a vote, Dr. Grenier. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously.
I didn't even vote. I was trying to ask a question on that.
So it's helpful if you ask the question before I move, I call for the vote here. We are on to 5D, video surveillance.
Wait a minute. The superintendent had something he wanted to say.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Grenier.
But I was just going to say that 20,000 of that 104, we actually took care of this year. We did all the cleaning up, the duct work. So that if somebody wanted to make an amended motion, we only need 84, not 104.
Huh. Maybe we should go back.
Councilor
Need to
Zeppieri.
reconsider.
No, we're going too fast.
Excuse me, Councilor Bordelon. Councilor Zeppieri has the floor. Councilor Zeppieri?
Motion to reconsider the last vote.
I'll second that.
Second.
Okay, hold on. So there was a move to reconsider CIP 5C by Zeppieri, seconded by Parker. All those in favor of reconsideration, please say aye.
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 Any opposed to reconsidering? Any abstentions? All right, so the number, we are back, and I believe.
I make a motion to move $84,000.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Parker. Moved by Parker and seconded by Bumgardner. Is there discussion at this point before I call for the vote? Councilor Bordelon.
Thank you. Yes, I think if we could just maybe slow down a hair, because you're flipping between a binder, a booklet, and clicking on your fingers, and sometimes you go to hit the button, it doesn't release, and then you're already moving. So for just to understand, we're using technology that's different, and you're not in the moment in it. So I was trying to ask a question, and I was getting overlooked. But in regards to this, there's more air quality issues there. I know that people have been discussing the concerns with the playground drainage at Northeast Academy. Is any of that going to be addressed in any of this money?
That's in next year's. The only thing that's in the 84,000 is the upgrade to the air handling system and heating and cooling. And next year we have $200,000 in there to address that.
Is there anything that can be done to start to address the drainage there? Because at the last meeting that we had, and I had asked information for.
Councilor Heede has a point of order.
I'm still asking about the number.
Councilor Heede has a point of order. Councilor Heede?
No, just I think we're straying off the topic.
Okay, I'll stay back on the topic.
Stay with the amount, we're discussing the amount of $84,000.
Okay, well, the amount was lowered, and there's other air quality issues. The whole item is about air quality. Is that correct? Am I still on point?
Well, let me say this. We wouldn't be able to address that. That's a major amount of money.
And I finished because I was trying to make sure I had my point clear. So the Fuston O'Neill study for Northeast Academy, which I had emails regarding, children aren't able to use the playground after heavy rain. And I'm wondering
Point of order.
The money that we're lowering.
Franco, what is your point of order?
We are on the HVAC system for the Northeast Academy air quality. I believe that is a different topic altogether.
Your point of order is taken. Councilor Bordelon, please stay with the topic for
the topic.
CIP 5C.
Point of order.
The air quality.
Councilor Bumgardner, what is your point of order?
Okay, so the topic at hand is item 2C, and we're setting we're appropriate amount for item 5C, Northeast Academy Air Quality. In that, CIP contains several projects. So anything on this CIP list remain to the discussion. Can we stop doing point of orders where we're trying to shut people down? Everyone has a different perspective.
Councilor Bumgardner, we are on the FYE 21 item, and that item is the equipment and upgrades to the air handling units. Is that correct, Dr. Grenier?
Yes.
Yeah, but with that,
Excuse me, I have the floor.
okay, but I'd like to be recognized, not forgotten.
Item 5C for FYE 21, which is what we're debating, is for air handling units for humidity. And I've asked Dr. Grenier if that's correct, and I believe he said yes, that's what we're debating.
That's correct.
That's correct. Please keep your questions and your comments germane. Councilor Bordelon, you still have the floor.
So for clarification purposes, one has to talk about the budget line, but also when you look at the paper that you gave us, if everything that you asked is all on this paper, okay? We're talking about a line, but I was giving a whole page on this item because my job to look at the budget is not only to look at 2021, it's also to look at the next one. So the point of order, I feel,
Point of order.
Melendez, what is your point of order?
I think that this is a process statement and we should be talking about the CIP.
Thank you, Councilor Bordelon. Your point is taken. Councilor Bordelon, if you'd like to keep your comments germane to the appropriation we're debating.
I am still
would appreciate that.
Hello?
Councilor Bordelon, you're muted. Please unmute.
So we're not able to talk about anything else on page 230 is what you're saying today.
We would like you to discuss the appropriation that is on the floor.
Right, and what I'm asking is, on page 230, we have FY 2022, and
we're not voting FY 2022, we are voting FY 21.
A vote today also affects the vote for next year. It's part of today's budget for 2021 that will also be part of 2022. That is appropriate and in fair game, and I disagree with the point of order. I'm asking a question, stating to how we're moving with these projects, pertaining to the money and the dollars.
Point of order. Point of order.
Melendez, your point of order.
A point of order, not debatable. It's not debatable.
Thank you. Councilor Bordelon, there are other people that wish to speak, and we have Councilor Aubry, we have Parker and then Aubry, please.
Yes, I'm sorry. We can only discuss what the item is on the floor of fiscal 2021 because we did not discuss any other CIPs from fiscal 2022 on. If that was the case, we should have taken them all under consideration, but we can only do what is currently before us, which is FYE 2021. As part of the Rules Committee, I'm trying to calm everything down to say the current issue, there is a motion on the floor of $84,000 that I made that we have to discuss. We cannot discuss any other items. I didn't put in $200,000. We can only discuss what I made a motion for, the $84,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Parker. Councilor Aubry. Councilor Bordelon, Councilor Aubry has the floor. Please be respectful. Councilor Aubry?
Look, guys, I think maybe we ought to take a short caucus and just calm down a little bit and remember what we're here to try to do. There's a lot of confusion with it. We are doing it a little differently than usual. Usually we go line by line and we're not. So how about if we all just take a deep breath, maybe take 5 minutes, come back and start again. And we're trying to do something that's almost impossible today. And the more pressure we put on the situation, the worse it's going to get. So I'm just asking if we can just take a little breather, take a deep breath, and everybody be patient and don't abuse the point of order.
So we've had a request, there are people with their hands up, but we've had a request for a brief recess. Councilor Franco, would you like to have the recess or would you like to speak before the recess?
It's up to the council.
Which is the council? Council would like to recess for 5?
Aye.
Just take a deep breath, guys. Come on.
I only hear one person that would like to recess.
Okay.
Aye.
All right, okay, we will recess for 5 minutes. We will be back and starting promptly at 2:53. Okay, we're back in at 2:56 and we are wrapping up discussion on CIP 5C. And Councilor Franco, I think, has the floor, but I'm not sure if she's with us. Councilor Franco, did you have your hand up?
You're muted.
There she goes. Oh, it just went muted again. There she goes.
Now that we've all taken a little breath. So what we are trying to do is get through a 12-hour process here, and we're trying not to deviate to other topics. So what we're trying to do right here is take care of 2021 for the Northeast Academy air quality, and what's on the schedule is the equipment, and that's what I think we should focus on. If somebody wants to add to the this, they have to bring it up as a separate motion. Those are separate things. There are other items that are not on our CIPs, and that would have to be brought up as a separate motion.
So is there further discussion on 5C, which is the air quality at Northeast Academy School? Councilor Bordelon, I ask please that you keep your remarks germane.
Okay, so looking at this, I'd like to move another number.
So this would be, let me get my bearings here.
I would do the original number that was requested.
Give me a second, please. I'm trying to figure out where we are with this. So we were at, Mr. Burt, feel free to jump in because we reconsidered. So we didn't come back with, with the original number. We started.
We have
with
the 84 we haven't voted on.
Right, so we can have this will be the first amended number, correct?
Right.
Right.
Okay. So the first amended motion, Councilor Bordelon.
I'd like to go with the 104,000. Looking at the FY21 funds that were originally set in place.
Is there a second for the 104,000?
Second.
Seconded by Aundré. Go ahead, Councilor Bordelon, for your rationale.
The complaints I've gotten about the playground, maybe the extra funds to start to alleviate some of the drainage issues to allow children to access the playground. Because it's on the CIPs for 2022 anyway, 200,000.
Is there any discussion on the first amended motion? Councilor Zeppieri.
The changing of the grading and draining of the field is on for 2022. We had started out on Thursday night with an effort to decrease the amounts that we're spending so we can take the pressure off of our constituents who are already stressed with this economic downturn. I don't think we should be gratuitously adding new amounts of money without knowing precisely how they're going to be used. So I speak against this amendment.
Councilor Parker, did you want to speak?
I'm not in favor. I believe Dr. Grenier said that they only need 84,000, so I'm going to support what he has advised. Thank you.
Thank you. I am not seeing any more hands. So I will call for a vote on the first amended motion, which is 104,000. All those in favor of the first amended motion, please say aye.
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 Bordelon, Aundré, Bumgardner, opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstentions? 0 abstentions. So that fails 3 in favor, Bordelon, Aundré, Bumgardner, 6 opposed, 0 abstentions. We have the amount of $84,000 on the floor. I'm not seeing any hands for discussion. I will call for a vote on $84,000. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. Thank you. Councilor Franco, I believe we're on to 5D, video surveillance system.
Make a motion for 180,000 on video surveillance system.
Is there a second?
Second.
Hey, oh, sorry.
Yeah. Moved by Franco and seconded by Bordelon. Mr. Burt,
finding it.
Mr. Burt, Burt, could you please address, everybody's chiming and, could you please address the funding for this? Because it was
Yeah.
originally on your list of cuts, but then.
Yeah,
you had-
my recommendation is we do take a couple things. We use the bridge repair $45,000 savings to put towards this. We use, we reduce 6M, the police locker room, which I really want to do fully at some point by 125,000. And then, which is LOSIP dollars. And then I have 10,000 unallocated LOSIP dollars. So it'd be 135,000 LOSIP and then the 45,000 bridge repair savings would pay for that. But again, this would take 125,000 down from the police locker room, which would leave 25,000. Is it 30 or 25 for the doors?
30 for the door locks and 75 for ventilation.
Okay. You know, let's do 15. Give me 1 sec here.
This is,
So let's-
this is assuming
Okay.
taking money from the police lockers.
Right. So let's, 45K from the bridge repair, 1H. Reduce the police 6M by 120, which would leave 75K for ventilation and 30K for door locks. We have, and then 15,000, I think we have about 15,000 total unallocated LOSIP, so that would total up to 180, I believe, is that right? Yeah,
Mr.
that-
Burt, Councilor Bumgardner has indicated he lost audio,
Oh, really?
and I hear someone's clock again.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And it's nothing on our end for audio with them. It'd be on his end, I believe.
Okay, he says he's back. Thank
Okay.
you. Okay, so, originally, just to recap for everybody, this was on your list of cuts to postpone till next year. You have offered a solution to fund this based on savings from other CIPs, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so then,
And all but 45, so 135 of this would be LOSIP and 45 savings from 1H.
okay. I see Councilor Franco and then Councilor Heede.
There's text messages requesting what that definition is.
I'm sorry, Councilor, could you say that again, please?
Can you, Mr. Burt, would you please tell people at home what LOSIP is?
Well, they're grant dollars for construction, but I'll let Greg. Greg, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Do you know what it stands for? Can you explain it?
It stands for Local Capital Improvement Program. It's state funding, and the state has balance right now for the town of Groton is just over $1 million that's available to us for this year.
All right, thank you. And just, I'm in favor of this. Thank you.
Councilor Heede.
Yes, thank you. The rationale for this is that it would significantly increase student and staff safety. And I'm just wondering how you quantify that. Like how,
Well, I'll let Dr. Grenier speak to that.
thank you.
Well, we have a video surveillance system that is being built into the new middle school. So initially, when we had a meeting with Chief Fasaro, we started to think about, could we merge that with the high school since it's so near? And then that led to, it would be basically a Wi-Fi connection. And then that led to a discussion of, we know that there'll be a video surveillance system in the 2 new elementary schools. So this money would only be for the high school, Northeast Academy, Catherine Klonowski, and Charles Barnum. The police would have the ability, I don't really want to get into the details too much, but police would have the ability to have surveillance in our buildings in the event of an emergency.
And I thank you for not getting into details. We have to remember when we're talking security in public buildings, especially schools, that we don't ask for too many details because that defeats the purpose of the security. Councilor Heede, did that answer your question?
Yeah, I understand, and thank you.
Yeah, I have a question.
We have Councilor Aundré and Councilor Zeppieri.
Wouldn't Catherine Konaski come under the city?
No, it's actually in the town.
Really?
Close. It's only west side. Only West Side is in the city.
And we are putting some in the new
Yes,
school.
we have a full system there at West Side.
Thank you.
Councilor Zeppieri. Oh, hold on. Councilor Zeppieri, I'm sorry, could you start over again? You were muted.
I said I'm a little bit confused. This item appeared on the manager's list of items that could be deleted. And now he's suggesting that we reinstate it using funds that we have saved by not funding other issues, other CIPs. I don't think we have other funds to save. We decided not to fund the other CIPs, not because they were not needed, but because we're trying to save money for the people. Now we're taking that back for another project, which has been deemed something that we can do without this year. I think that we ought to stick to what we set out to do and try to limit costs by saving money in one place and then throwing it out again in another place. We're not saving the taxpayers anything. So I'm opposed to any restoration of this. I'm making a motion that video surveillance system number 5D be 0. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
So we have a first amended motion on the floor of 0 moved by Zeppieri and seconded by Bordelon. And I believe Councilor Zeppieri spoke to his rationale already. Did you want to add anything, Councilor Zeppieri?
No, I think I've said what I have to say.
Okay, thank you. We have Councilor Bordelon, Aundré, and Franco.
Thank you. No, I think Joe covered exactly what I was going to do. I think that he explained it perfectly. I think if there was funds coming from somewhere else, as of right now, I cannot justify the cuts that we made to move now to video surveillance. That's not why we cut them. And I just don't feel comfortable with that. And I support Councilor Zeppieri's motion of the amended number of 0 on this CIP at this time. Thank you.
Councilor Aundré?
Well, this was a potential budget cuts that were put on this sheet. These aren't in stone. And personally, I think that there's nothing more important than the safety of our children in school. And I was not going to be in favor of this cut. And I would like to leave the $180,000 for the cameras, irregardless. I'm not saying it's coming from any place else, or here or there. I think it should stay. And I'd like to make a motion that we keep the $180,000 for the video surveillance.
Okay, that's already on, that's our main motion. So we have 180 on the floor and we have a 0. So we have that option. Councilor, we have Franco, Melendez, and Heede.
So I'd just like to reiterate that 135,000 are LoSiP money. This is not coming from Groton taxpayers. 45,000 would be from taxpayers, and I understand it would be taken back from something else that we have taken away from, but on the most part, the vast majority of this is from LoSiP funds, not taxpayer funds. And as Councilor Aundré said, I think our children's safety is imperative. Thank you.
Councilor Melendez.
Yeah, I was just gonna basically say that this is just there was the original town manager request, and then he realized that we wanted to redistribute some of the LoSiP money. He realized that we had different priorities than what he, I guess, originally anticipated. So this is just a distribution of LoSiP money.
Thank you, Councilor Melendez. Councilor Heede.
Oh, you've all gotten my issues. Thanks.
Thank you. And I'm not going to take time. I agree with the last 3 speakers. Okay. I'm not seeing any more hands, so we will vote on CIP 5D. The first amended motion is what we have to vote first. and that is in the amount of 0. All those in favor of 0, please say aye.
Aye.
Zeppieri, Bumgardner, Bordelon. All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions? That motion fails. 3 in favor, 6 opposed, 0 abstentions. We are back to the main motion, which was $180,000. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Hold it.
Perry? Bumgardner? Bordelon. Any abstentions?
Hold on a sec. Cindy's got a question.
The 180,000, if that passes, the way it's presented as it is, it's all from the capital reserve fund.
Right.
If you want to take the town manager's recommendation, you should make the motion that the 45,000 is a capital reserve and the 135 is going to come from LoCIP funding.
Okay, so we just took a vote. Can we do that just by direction to the manager, Ms. Landry? I can't hear
I'm
Cindy.
thinking.
She's thinking.
You passed the 180,000. Can
Yes.
you amend it just to specify the funding?
170,000.
So,
100.
170?
Councilor Franco?
180.
I'll make a motion to specify that 135 will come from LoCIP funds and 45 will come from other capital reserve funds
Yes.
for a
Yes.
total of 180,000.
I second that motion.
Franco
Councilor
and
Parker.
Parker? So all those in favor of the allocation as stated by the finance director, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Yeah, that was completely though.
Councilor Bumgardner and Bordelon are opposed. That passes 7 in favor, 2 opposed, Bumgardner and Bordelon, 0 abstentions. Thank you for catching that, Director Landry. Okay, we are on to 5F. I think we're on Councilor Heede. This is on page 232. 5F, school kitchen dishwashing equipment. Councilor Heede, please.
I'll make a motion for $120,000.
Is there a second?
Second. Councilor Parker.
Parker? Thank you. And this is one that the manager recommends we leave in the budget, as it's necessary to have clean dishes now more than ever. No discussion? All those in favor of 120,000 for CIP 5F, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstention? So moved unanimously. Councilor Aubry? We are
Yeah.
on 6A.
All right.
Spicer House Parks and Rec Office, if you could move that one, please.
Let me get to it, sorry.
Okay.
Can I add, this will become LoCIP out of the savings from the Sutton Park, so you might just want to make the motion to be the 170 utilizing LoCIP dollars.
So the 170 will be LoCIP?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Councilor
Okay. I move 170,000 for Spicer House, is it Parks and Rec Office, is that the one we're doing?
Yes.
It is, but could you
Yeah.
add the specification that it's LoCIP money, please?
I will add that it is LoCIP money.
Thank you, and I will second that. Moved by Aubry and seconded by Granatowski for $170,000 for CIP 6A using LoCIP funds. And we have 2 counselors with questions. We have Bumgardner and Bordelon. Hold on, you're not, hold on. Oh, why can't we hear Councilor Bumgardner? Councilor Bumgardner, we can't hear you. Try again.
Doesn't look like anything on our end.
The mic is open. Councilor Bordelon, do you want to go ahead, and then when he gets ready, we can come back?
Yeah, I had the same problem. I had to put my fan underneath my laptop, my accessory. It was overheating.
Do you have a question regarding this account?
No, I'm just wondering if he's having a malfunction because of the heat.
Do you have a question regarding this account?
Yeah, I do. Am I going before him? I didn't hear that.
Yes, you are, because he's trying to get his equipment working.
Oh, perfect. Looking at this, what are we planning on the Spicer building? I know we're not going to be using it. And I just want to clarify, all the money is going to come out of that fund, so it wouldn't affect the tax amount?
That is correct, but I can, oh, Aundré's calling in. He might have to do it via phone. Let me put Aundré on, okay?
Okay.
Councilor Bumgardner?
Yes,
Hey,
I'm rebooting my stuff.
Okay,
I just
okay.
want to make sure I can get my vote recorded.
Okay, they're not ready to vote yet. Portia's asking questions right now, okay?
All right, thank you so much.
Sure.
Multiple people
I'll
talking.
make sure, worst comes worst, we'll call you back, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so, we have,
The district storage stuff.
Okay, let's,
They passed the 125?
Yes.
the attendees, please.
255.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Okay, I think we're good. So we're waiting on Councilor Bumgardner to get back to Councilor Bordelon for her question regarding Spicer House.
It would be all LoSiP, but I'm gonna let, Greg and Mark are both here, so which are online, so whichever they want to answer about what's being done and the future.
Because with that, if we're not planning on doing, is the building currently vacant?
No, it is not. They're in there and it's deteriorating.
Right, and I thought there was a plan to move everybody out.
Eventually, Greg, Mark, is that likely another couple years away or a year away? What's the time frame? Likely.
To move Spicer House out would
Yeah.
be probably about a year from now.
Okay. But then we're retaining the property and we have some restrictions on, I don't know if it says exactly we have to maintain it. We're gonna lose the building if we don't shore it up.
Hello? All right. So at this time, would it be enough, it's not gonna affect the taxpayers, right?
Right.
Because if not,
Right.
I was thinking we could just do the roof this year. That prevents anything from damaging on the inside and then do the paint after, but if it's not gonna change the number for the rates, then you have the money in that fund that we don't need for anywhere else, then I could support it.
Councilor Bumgardner is back with us. Did you have your question out, Councilor Bumgardner?
And it may have been the same one Councilor Bordelon asked. It was regarding the remaining balance if we're to fund, the remaining balance of LoSiP if we're to fund this item with LoSiP funds.
I can't tell you offhand the remaining because they're allocated throughout projects.
I don't have that.
Yeah, Cindy does not have that either.
I don't know if Greg has that.
Everything's allocated though, so you'd have to pick out ones to unallocate the LoSiP from.
Councilor Aubry, did you have a question?
No, I don't have a question. I was just gonna, if it's all right, say that, I think that the exterior of the building is in just terrible condition. I'm quite sure they're just gonna try to button it up. Because I think right now there may be even water coming in. So I expect that's what that money's going for.
Yeah, it's all written out there in the description and the purpose justification here. So a lot of these questions could be answered that way.
Unfortunately, I don't have that on my computer for some reason, so I may be asking a few questions.
That's fine. I'm looking, I thought I saw a hand. Councilor Bordelon and then, Councilor Heede hasn't spoken yet. Let's go Councilor Heede, then we'll come back to Councilor Bordelon.
Just a quick question, John. We're going to spend $170,000 on the building, but it's going to be vacated soon. Do you know what the purpose of the building will be?
Well, we're still working, if you recall, we've had an update from John Reiner that we're working with the, as it is, if we abandon the park use, we know that the property and building would revert to another agency. We're working with them and the state to see what uses are allowed to make sure we're using it appropriately. Once we have that locked down, then we can go out for likely requests for, proposals to see, once we know what's allowed, then we can put that out there and see what people bid on. But in the meantime, we don't want to lose the building, which we're counting down to.
Yeah, I can support this.
Councilor Bordelon, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I have my note right. So after this, we're not sure of what would be left for LoSiP funds or where we're at with that?
I'm not sure.
Because I just want to keep a running tally here just to see with other projects. It'd be helpful to
The
kind of know
reallocate, well, the reallocation was on that email I sent everyone, where the
Yeah.
money would go to. There's,
Right. I know that we're,
there's not a lot left to allocate. It's mostly gone.
Okay, anyone who hasn't spoken yet wish to jump in on this account? Okay, we are looking at the motion on the floor is for 170,000 out of LoSiP. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously.
Okay, it looks to me about 380,000 still to allocate, but they're all set for different things, which we can get to as we get to each one.
Okay, we are on to, and we are at, I believe, Councilor Bordelon for 6C, Public Buildings Town Hall Complex. This is on page 234, and this is one of the ones that Mr. Burt recommended for changes, but we need the full amount at this time, please.
Yep, just looks like I have 240,000.
Oh, she cut out.
I can't hear.
Hello?
Yep.
We didn't hear your motion?
Okay, signal's getting weird. 200, is it 240,000 that I'm moving?
Is there a second?
Second.
Franco.
Moved by Bordelon and seconded by Franco. Mr. Burt, would you like to address the changes, and then someone can make an amendment if they choose?
Yeah, hold on a sec here, this one gets a little weird. I think it's my list, hold on a sec. What number is this again?
6C.
This is
6C, okay. Looking at getting rid of the outright eliminating the parking lot modifications of 75,000 and the CCTV of 80,000. Leaving in there the radon for 50,000, you know, that's something we have to do. Security system for 25,000 and shades for 10,000, but we would use some of that, those $380,000 so far unallocated of LoSiP, we would use 85 towards this.
So then you're looking for a motion for 85,000 in LoSiP funds for the
Right.
CIP?
Correct.
I will move 85,000 in LoSiP funds for CIP 6C.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Granatowski. Was that Bumgardner?
Yes.
Did she say LoSiP?
Seconded by Bumgardner.
Yes.
Looking, I don't see any discussion at this point. Okay, I will, Councilor Bordelon. I'm sorry, Councilor, I don't know who.
Franco?
I see one blue hand and one raised hand, so we have Bordelon and Franco, so.
I just want to repeat the number, I'm sorry.
85,000?
85, thank you.
In LoSiP, and Councilor Bordelon.
I just wanted to check the other items. Are we thinking of pushing those off to next year? Is that the plan?
Yeah, one was the two items were the parking lot modifications and the CCTV. Right now, we don't really have someone full-time available to monitor a CCTV, so definitely next year on that. The parking lot modifications, that's a little bit less needed, but would like to do it to slow traffic down through that parking lot. However, those Jersey barriers are doing really well so far. We'd eventually like to get rid of the Jersey barriers and make that a permanent thing, but that's definitely slowed some things down.
So looking at that then, so if we go with that other number, those items would be moved into FY '22, which is at 240 now, but that possibly could change obviously over
Right,
time. But-
sure, yep, exactly.
I see no further hands, so I will call for a vote on CIP 6C in the amount of 85,000 in LoSiP funds. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. We are on to CIP 6D, and this will be Councilor Melendez on page 235.
Okay, for CIP 6D, I make a motion for $90,000.
Is there a second?
Franco.
Moved by Melendez and seconded by Franco for $90,000. This is one that Mr. Burt requests that we please keep in the budget. And the description was here detailing what the money was to be used for. Councilor Franco.
I have a question. In the beginning of this, it's discussing the fire alarm system. And then it goes on to request the 55,000 for the brickwork and the 35 for the cooling tower. So what's going on with the fire alarm system?
Greg, was that done in this year, just held over, or what was going on with?
The fire alarm system was approved last year.
It got carried over.
That first paragraph probably should not have been put in here.
Okay, gotcha. I was a little confused. Thank you.
Okay, so then disregard the first paragraph. And we have Councilor Bordelon.
Yes, so looking at, I was just questioning, so one got carried over from last year?
There's no money with it, though.
Right, okay. So that
Paragraph was inserted in error.
okay, all right. And so all of these items are things that need to be done this coming year as proposed.
Right.
All right, thank you.
I'm seeing no other hand, oh, excuse me. I'm seeing no other hands on this item. So we will vote on CIP 6D and the amount of $90,000. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Abstentions, so moved unanimously. Thank you. Councilor Zeppieri, we are on to CIP 6K. You always get the ones that are changed. I'm sorry. This is going to CIP 6K on page 236, and we need the full amount moved, and then Mr. Burt can make his recommendation to us, please.
For CIP 6K, I move the amount of $400,000.
Is there a second? Moved by Zeppieri, seconded by Heede. Mr. Burt, did you want to address this, please?
Yes, I'm recommending that we remove the $260,000 for the bathrooms this year, hold them off to next year, and change the $140,000 for the air handling system to LoSiP dollars. And as a reminder, this is something we have in our lease with Par 4 that we would do.
So I will make a motion for $140,000 in LoSiP funds for CIP 6K. Is that correct?
Second.
Moved by Granatowski, seconded by Parker. Okay, I'm seeing no discussion on this item. We will vote on Mr. Burt's recommendation to use $140,000 in LoSiP funds for CIP 6K. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
How much is that again?
104. I'm sorry.
Opposed? Is there anybody opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously.
That was 135.
That was 140. Okay, Councilor Bumgardner, we are on to you for CIP 6M, Public Buildings. This is on page 237.
I would make a motion to approve 6M totaling $230,000. So moved.
Second.
Moved by Bumgardner and seconded by Franco. Mr. Burt, now we need to adjust this, correct?
Right. I'm recommending 105,000, which would be 75,000 for the ventilation and 30,000 for the doors locks.
And is there a
And
breakdown?
LoSiP dollars.
Okay, so 135 in LoSiP?
The whole thing's 105, and it would all be LoSiP.
So you're looking for a motion for 105,000 in LoSiP funds?
Yes.
Moved.
Moved by Zeppieri. Is there a second?
Second.
Was that Bumgardner?
Yes.
Moved by Zeppieri and seconded by Bumgardner for 105,000 in LoSiP funds. And this is what's allowed us to take care of these other projects. Oh, I see one discussion. Councilor Bordelon.
Yes, can you just explain a little bit more, like what exactly, so we're using the LoSiP funds again, right?
Right.
And that's gonna cover, just to make sure my notes are correct and looking at everything, because That's gonna cover what now?
75,000 for the ventilation and 30,000 for the lock system.
All right, so, and what's being cut out with that number?
The lockers. Though I would like to say I would like to do this for the police eventually, but unfortunately it's not the year.
We don't have any more of the LoCIP funds?
Not without taking from somewhere else. And all we have unallocated now is, the three things we have left on my list for LoCIP is the Groton ambulance parking lot for 45, the town hall annex, 70,000, and, which is the ventilation system, and senior center CCTV for 40.
Okay, I see no other hands. All right, so I will call for a vote on CIP 6M in the amount of $105,000 in LoCIP funds. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. We are on to Councilor Parker for CIP 6O, Groton Ambulance, on page 238, please.
I move 45,000
LoCIP.
LoCIP. I
Second.
move,
Heede.
thank you.
Moved by Parker, seconded by Heede, $45,000 in LoCIP funds. Mr. Burt, did you want to add anything, or are we set?
We're set.
Okay. Bordelon has a question.
So this is for the parking lot?
This is for paving. It's gotten bad enough it's considered a safety hazard.
Did that change from the original thing that the recommendation you had sent, or am I, hold on, hold on one second.
I had suggested putting LoCIP dollars towards it to cover the cost, which is what this motion is.
Are we sure that there's nothing else that would be wiping out the LoCIP fund? What is that gonna do to us?
It doesn't do anything to us. And Greg, could you just speak as to the condition of the parking lot?
Yeah, it's the rear parking lot and the front driveway off Route 117, and they are, both of them, in terrible condition.
Like to the point of, I think there's worry of vehicle damage, which you don't want with ambulances.
They're very expensive.
Yes, they are.
Okay, I see no other hands, so we will vote on 45,000 in LoCIP funds for CIP 6O. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. Councilor Franco, we are on to CIP 6P on page 239, Town Hall Annex Complex Annex Building.
I move the number of 95,000
With 70,000 in LoCIP.
with 75,000.
70 of it coming from LoCIP.
LoCIP.
Yes.
Okay, so it's 95,000 with 70 in LoCIP, and that was seconded by, did I see Heede's hand?
Yeah.
Seconded by Heede. Excuse me.
And this is an important one. As you know, we've often had humidity and smell issues in the annex building. The first part would fix the community rooms, so we don't have that issue. And the second part, the 25,000, would start doing the engineering design for the offices, which is it can be wildly different from one office to the next as to how bad it is. It's a very poorly laid out system currently.
Okay, I see no discussion. Oh, Councilor Heede.
Sorry, in my budget book, it says 25,000 for engineering, 70,000 for construction, but we're saying 75 for LoCIP?
No, 70 for LoCIP.
Okay, so the total is 95.
Correct. 70 LoCIP, 25 CIP.
Thank you.
Excellent. All right. So there is no further discussion. We'll vote on CIP 6P, $95,000 with 70,000 out of LoCIP. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. We are on to Councilor Heede on page 240. This is CIP 6Q, Town Hall Annex Fire Training Facility. We need the full amount moved, but then I think Mr. Burt wants to address this. Councilor Heede, please.
Sure, I'll make a motion for $95,000, please.
Second,
Was that Bumgardner?
yes.
Moved by Heede, seconded by Bumgardner. Mr. Burt, are you looking for a change on this one?
Yes, I'm looking for 0 for this year. It's something I'm supportive of, but we still do not have a agreement in place with the fire departments. It's kind of dragged on longer than I would have thought, so I'm looking to push it to next year.
I make a motion for 0.
Second,
Who was the second, please?
Aundré.
Moved by Parker, seconded by Bumgardner, in the amount of 0 as per the manager's recommendation. I see no hands. All those in favor of 0 for CIP 6Q, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. We are on to CIP 6R, and this is Councilor, I remember order, Franco.
And this would
And-
change to LoSiP. Final one.
Madam Mayor, I believe that's Councilor Aundré.
Okay, hold on one second. We had Parker moved. Oh, I see what I did. Okay. I had Heede moved the original, Parker moved the motion. So yes, we are on Councilor Aundré, but I didn't catch what Mr. Burt said. What
So
did you say?
the 40,000 part for the CCTV would be our final LoSiP dollars change.
Okay. So Councilor Aundré, if you could move 6R, please.
Just a second. Senior Center,
Right.
Yeah.
we're looking for 55,000,
With 40,000 coming from LoSiP.
40,000 coming from LoSiP.
Second. One.
Moved by Aundré, seconded by Melendez. And Mr. Burt, this is one of your recommendations as well, correct?
Yes, because it's for safety. They have building monitors at the senior center. This would allow them to keep an eye on things, make sure there's, no harm comes to people.
I see Councilor Franco and Bumgardner.
So I'd just like to clarify, it was for 55,000 and 15 were from LoSiP to begin with, and then the 40
No,
was from
15 is from the senior center fund, not
I'm sorry,
LoSiP.
Senior Center Fund. Okay, got you. So there's nothing coming out of tax dollars at all
No,
then?
no.
Okay, thank you. I'm in support of this because I think senior safety is also very important. Thanks.
Councilor Bumgardner, I think you had your hand up.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion for an amendment.
Go for it.
I'd like to move the amount of $15,000 for the purposes of replacing the carpet in the music room.
Is there a second on the 15,000?
I'll second it. Second.
Moved by Bumgardner, seconded by Bordelon. Councilor Bumgardner, your justification, please.
Yes, so we have, so that $15,000 would come out of the recreation and senior activities fund,
Right.
which I think is appropriate. We spent an awful lot on CCTV, which I understand is important, to ensure public safety. But with that being said, we have made significant cuts to recreation and parks, and so while that carpet is in line with that, I'm concerned that we've put a lot of money into hardware that is coming out of LoSiP at the expense of investment in some areas of town that certainly could have benefited from LoSiP, most namely Sutton Park. We did away with the bike lane in Midway Oval. So I would be against that, looking to utilize that $40,000 for another item that I'd like to bring up separately. But again, I'd like to move that number to 15,000.
Is there a discussion on Councilor Bumgardner's amendment?
Do we want Mark to speak to it?
That's fine.
Mark, are you there?
Mr.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, for joining.
Okay. So the closed circuit TV, the sight lines in that building are not particularly good, and we have a lot of doors that people can come in and out of, and we just felt like we needed the same security that's afforded at the library. They've got a number of cameras there. We have 0 at the senior center. And so this proposal includes
15 interior cameras and 4 exterior cameras.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. Are there questions or comments? Councilor Heede.
I'd like a clarification on what the two motions are. The first one, I understood 40,000 was coming from LOSIP and 15,000 from the Senior Activities Fund.
That's correct.
Okay, and then, so it's 55,000. So then the second motion was also 55,000, but just coming from different sources.
No, the second motion is 1515, and that is coming from the Recreation and Senior Special Fund.
Gotcha. So it was an elimination of the security cameras.
Correct.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
You're welcome. Councilor Aubry, are you raising your hand?
Nope, sorry.
That's okay. Okay, so we have two motions on the floor, and I'm seeing no further discussion, so I will call for a vote on the second, or the first amended figure, which is $15,000 from the Recreation and Senior Activities Fund. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Bumgardner, opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? 0 abstentions, so that fails. 1 in favor, Bumgardner, 8 opposed, and 0 abstentions. So we are back to.
No, there were 2 in favor.
2, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. So 2 in favor, Bumgardner and Zeppieri. And then 7 opposed, 0 abstentions. Is that correct, Councilor Zeppieri?
Yes.
Okay, so we're back to the main motion, which is 55,000 with 40,000 in LOSIP funds and 15 in Recreation and Senior Activities Fund. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Franco, are you opposed? We're getting lag here. So all those in favor, aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes unanimously. It was real slow, and it looked like your hands were still up. Sorry about that. Okay, we are on to 7A. And who are we at? We are at Councilor Bordelon. This is on page 242. This is technology, information technology infrastructure. Councilor Bordelon.
Yes. I'd like to move a number of 191,000.
Is there a second?
Second, Franco.
Thank you. Moved by Bordelon, seconded by Franco. And if you look at the second paragraph, it tells you what this is about.
And I don't know if people understand the extent of what we went through with our recent IT collapse that took months, and we're actually not 100% all the way back. This is very, very critical. So we need to keep this going. We got to keep up with our equipment.
Especially since we're relying on it more than ever now.
Yeah.
All right, I see no discussion, so I'll call for a vote on CIP 7A. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Been moved unanimously. We are on to Councilor Zeppieri for CIP 7B.
I'm next.
Melendez.
Oh, geez, I'm sorry.
That's good.
Thank you for the correction. I didn't mean to skip you. Councilor Melendez on page 243, 7G, please.
For CIP 7G, I make a motion for $25,000.
Second?
Moved by Melendez, that was Parker.
Yes.
Seconded by Parker. And if you look at the second paragraph, it tells you what these funds are being used for. And I'm not seeing any hands, so I will call for a vote on CIP 7G, the amount of $25,000. Please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. It never fails. Councilor Zeppieri, page 244. 7L, library and GMT servers replacement upgrade.
I move the amount of $38,000 for project for CIP 7L.
Is there a second?
Second, Franco.
Seconded by Franco. Mr. Burt, this is one that you recommended for postponing?
Yes, and the library director had contacted me on her own also independently and said that it could wait.
Thank you. So then we would be entertaining another motion for zero. If anyone would like to make that motion. I make a motion for zero.
Second.
Moved by Parker, seconded by Melendez, in the amount of zero as per the manager and library director's recommendation. Yes. No hands. Call for a vote on CIP 7L in the amount of zero. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. Thank you. Councilor Bumgardner, we are back to you for 7M on page 245.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the funds of $38,000 for the purposes of funding town meeting room AV presentation equipment replacement.
Is there a second?
Second, Franco.
Moved by Bumgardner and seconded by Franco. And if you look at the third paragraph, it tells you what the 38,000 will be used for. And there's no recommended change on this item. Councilor Franco?
I'd just like to ask Mr. Burr, is this possible to push off for just 1 year?
Probably can be, but let me just, Brian's on here. Brian, can you hear me? Oh, hold on a sec. Brian, can you hear me? Oh, unmute. Brian, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, is there any reason we couldn't push this off for a year? What are your thoughts on this?
I don't see no reason why you can't push this off for a year.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to make a motion for town meeting room AV presentation equipment and replacement upgrade to zero, please.
Second, Melendez.
Moved by Franco and seconded Melendez for the amount of zero for the reasons just stated by Mr. Burt and Mr. Hancock. I am seeing no discussion on this item. I'll call for a vote on 7M in the amount of zero. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously in the amount of zero for 7M. We are on to Councilor Parker, page 246, 8A, Economic Assistance Fund. I make a motion for $50,000. Moved by Parker, seconded by Heede in the amount of $50,000. Mr. Burt, you had a recommendation on this one as well?
Yes, I recommend zero for this year. I think we have a balance of close to 500,000.
I don't have that.
You know, John, let me turn on John just a sec here.
Thank you.
Oops, wrong person. Okay, John, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Do you happen to know approximately the fund balance in that fund at this point?
Approximately $500,000.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Do you see a big issue of, I don't see us spending 500,000 in 1 year.
No.
Yeah.
I would recommend deferring this.
I will entertain a motion for zero. Councilor Franco?
I'll make the motion for zero for economic assistance fund.
Second.
Zeppieri.
Moved by Franco and seconded by Zeppieri for zero. I don't see any discussion on this. All those in favor of zero for CIP 8A, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Reiner. Sorry I didn't greet you. We are on to 8D. This will be Councilor Franco, Strategic Resiliency Plan on page 247.
I make a motion for $85,000.
Second,
Moved by Franco, seconded by Heede for $85,000. Mr. Burt also had a recommendation on this.
Yes, depending on what your wishes are, but John had, I think, John, he's looking at applying for a grant for this. Is it the same one the city recently obtained?
Yes. Again, John Reiner here, Director of Planning and Development Services. Thanks for having me on today. We were planning on, in the very short term, bringing a grant request to the council to apply for a grant to do this project. Not guaranteed that we'll get the grant, but I know this is a tough budget year. If you wanted to cut this funding, I think we'll be very competitive applying for a grant to do this same type of plan.
Thank you, Mr. Reiner. We would entertain a motion for a First Amendment if anyone so chooses. I'll make a motion for zero.
Second.
Moved by Parker and seconded by, was that Zeppieri?
Yes.
For 0 for CIP 8D. I just need to say, I really hope we get that grant because I think this is vitally important. I know we're in tough times right now, but please do your best to obtain that grant. All those
I
in
agree with
favor?
you.
I'm sorry?
I agree with you.
Councilor Melendez has his hand up.
If we vote 0 and they get the grant, they can do it.
Yes, because you'll do an
Okay.
approval at the time to accept the grant, to apply and accept.
Okay.
Was there another comment? I thought I heard somebody else. No? Okay. All those in favor of CIP 8D in the amount of 0, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstention, oh, one opposed, that's Bumgardner. Abstentions? That passes 8 in favor, 1 opposed, Bumgardner, 0 abstentions. So I believe we are on Councilor Heede on page 248. This is item 8F, downtown Mystic Parking Management. Councilor Heede.
I'll make a motion for $50,000, please.
Second, Franco.
Moved by Heede and seconded by Franco for
Hold
$50,000.
it.
I just have a
Hold
quick
it, you have to
question.
do $299.
It looks like we're
You have to do
approving
$299, right?
funds from Stonington. Could you just address that, please? Mr. Burt?
Yeah, I was already asking Cindy about that. Wouldn't it be
Okay.
the second to the last one, don't you do $299?
Oh,
What do you do?
no, that's the one where the,
Sewer infrastructure repair. Oh.
oh, no, we're doing,
Oh, I totally
8F.
just, what are we doing? Oh, I just totally skipped this one, sorry. I was jumping down to the water pollution. Sorry about that. Yes,
We're on
and,
8F,
but yes,
parking.
yes, parking has become an issue, and there's also, if we want to keep developing or having things happen in Mystic, we've got to figure out the parking situation. Stonington had asked for us to go in to cost share, doing a study.
But my question was, we're approving $25,000 that the source is town of Stonington. We
Right.
approve the full amount?
Yes, you approved the full amount, just like you would have, like we did on the bridge with Stonington's amount.
Gotcha. Okay, I see 2 hands, Franco and Bordelon.
I'd like to know if Stonington is truly committed on putting up their portion of this money.
Last I heard, but I'm not sure where it is as of today. They approached us because they found it to, well, you've seen they've made some changes there. They're working on it. This is vital. I know the Planning Commission, it's come up that if we want to continue to be able to do stuff there, we're going to have to figure out this parking issue. So I'd like to keep it in there. Worst comes to worst, what we do, John, correct me if I'm wrong, we'd end up doing a study for our side then only. It'd be preferable to do both sides, but I think.
That could be my second
Yeah,
question.
yeah.
Correct.
Great. Okay, Councilor Bordelon.
Some of my questions have been answered. We're not sure what their budget's gonna really, hold, so it's kind of, is it really important to do a study right now in the midst of everything going on versus what, I mean, the parking's been a problem for quite some time versus waiting 1 more year.
I'm not sure, more than any other issue, more than Stonington Bridge, and more than anything, I get calls about actual phone calls, not just emails, actual tons of phone calls and emails about the Mystic parking. And like I said, it's come up at the Planning Commission as being a real issue. I would put this as one of our higher priorities.
Thank you, Mr. Burt.
And plus, too, we don't want to miss out. If they do fund their portion in Stonington, it's much preferred to do a unified plan.
Okay, I see no other questions, so we will vote on CIP 8F, downtown Mystic Parking Management, in the amount of $50,000. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. We are on to Councilor Aubry for item 10A, sewer line infrastructure repair.
Okay.
On page 249.
Oh, I don't have the pages, but let's see, 10A, sewer line infrastructure repair. I move a number of $50,000.
Hold it.
Yes, 50. She's got-
Second.
Moved
What's
by
that?
Aubry and seconded by Zeppieri.
Mr. Burt, did you need something on this?
Oh, just, she did the right one. You see it says 299 over on the right? That picked up the page number. It is supposed to be 50. So.
I'm not seeing that in my book. I see 50, so for FYE 2021, it should be 50,000, correct?
Yes, my book has 299 or whatever it is.
All right.
Who was the second on that?
That was Aundré and Zeppieri. Okay, I see no discussion. We will vote on CIP 10A in the amount of $50,000. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously.
I want everybody to know that we've been here for 8 hours now, so we're on time and a half for the rest of the evening.
The last CIP is Councilor Bordelon on page 250. This is CIP 10B, pump stations, please.
To move the number of 1,425,000.
75. My page has 75
Oh,
here.
you got the grand total? Do you see the one number right above it?
Oh, sorry, you're right, 25. I was looking right below it. Sorry,
So I
it
make
is
a
for
motion
25, yes.
1,425,000.
Yep.
Second, Franco.
Moved by Bordelon, seconded by Franco for $1,425,000. And this is all from water pollution control facility user fees. Councilor Aundré, do you have a question?
Yes, what's the location of this one?
Greg?
This pump station is at the Goss Cove, which is up by the Nautilus Memorial. Handles all the Bailey Hill area and the actual subbase itself.
Gets pretty smelly.
Okay, Councilor Bordelon has a question.
So this is all user fees, I assume, the way I'm reading it?
Yes.
Correct.
Thank you.
And I see no other discussion, so I'll call for a vote on CIP 10B. All those in favor of $1,425,000, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. Excellent. So we have finished the CIPs. We are going to be starting town functions. Would anyone like a 5-minute break?
Oh, yeah.
5-minute break. So we
Yes,
will
please.
we will be back at.
Well, debt service then town functions.
Oh yes, I'm sorry, I crossed off the wrong thing. So we are going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back at 4:05.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are on page 207. Councilor Melendez.
All right. We're gonna start with 1076. I make a motion for are we doing by cost center or the whole thing?
If you go over to page 209, the total appropriation is there.
Okay, so I make a motion for 8,104,482.
Second, Heede.
Moved by Melendez and seconded by Heede.
So this is really just paying for our bonds. And so if we want to continue on, we continue on with the school project. The amount is the amount.
Thank you very much. And I'm not seeing any questions at this point. So we will vote on 1076 in the amount of $8,104,482. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. Okay, we are on to town functions. And these begin on page 61. And this will be Councilor Zeppieri, I believe.
Okay, give me a second, I'm getting there.
Certainly.
I'm old and feeble, you know.
You're doing just fine, sir.
What page number did you say?
The dollar amounts are on page 62, and this is account 1001, legislative policy.
Account number 10010, I move the amount of $34,000.
Hold it.
Wait,
No,
wait.
that's just the town council, 39,200.
Withdrawn.
We want the full amount, the 39.2, correct?
Yes.
Well, okay, that's not just 10010.
No, we're doing the whole thing here. Yep.
Or 6 items, we're gonna
Yes.
deal with them all at once?
Yeah,
Yes,
for the
please.
departments.
Okay.
Yep.
Cost center, 10010 through 10018. I move the amount of $39,200.
Second.
Moved by Zeppieri and seconded Melendez.
Yeah.
In the amount of $39,200. And I see Councilor Bordelon has a question.
I see that there's a decrease, is that correct?
This is the one where we took that 10,000 for the water taxi and moved it over to the other one? So that's why the decrease.
And so what will we lose in this area then by losing that?
Nothing, it just got moved.
No, I mean the number from last year is higher.
Yeah, we took out 10,000 and moved it to the other fund. For the water taxi.
The water taxi.
Right.
Same River Heritage Park, I think
Right,
is where.
yes, that's, yep.
Okay.
Any other questions on 1001?
I'm still trying to find it.
I'm sorry. This is
That's
your very first account, the very first account at the beginning of the book.
If I had a book, I'd be in heaven.
Sorry, I keep saying that. I apologize. So this is Town Council, RTM, Jabez Smith, Veterans Initiatives, Charter Revision. Seeing no further discussion, we will vote on 39,200. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. Next is legal services on
And it should
page,
be 1006, 2 numbers got switched on
Yeah.
our list. Yeah.
legal services on page 71. 1006, and I think we are back to Councilor Bumgardner.
Yes, I will move, I heard 10001, but just not the page number.
71.
71?
64.
We're
Oh,
on,
no,
we changed, I just
sorry,
mentioned,
sorry.
yep, got it.
I'd like to make a motion to approve legal services account for a total of $297,500. So moved.
Second.
Heede.
Moved by Bumgardner and seconded by Heede. This is pretty self-explanatory. It's our lawyers. All right, I see no discussion. We will vote on 1006 in the amount of $297,500. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. We're on to executive management, 1010 on page 74. And this will be Councilor Parker. And this is the one you want to zero out, Councilor Parker.
Yeah. We gotta at least keep Lisa, come on.
What? Please don't scare me. I make a motion to move $307,097.
Second Melendez.
Moved by Parker and seconded by Melendez for $307,097.
And there's not a lot of change, it really just pay changes, that's it.
Okay. Councilor Bordelon.
Yeah, I was just wondering, the leadership, general support, the amount of, requested was $154,912. Manager's request of $150,912.
I cut out some training.
Is there anything else we can shave off here?
No. It's all pretty much 2 people. It's- I mean, and the rest, just mailing and stuff. I keep it pretty tight.
No, I was asking because it says leadership in general, like, is there anything under that? I'm
Yeah.
just trying to get clarification on what the leadership is.
Go back,
Anybody, I'm just wondering if there's some training we can do without for one.
yeah, I cut what I could.
So.
Leadership is just generally my position for the most part. Well, it's combined. We're broken up, her and I, between those 3 divisions.
Mhm.
What's that?
Generic cost center title across accounts.
Yeah, they're generic, those are used in all the accounts, those titles.
Mhm. Are you able to say what's under this one in particular?
It's just part of my just parts of my salary, and hers.
All right, I was looking
What's
at it, I
that?
thought it was some type of training of some
Oh,
sort.
just a second. Well, it says what it is, but it doesn't say.
Is there a breakout that I might have missed?
Basically, it's just the town manager. So it's a good chunk of my salary there.
Are there any other questions on?
I don't have a
this
breakdown
agreement?
by those categories. I don't think we do for any of them.
No, okay.
Yeah.
I see no other questions. So we will we will vote on 1010, executive management for $307,097. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. We're into voter registration on page 64.
Yes, and I do have Kristen here, by the way, online.
Thank you. That was, geez, I lost track. I think we're on Councilor Franco.
Yes. I make a motion for accounts 10033 to 10037 for the amount of $183,027.
Parker, seconds.
Moved by Franco and seconded by Parker. Registrar Vendetti is here, I believe. Thank you for joining us. We'll see if anybody has questions for you. Anyone have questions? You see the jumps because we're having a primary and a presidential election this year, so you have increases for that.
I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who was that?
Is
it Perry?
Yeah. The probate judge is retiring and has asked us to have a special election for his position. And if we don't do that, of course, his office may be vacant and the issues of probate will be clogged. Those are pretty important processes. Have we considered the possibility of having an election for a probate judge?
Ms. Vendetti, I believe that's going to be rolled into the November election. Is that correct?
Yes.
I think that will leave his office open for a period of time.
Well, we'll tell him he can't leave.
I think he's 2 years away, isn't he?
Councilor Heede, I think, has information on this. Councilor Heede?
Not yet determined from the governor whether or not his replacement will be able to run this year or have to wait till next year. We assume they'll be able to run this year, but in that case, it would be included in this election, so there's no special election expected.
Does that answer your question, Councilor Zeppieri?
No, because I'm not sure exactly when he's going to retire, but if he retires imminently and we have to wait until November for a replacement, there are a lot of people who are transferring property, and there are a lot of people who are dying, and their property has to be disposed of and distributed to their heirs and the people they designate in their wills. I don't think that you can just let that sit. That has to move along. So I think we ought to look to having a special election to cover that.
I see the town clerk is here and she has asked to speak, so I'm going to recognize the town clerk. Clerk McCousher, can you hear?
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I'm glad to help you out with this question, Councilor Zeppieri and the entire council. The judge of probate, according to statute, when he turns the age of 70, he'll have to vacate the office. That won't be until 2021. So in preparation, what the probate judge has offered to the governor is that the governor can call an election. He'll notify the town clerk, and there'll be opportunity for primary in August, and it would be rolled into the November election. That is to say, if the governor calls for that election. So what that would mean is that someone new would be elected, but the current judge remains in his post. The newly elected, not made judge yet until the following year. It will be actually in September, I believe. But that person who's elected in November will be able to get trained and be ready to fill the position, because there's all sorts of school. I believe it's 3 months of training that they have to do. But anyway, it's not to worry that it won't be an empty office. The current Judge Keppel will be there.
Thank you, Clerk. Registrar Venditti also wanted to speak. Ms. Venditti? No? Okay. Back to the panelists. Councilor Bordelon has her hand up.
Looking at this, so this, because it's the budget for 2021, so that would cover, I'm trying to think of the start and end. The primaries got moved to this year for June. I'm just wondering, like, do they have enough? We don't know what's going to be going on with this virus. There's all talk of it popping back up. Are we going to have enough staff that's needed to help the medically fragile that might not feel comfortable about coming out, and all the cleaning supplies needed to make sure all the booths are cleaned down, and possibly staff having masks and all that stuff?
Ms. Venditti, if she wanted to address this. Kristen? Mr. Bruce, do you see Kristen? God bless you.
Emergency broadcasting system.
It looks like Kristen is here, but she's not talking.
Down in Florida, they're telling everybody to get in the house and stay there.
Okay. So the registrar is not responding to the request to speak. So
Do we want to give her a minute?
I have been giving her a minute.
Let's see if can we message her to see if maybe she can, let me see.
Does anyone else have a question? Mr. Burt is on the phone. Give it a minute, please. Anyone else have a question in the meantime?
Hey there, let me remove you from the thing and just put you on speaker, okay?
Thank you, John. Thank you, Mr.
So I dialed in.
Okay, well, you're on my phone now, so.
Okay.
Oh shoot, we're getting some feedback though. Ah,
Hold on, I'm gonna hang up.
oh well, if your phone's working, then just stick to your phone. Which, okay. Kristen?
Okay. I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, we're good. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. Did you hear Councilor?
No problem. Jeannie is here as well, just so you know.
Oh, great. Thank you.
So remind me of the question that you're asking. Sorry.
Yeah. Want to make sure that the staff are going to be safe. We have enough supplies for absentee ballots that if we need them. Cleaning supplies are going to be needed to make sure all the booths are wiped down, and maybe even masks for people. I'm just thinking outside the box here, just making sure we have enough in the budget to support the current state of what's going on, because it's expected to be around for a while and probably to spike and fall over time.
We did not plan for all of the cleaning that needs to be done to help with this virus. And that would have been, for June, would have been in last year's budget anyway. However, we did not spend as much in the fall at the election, so we might be able to transfer some of that money over to purchase supplies. The other issue is trying to get those supplies. As everybody probably knows, they're all sold out and on back order. So I have been trying to get some just for my office. I ended up borrowing some to come in and clean my office when my secretary left yesterday. So we can purchase it. I think we have money in the budget. I can work with Cindy to see if we can transfer it over and cover that. And as far as this year's budget, the future budget, we did not put any money in extra for cleaning at that time. But we have been told that usually the August primary will be less costly than what we may envision as of right now. That could get heated, we don't know. But if it does happen, we can maybe cut back on some other things after the presidential election if we don't need it to cover any overages that we have from special supplies. As far as the workers go, we had already been calling people for the April 28th, and in the midst of this, everybody's thinking about it. We still had plenty of people saying that they would be willing to work. So I think in June, with the extra safety precautions in and the way that we'll set it up will be safe for everybody in those rooms. They're large enough to spread out. We shouldn't have a problem with people that we need to cover for working these elections.
Councilor Melendez was having a problem with his connection. Are you back, Councilor Melendez?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, great. I had a question from the RTM moderator. Moderator Evan, did you want to ask your question?
Sure, I can. Maybe it was answered. I didn't quite get it, but the primary was originally scheduled for this April, which would be FY 2020, and I'm not clear why 34,000 is allocated for a primary. Wouldn't it have been in the last budget?
There is an August legislative primary for federal offices of House and Senate, and there might be some local state senates also.
Okay.
So there is another primary. The one that was in April that is now in June is last year's budget, and that is the presidential preference primary only.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for clarifying. I think that was all the questions. So then we will vote on account 1003 in the amount of $183,027. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So we have 8 in favor, 1 opposed, Franco, and 0 abstentions.
Must have been delayed. No, I'm in favor.
Okay, so 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you, for coming out to talk to us today. All right, we are on Town Clerk 1005 on page 67. And this will be Councilor Heede.
Okay, I will make a motion for $330,857.
Second.
Moved by Parker and seconded by Parker for $330,857. Does anyone have questions for the town clerk?
Can I just point something out?
Yes, please.
It was brought to our attention that there was a position change that didn't get included in the budget for only about $1,800 annually. You could handle it by either including it today or look towards a fourth quarter transfer next year. So just bringing that to your attention, and the clerk can clarify.
Has the position been filled? Councilor,
No.
I'm sorry, Clerk McCousher?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, has the position been filled?
We've actually, in the process right now, it's already been advertised, and everything happened so quickly. March 6th, the closing of the position posting, and then of course what happened the following week. So we're stuck in the mode right now, waiting to see, really, are we going to have to close down the entire town hall or what? So we don't really want to bring in a brand new person with if they can't come in,
Okay, thank you. So I would just like to ask the finance director what her preference is as far as accounting. Does she have a preference as to whether we increase this now or we wait and we do a fourth quarter transfer?
I would recommend that we wait and see if it could be absorbed for the budget or do it at this time next year as a fourth quarter transfer.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Councilor Bordelon has her hand up.
Some of the stuff was already mentioned. I was just going to say, with people being laid off and stuff, I'd say we hold the number for now and go with what we got, and we'd add it later.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, we will vote on account 1005 in the amount of $330,857. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? So moved unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for coming out.
Thank you. Thank all of you for your diligent work, and hang in there.
We're getting it done. Okay, we are on to town functions. Continued. Information technology, account 1011 on page 78, and I just have to see who we left off on. So we are going to Councilor Aundré next.
You'll have to pass because I can't find it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Councilor Bordelon, page 78, account 1011, which is information technology, please. Councilor Bordelon, can you move that as Councilor Aundré asked us to pass her?
Oh, I didn't hear that she was passing. I was just reading. What page are we on again? 80?
JD.
They do 80.
Okay, looking at the number, if I'm on the right page, 1,070,561.
Is there a second?
Second.
Who was that?
Zeppieri.
Zeppieri. Moved by Bordelon and seconded by Zeppieri. This is for information technology. Do you have questions for the manager on anything here? We were just talking about how vital it is to keep the account functioning because of the problems we had, and especially with the new circumstances.
And you'll see the budget barely changed by a couple thousand, I think. Or hold it here, it went down to. Brian's actually on the line. I think, Brian, did you get some savings from software?
Yeah, we had a couple of maintenance contracts be consolidated into one, mainly at dispatch.
Right. So.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. So we will vote on account 1011, information technology, in the amount of $1,070,561. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Hancock. You're here for the next one too. This is Technology Replacement Fund on page 83. And we are at Councilor Melendez.
I make a motion for $90,215.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Aundré.
Sorry.
And I'm looking to see, this actually has decreased as well.
Yep.
I see no questions at this time.
I have one.
Councilor Aundré, go ahead.
I just want to ask, I know how important this is, and I'm sure that John and he have gone over everything, but do you truly think this is going to be enough to keep us really on spot? Especially now going through having to do so much more online.
The one thing I would say for the computer replacements is that having gone through this, I want the town to more go towards laptops, which are slightly more expensive. So we're probably gonna, at some point, need to look at upping our computer replacement costs.
Okay.
Councilor Franco?
During this crisis, you had purchased numerous laptops, so I'm questioning, do we need some of these for next year?
Now, these weren't all, they weren't spec'd out to do all the daily stuff. It was to do remote access to get us by. Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think many of these are not suited for the office. We got refurbished ones, so we didn't go expensive. Like they're $300 each.
I'm just glad you were able to find them
Yeah.
and get everybody working.
Yeah.
Keep everybody working, rather.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions, so we will vote on account 6050 in the amount of $90,215. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. And now we thank you, Mr. Hancock. Thank you for all your work to keep the town running these crazy times.
Yeah, thank you for your support.
You're welcome. We're going to be going to Councilor Zeppieri for the Groton Public Library. Account 1063.
Where is it?
1063 on page 150, please.
Thank you. For the Groton Public Library, I move the amount of $1,653,248.
Is there a second?
Second, Parker.
Moved by Zeppieri and seconded by Parker. And this is actually a slight decrease from the prior year. Do any of the councilors have questions on this account? Director Mealy is here. Thank you for phoning in to be with us today. I'm not seeing any questions at this point. Councilor Melendez is reconnecting, so are you there? Thank you,
Yeah,
Councilor.
here. Sorry, I don't know what's wrong with my computer.
That's all right.
I would like to say Jen's done a great job trying to find efficiencies and savings and keeping the costs low there.
Thank you. Councilor Heede has his hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. There's a large jump in the software maintenance fees. Just wondering why.
Sure, I'd love to speak to that. The difference is we are moving our library software system, which is the backbone of our library service, into operating expenses. As I've mentioned before, for many years, it's been in the Borrow It CT fund, which is, caused a lot of issues because it's always up on the chopping block at the state level. And it is a critical service and one that, due to realigning positions and restructuring the library, we have found that we could move it in at this time into the operating expenses. And like I said, especially now this year, we are not sure what's going to be happening with Borrow It with COVID-19. It could certainly be the year that it gets chopped. So we definitely want to have this critical software system into our operating services. And then also we are looking at upgrading our CEN, which is our internet service for the library. We're increasing the bandwidth so more people can use it. It's a public demand and one that we are really highlighting right now.
Thank you, Director Milley. Councilor Heede, did that answer your questions?
Yes, all set.
Thank you. Councilor Melendez, please.
Are we on the library, and is the number on the floor 1,653,248?
Yes, very good.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. He's right on top of it. All right, I'm not seeing any other questions. So we will vote on account 1063, the amount of $1,653,248. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. And we are back to Councilor Bumgardner for account 3310, please. And this is on page 153.
I will make a motion to approve the amount of $25,000. So moved.
Second, Franco.
Franco?
Yes.
Moved by Bumgardner and seconded by Franco, and this is the program that Director Mealy was just describing to us.
Yes, yes.
Councilor Parker, do you have a, was that, oh, that might have been Director Mealy, I'm not sure.
Yes, I just wanted to reference that just remind council that this funding is from the state and not town taxpayers' money.
You actually, your finance plan actually calls for use of fund balance, correct? In this.
That is correct.
Right.
Yes,
So it'll get offset if you do happen to get the grant.
that is correct.
Thank you. I'm seeing no questions, so we will vote on account 3310 in the amount of $25,000. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. Thank you, Director Mealy. Appreciate that. Thank you for phoning.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. And we are on to Councilor Parker on page 213 for contingency. And this is account 1094, I believe. I gotta get there myself.
Wait a minute. I apologize. You said what page?
We're going to contingency account 1094 on page 213.
213. Okay, got it. I make a motion for $400,000.
Moved by Parker, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Franco. Mr. Burt, did you want to say something?
Yes, I would like to decrease this to 350,000. We actually have 350,000 this current budget year, but when we started off earlier on in our budget process, somehow 400 got put in, and it should not have been. So 350 is our usual. Though, just so you know, with what's going on with COVID, I'm not sure what's going to happen with contingency. We'll have to see how it plays out. But for next year, hopefully this doesn't recur in the fall. We'll see. But 350 should be the adequate amount.
Someone like
to make a motion for 350,000.
Second.
Moved by Parker, seconded by Bordelon. The first amended motion is 350,000 as per the rationale of Mr. Burt at his request. I see no hands for discussion. We will vote. Councilor Franco, were you raising your hand?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, so we're expecting to use 165 in 2020?
No, we're with the Thames Street and all that, we're going to use up all our money. Well, if before COVID and if nothing else came, I think there'd probably be 100,000 left. Is that? Right. Or that's towards is that for use for fourth quarters?
Right. We just put an estimate in there for what we think we're going to use by the end of the fiscal year, so that we know that those funds are not available to be used for something else when I calculate the fund balance and the mill rate.
We are using all the dollars this year, or at least close to it.
So last year we funded it with 341.
Right.
And you're still feel comfortable at 350 right now?
Yeah, unless, like I said, unless COVID happens again, and then we'll have to figure it out. And I'm hoping as we incur expenses, we are tracking all expenses, and hopefully we'll get some reimbursement. We'll see.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I'm seeing no other questions, so we will vote on the first amended figure, which is Mr. Burt's request of $350,000. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously for $350,000 for contingency. We finished the front page, guys. Good job. Flip it over. We're on the back now to public safety on page 110. And this is account 1024. What page did I say? I just said it and I have to look again.
I'm up.
Yeah, give me a second. Okay, page 110, account 1024. And it's Councilor Franco whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Motion for $8,890,208.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Franco and seconded by Zeppieri.
Don't turn the volume down on this.
I'm sorry? And I will just see if we have questions for Mr. Burt, or I believe we have,
Chief Usaro is on the line.
okay. So does anyone have questions?
I'm
Councilor Franco has her hand up.
So I was curious as to why is it an increase of about $450,000? What do you explain? Thank you.
I'm hoping that we don't have feedback here. I'm trying to use.
Nope, you sound good, Chief. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, it's perfect.
We do have in the budget for this year an additional police officer, an SRO, school resource officer for the middle school that should be completed in June. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, you're fine. Thank you.
So we do have an additional officer. There are, we're also expecting increases in a variety of areas that I outlined in my, my budget message to the town manager. Some pay increases, some additional fees and operations. The Police Officer Standards and Training Council, we're seeing increases in that when we send officers to training or to the police academy. We do have an increase in our radio service fees for both the police radios, I'm sorry, not the police radios, but some of the fire service radios and the dispatch center. Those are the bulk of our increases.
Are you having a hard time with hiring right now, dispatch as well as patrol officers, besides the COVID issue?
Yeah, we do have some vacancies right now. We will have additional vacancies in our dispatch center. Some of our long-standing members of the dispatch center have indicated an interest in retiring in the upcoming months. So we will have vacancies there. We do have active lists for both police officers and for the dispatch staff. So I do expect to be filling them throughout the year as we attrit people due to retirements.
And I wanted to just point out in that SRO officer that while it shows up as an expense in the Board of Ed, it also shows up as an expense here, but it'll get, is it 10 months, LJ, that you get the reimbursement for from the Board of Ed to go into our budget?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. We pay for the 2 months where they're not in school, the summer months, but the bulk of their costs are absorbed by the Board of Ed. However, it's important to note that when we don't get the benefit of that person because when they're out, we pay their overtime costs. Meaning if someone's a school resource officer, they're not in the school, they're out sick or they're at training or something like that, we have to pay that replacement cost. So while we do get the base salary from the Board of Ed, if for some reason we need to backfill there, we absorb those costs.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
What's that officer do in the summertime?
He backfills patrol. That person goes on patrol. Most of our officers, like everyone else, do take summer vacations. So when we're having that person out of the school, we put them in the patrol structure. It helps absorb some of the coverage for overtime that would be used to replace people that go on vacation or take other kinds of leave.
You know me, I'm always looking for somebody to be walking around.
Okay, Councilor Bordelon, I thought I saw your hand.
Just looking at that, as Councilor Franco had stated with the 450,000 increase, is there something that, as we're looking to ask everybody, just like Groton, Long Point in the city and everyone else, is there anything that we could cut here that you could be comfortable with?
I think we pitched a pretty lean budget. We weren't looking for increases in a lot of areas. Overtime is always one of those areas that we struggle with and try to keep that manageable. As you probably are aware, we've had some vacancies and some people that have been out on extended leave, which have meant our overtime costs have gone up in certain areas. I do expect them to go up next year as well as we're replacing our dispatchers. Just like I explained to the council, when we get a police officer, we hire them off the street. Essentially, they're a liability for a year. And what I mean by that is they don't have a financial benefit to the town because that person is in training. When they go into the field, they're riding with a field training officer. So we've got 2 people working one patrol. It's kind of the same with the dispatch staff, where we have 2 people that are working at a console when ordinarily we'd have 1, because that new dispatch will be trained. So the flexibility we have is somewhat limited, but the overtime is one of those areas where we try to cut there when possible. I don't know if that gives you a real good answer, but that's kind of the only the flexibility that we have.
I'd like to point out that his operating expenses are actually, I guess they're okay. They're only up about 20,000. She kept it pretty lean. To cut anything else would mean you'd probably the first thing would be the SRO in the middle school. You just wouldn't fill that.
Councilor Parker has her hand up.
Question, so we're increasing by 2, even though we have empty positions? I'm looking at page 114, under your patrol officer. Because from this last year, you kept it at 42. Well, actually, for the last couple of years, you kept it at 42, and we're increasing by 2, but you also have a retirement, and I believe you have 1 person still doing active military.
We do have, yes. I expect that we're going to lose. Well, we already have retirement of 1 individual. I'm expecting a 2nd departure in the coming months, and we do have a person, a service member that's been on extended military leave for quite some time. That I don't have any indications whether that person will be extended again or return to duty.
But how many open positions?
Right now, not counting the ones that we just mentioned, I have 3. Not counting that, including Captain Sinagra's position, it is 3 positions, and then we're asking for a 4th position, which would be the school resource officer next year.
So
one of those.
Not really 2. Then it's not really an increase of 2 people, because that's what I'm looking at. It says 2 people for patrol officer. Because it goes from 86 people currently in 2020 to 2021 of 88 people.
LJ, am I correct that 1 that has been an issue for a couple of years, that maybe there's a mistake carried through? And by the way, in terms of having open positions, we want to fill those as quick as possible because it's more expensive to have them open because of overtime.
And just for the record, rarely do we have every position filled. In fact, I don't know that has happened in my tenure here as chief, that we've had every vacancy filled. Typically what happens is, we'll lose a person through retirement. That'll be part of our salary adjustment. Try to absorb some costs when people leave through retirement by keeping a position open for a while. It also depends on when we can get folks into the academy. We're competing with slots with every other department in the state to get people into the police academy, so we sometimes can't fill that. That happened a couple of times this year while there were academy classes that were slated to happen. One of them was canceled, another one, the date was moved, so we were unable to put people into those academy classes. So, again, rarely, if ever, do we have every position filled.
We have Councilor Aubry and Bordelon.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Other question?
Yeah, I didn't get the answer to my patrol question. Going from 42 to 44.
One of them
On
is
page
the
114.
one of them is the SRO position, and we were trying. Something has been off on that number for LJ. I don't know if you remember or not, but it looks like it should have been maybe 43 last year. Do you know?
It may have been. We did move a couple of slots around within the department.
But 88 is your full, consider your full contingency. It has been.
Well, that would be at this budget year. That would be our request.
Right. And there's
And
only money in there for the SRO addition.
I believe so.
Yeah.
So yes.
Yeah, we looked at it. The rest is just overtime and contractual increases.
Right.
I was hoping Captain Sinager's last day was yesterday. I was hoping he could be here, but who's got a lot of knowledge on it. But Cindy and I were trying to look through the notes, and we're not sure where that mistake happened. It looks like it could have been in there for a couple of years. We're gonna have to continue to do research on that.
Okay.
But there is only money. We did verify there's only money in there for the SRO edition.
Okay. I know we corresponded on it yesterday.
Yeah.
I can't explain that. It's not in my notes. There's nothing here that we did in our budget preparation.
Cindy might have an idea. What's that?
I was thinking, in looking back at the notes, that it might possibly be the way it's a software issue, the way that we had to get the dollars in there. We had to, it's possible that we had to add that additional position to fill for the officer that is out on military leave, but it's not actually adding a body. I will be researching that to make sure that that we fully understand why the budget appears as if he's adding 2 positions, when he's really only adding the 1 SRO.
Councilor Parker, are you set?
No, because the money down at the bottom of the page is showing an increase of almost $200,000. If you go down all of the bottom of the page, you have an increase of almost $200,000. So 1 SRO is $200,000?
No, the wage increases, if you do a 2% increase just across those things, it'd be another 130,000. So you count those two together would account for it.
So the wage increases is under patrol officer, not under a different account.
Oh, you mean just on the, hold on here, let me look.
I'm on page 114.
Oh, okay.
If you go all the way down to the bottom where it says full-time
number.
salaries.
Let me run that number. Do you know, do you remember, is it 2 or 2.5 for police?
It's 2.
LJ, do you remember, is it 2 or 2.5 this year?
Let me just look at the...
There's nothing, we just put a placeholder in there. I believe we...
Oh, okay. It's gotta be settled. And then what's the salary on the new SRO, or what would it be anticipated?
I believe we have it at roughly around 65. It might be 65 or 68. I'd have to look at the contract, but I believe it's in that neighborhood.
And there's also some reclassification, or re-looking at things. Let me look here.
Would you like us to go on with other questions while you're doing your calculations?
Yeah, I'm not sure we're gonna be able to answer it today or not, without notes and research. I don't have a breakdown. Well, you want to go to the next one, and we'll see if we can
Okay.
come back.
Councilor Overy, you had your hand up. Did you wish to speak?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, sorry. Councilor Bordelon has her hand up, I believe.
Thank you. Yeah, I was looking at some of the numbers, and as Councilor Parker had stated, the numbers weren't adding up to me. So, if you fund with a 450,000, so we have placeholder numbers. We don't know what the contractual. It hasn't been voted on, correct, for the raises.
We put a
There is no contract.
We put a placeholder though, because what we don't want to, we'd have to up the contingency otherwise.
So what are we?
We always put be up front. We put 2% in for all contracts up front, because that's about what they're going to come out to be. It could go up slightly to 2.5. It could be 1.9, but we keep 2% in all on these budgets, because you're going to have to end up spending it.
Yeah, I feel uncomfortable voting on this until we get the questions answered. I also would like to move a number.
Well, let's find an answer first, please, if you can. Can we go on to the next one?
So who else, while we're waiting on the answer, does anyone else have a question on this account, please?
I think we're going to have to make a decision about the budget.
May I request a break?
Give him a minute, please.
Well, do we want to, where are we at here?
Councilor Heede has a question.
Okay.
Councilor Heede, did you have your hand up?
I did. I'm unclear if there are 86 or 88 patrol officers. That's.
Well, there's at least 87 because we know the SRO is being added.
And that's all full-time staff. That isn't just patrol officers. That includes dispatch, rank holders of the whole department, our ACOs as well.
And then is there the gentleman who's out in the Coast Guard? How does he play into that number?
He's in the staffing roster. Although anybody that goes away on military leave, we have to hold their positions. They're still part of that bottom line number.
Okay. Councilor Franco had her hand up. Councilor Franco?
We were talking about him being on leave. Was his position also covered by a new hire, or is that a potential?
No.
No.
So because there was a request for a quick break and it looks like people are still looking for answers to questions, shall we take, I'm looking at the schedule here. Give me a second. We're at 5 and we are approximately 1 hour behind. We were supposed to break for dinner at 5:30. My preference would be to take a quick break, come back, and run through the rest of the slot that was prior to the dinner break. So it's 5:01. Mr. Burt, if we come back at 5:06.
We'll see what we can do. Because
we will recess until 5:06. Thank you. We'll let you guys keep working on that. Thank you. Okay, we're back at 5:11, and we were looking for some clarification on account 1024 at this point. Mr. Burt, did you want to take that?
Sure. It should be what we think happened, just the money numbers are correct. What we think happened with 86 to 88 instead of 87, I had entered, request for SRO, and so did LJ. We think it got somehow counted twice. So that number should be 87, but the cost number is correct.
Okay, Councilor Heede had his hand up.
Well, this may be a moot point, Ben. Looks like the error was back in 2018. I pulled the 18, 19, 20 in of course, this year's book. So last year we had 86. That matches the year before we had 85. And then the year before that it gets messy. So the right number is 87, not 88.
Correct. And the reason it was 88 before was at one point we had dropped, I can't remember if it was a detective or a lieutenant. We added it back in. So there have been some position changes over time. But 87 is correct, and the numbers are correct.
Yep, that was last year. There was a lieutenant, 2 budgets ago, a lieutenant was taken out. It was restored in last year's budget, which brought the number back up. So this is one in addition to that. So, my notes here reflect a full staffing, including the new SRO, which would be 87. So I think that's probably accurate.
So we will update that.
Okay, Councilor Parker has another question if nobody else who hasn't spoken yet wants to talk. Okay, we'll go back to Councilor Parker.
I'm sorry, you said that you restored the lieutenant, but that wasn't in there in 2020. You're adding him this year.
No, we're not.
That was
budget year?
He was given, and Cindy verified, he was added back in before.
I'm looking at, then all these numbers for the last few years are telling me that are
Cindy, when did it
wrong.
get added? Do we know?
Because I'm looking at what is currently here on our page 114.
Was it during the year or 420?
Yeah. See, the lieutenant goes from 4 to 5.
You can see 20, the lieutenant goes from 4 to 5. So it was added
yeah,
in for 20.
that looks like it went this year. Is this
No.
current
This
budget year 20?
No, just one patrol
I'm
officer.
looking at the page.
Yeah.
And my other question is about the people on special task force. Are they permanently in their task force, or can they be recalled back?
They can be recalled back. In fact, right now with COVID-19, they've all been recalled.
Okay, so we have the main motion on the floor, 8,890,208. And Councilor Bordelon has her hand up. Councilor Bordelon?
So I'm just trying to make sure I'm taking my notes correctly. So what is, so any cut to this account, you're saying that it automatically would eliminate the youth officer for the new middle school?
Well, we would not fill something we don't have filled yet before cutting an existing officer. That'd be my opinion anyways. I'd have to discuss with LJ.
But if
I'd concur.
that person's only
Yeah.
65,000, roughly ballpark, where can some other cuts come from if needed?
We'd have to analyze it. I'm not prepared to speak to that today.
Councilor Heede?
Well, I was going down the same route of if we held the number of officers flat, what would the cut look like?
65,000.
Wasn't it?
65,000.
And is that something that we could get away with without causing any problems?
You wouldn't have an officer for the middle school.
And again, the Board of Ed has agreed
Reimbursing
to
it.
fund a good portion of that.
Did we lose? Oh, no, there's Councilor Bumgardner. Okay. Okay.
Sorry, Joe.
Are there other questions, or I'm trying to keep track of where everybody is. Councilor Bordelon has her hand up. Councilor Bordelon. Councilor Bordelon?
So what, so if the youth officer would be cut, and then where would that account start to go if the number got moved, other items? Because like I said, we're holding everybody else accountable to having to make hard decisions, and I understand this is going to be partially funded. So if the youth officer is going to be partially funded, do we half of the 65 is what we're talking about, or 3 months of it, like 10% or 20%, or what are we looking at?
Well, it's difficult to fund a partial person. I would urge you to strongly consider having that school resource officer. We've found that, particularly when we're going to merge 2 middle schools into 1. I've had some pretty lengthy conversations with Dr. Grenier about this. There is a need. I think it's critically important to have someone there. I appreciate and understand what everyone's saying as far as trying to keep the numbers down, but I don't know how we would partially fund the position.
And if we're looking at any further cuts, I'm going to say we're not going to specify out loud where we would take those cuts. We're not going to scare people that way. You would make your cut, and then LJ and I would figure it out.
Okay, because I just wanted to say that I would, if we made a cut, I wouldn't cut the youth officer. I would try to find some cost savings elsewhere. And, try to look at other ways that we could find a cost savings without cutting the youth officer. Unfortunately, I think that we have to look at the numbers and be able to make wise decisions. And I understand that you don't want to cut, but one of the benefits of where the schools are located, we're right across from the police department as well. So I don't want to cut the youth officer. So I'd encourage, if the number was moved, not to cut the youth officer.
Yeah, I'm not going to take someone off patrol, though.
Okay, Councilor Franco hasn't spoken on this. Go ahead, Councilor Franco.
You're muted, Councilor Franco.
I believe with the city police, we didn't cut them, we cut a vehicle. We didn't cut anything for them. And with the town of Groton, we'll be looking at their vehicles and with our fleet coming up as well.
Right. And as I've said Thursday night, you should not be looking at cutting positions on the fly. You should take a real study. You should not do it in a 2-week, 3-week, 4-week period. I strongly, any cuts go first of all for any empty positions. We're not gonna, I mean, that's adamant. We're not, it will be the SRO that goes away or another empty one, but it's not gonna be patrol either. So I strongly suggest we continue on. We're not prepared to look at cuts for positions.
And I just wanted to say at this point, I support the number that is on the floor, and I would not at all recommend removing a school resource officer. Anyone who hasn't spoken yet wish to speak? If not, we'll go back to Councilor Bordelon.
If I can,
Councilor Obrey?
I just think we have to look to the fact that an excellent job has been done and continues to be done. And I think we have somebody very good at the helm. I want to support that. I want to support our police and their support systems, and especially with where we are. We're asking an awful lot of them, and I don't want them to think they're not appreciated.
Councilor Bordelon, you have another remark?
I'm just looking at cost savings, and once again, I would encourage you not to cut a youth officer. That wouldn't be my intention, but if that's where you're saying you're automatically going to go, then that's, I feel that we should be, I understand we can't dive into it on this platform. This situation makes it very tough to dig into that and talk about where we can cut and look at that. So it is hard under this platform to do that, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't be talking about it and at least digging into it. I feel it's important to look at it and see where we can make cost savings. We've funded a lot to the police department over the last several years, which is awesome. I'm in full support of the police, and my decision to cut something has nothing to do directly with the quality of safety that they provide. So let that be clear.
I'm not seeing any other hands, so we will vote on account 1024 for $8,890,208. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstaining.
8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention. Parker. That carries. Thank you. We are on to, thank you, Chief, for coming out or for phoning in. We are on.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Have a good one. Be safe. Thank you for the updates.
We'll keep them coming.
Great. That's a good service for the public. We are on to human resources on page 87. And this will be, I believe, Councilor Heede. This is account 1012, human resources.
She's abstaining. Both times, right?
Attendees, who do we have? Okay. I don't see Mr. Zagami.
He's about 8 feet away from me. There is a microphone there. He's just not at a laptop.
Councilor Heede, are you prepared to move the number?
Yes, ma'am. I will move a number of $380,682.
Second, Franco.
Moved by Heede, seconded by Franco. And this is the account where the diversity training, I believe, was included. Mr. Burt, is that correct?
Correct, for 40,000. 40,000,
So
is
you're
that correct?
looking,
Yes.
you're looking for a new number to be moved on this account?
Yeah, if that's the desire of the council. I am very supportive of it, but it could wait a year.
So you're looking at a reduction of $40,000?
Correct.
Councilor Franco, would you like to move that number?
Make the motion for $340,682.
Second, Melendez.
By Franco, seconded by Melendez. Councilor Parker?
Okay, I'm slightly confused on what we're doing. We're picking and choosing which ones we want to do on the accounts, and cutting, but I'm just trying to understand the correct process this year.
I had targeted in my email to the council, when I looked where we could cut without effect to services, this was something we could do.
This was included on your list of recommendations that gets us to the $4 million cut. Is that
So
correct?
again,
Mr.
I am very supportive of it, though. Okay. And I would want to do it next year at least, hopefully.
Okay.
What page did you say we were on? I'm sorry.
We're on page 90.
Thank you.
And we have, I don't know if Councilor Parker's done or not. We have other people too, so let me know when you're finished.
Go ahead.
We have Franco and Bordelon next.
Although I think this is I think this is an important program, and I would like to see it implemented. But as with many things that we're looking at, I think this can wait 1 year as well. But I would hope that we could bring this back up again next year as well. Thank you.
And Councilor Bordelon?
I think we're behind the curve on our recruiting. I think it's important that this stays in the forefront as a concern for Groton. I do not support cutting it. It's long overdue and should have been handled a while ago and has not been. And I just do not support not cutting this.
Councilor Heede?
We've been working on this issue since 1865 or longer. I think we can't cut it. I'm not comfortable with that.
Councilor Bumgardner?
I'm opposed to this reduction in funding as well.
You're opposed to the First Amendment?
First Amendment. I'm opposed to reducing $40,000 for the DEI study.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. It came out funny. Anyone else? Okay, so we have two numbers on the floor. The first amended number is the reduction of $340,000, which was one of the items that Mr. Burt suggested as a possible reduction. And then we have the main motion. In order to get to the main motion, we have to vote through the first amended figure. So the first vote we will be taking is on the $340,000. If it fails, then we can go to the main motion. Are we all clear on that? Yes? Okay. So I will call a vote on account 1012 for the first amended motion of $340,682. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Zeppieri? Franco? Bumgardner? Opposed?
Melendez was in favor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Opposed? And abstentions. Okay, so it looks like we have 3 in favor, Zeppieri, Franco, and Melendez, 6 opposed, and 0 abstentions. So that motion fails. So we are back to the main motion, which is $380,682, which includes that $40,000. Sorry, Mr. Burt. And all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. Okay, we are on to Councilor Aubry and page 92, insurance and claims, which is account 1070.
Insurance and claims. Am I doing the projected total?
Go to page 94 and do the total financing plan.
Okay, hold on just 1 second.
Okay.
Gotta get there.
All righty.
Okay. We want to do the full down here. I guess that would be 690,581.
Second, Melendez.
Moved by Aubry and seconded by Melendez for 690,581. I saw a hand. Councilor Franco.
Can you tell me if we did not fund any vehicles this year, what would the impact be on this?
Could I have that again, please?
Well, we would still have the same, we'd still have the same number of vehicles. It'd be negligible.
So it doesn't change due to age of vehicles?
I mean, it'd be slight. It wouldn't be anything significant.
The increase is 50,000. Can you explain that? Or approximately 50,000?
Yeah, the increases we were looking at this year with this particular insurance was a 7%. And basically, this is up again from last year because they had said that there was an increase, I put this in the coastal properties damage across the country, even though we haven't experienced it in the large pool and them establishing rates. That's how we'd figured out on that.
Thank you.
So it wasn't due to our claims or poor performance on that, but it was due to just a blanket across the board. Last year, we tried to hold down on it, and for this year, and where these are basically premiums, what I ended up with was having to look for more cash after the end of the year.
Councilor Bordelon.
Yes, I'm not sure if we're like stuck with any particular insurance company or not, or have we shopped around? And if we have, when is the last time to get different rates?
Well, I had a couple of these companies come in, and this was just, they had made calls on me. And unfortunately, when they had told me that they're competing with this insurance company, they're saying, hey, look, you're not really shopping. And they mentioned Travelers and a couple of other places. They said we weren't shopping. When I checked into it, we absolutely did. So it kind of lowered their, wherewithal to work with us. And when it came to this, these were, HD Sega gives us about anywhere from, this year they may only give us 11,000, depends what I need, but they'll give us like $30,000 in free training that I can't get from any place else. So for my safety training, they've jumped in on this. They jump in when OSHA's around, all of these things. So they're very good, excellent service and everything. And I did, a couple of years ago, I did restructure them with putting their personnel where I wanted them and removed the personnel I didn't feel were performing.
Okay, and I'm not seeing any other questions at this time. So we will vote on account 1070, insurance and claims in the amount of $690,581. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Is there anyone opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. So we are going to Councilor Bordelon for self-funded plans on page 96. This is account 1071.
Sorry, my page just, what page are we on again?
The numbers are on page 99 if you'd like to turn directly to the page with the numbers.
Thank you, that's where I was, okay. And I'm reading the whole number at the bottom, right?
Correct.
Yes.
$11,136,392.
Is there a second?
Second, Heede.
Moved by Bordelon, seconded by Heede for $11,136,392.
A lot of money.
And
Councilor Aubry.
And can I recommend a cut?
I think everyone would listen to that. Go ahead, Mr. Burt.
I'm recommending a cut to the OPEB of $804,448 to match what we did this year.
So could you give us, we'll let you guys run the numbers.
I believe, Cindy, double check me, I believe it's $10,331,944.
One more time, 10,331,944.
944. She's running the number though, so yeah.
Okay, so hold on one second before anybody moves it.
Now I feel on the spot if I'm wrong. Citywide embarrassment. 10,331,944.
Yes.
Yes. Yay!
Good job. So would someone like to move the number that Mr. Burt just read?
I'll move the number of $10,331,944.
Second, Melendez.
That was, thank you. Moved by Franco, seconded by Melendez for Mr. Burt's recommended number. And did you just want to address why you're looking at that new number?
Sure. Well, as we've talked about in the past, we had put more money towards the OPEB. Over the last few years, we have put less. And this isn't to pay the current retiree health benefits, it's for future retirees. We are putting away towards it, and we are doing better than a good share of the towns, but we're still only about, Bob, is it 36, 38%, somewhere in the mid 30% funded? But there's many, many towns that are at zero. But we would like to get back up on the amount to put towards it, but it can wait another year. Like we're doing pretty well. You know, if you had no fund, what happens is then you're just paying as you go, but we're not facing that yet. But I would like to get, this is not the year to try to catch it up. And in terms of the healthcare, I discussed it Thursday night on the reasons for the healthcare increase were, for one thing, the Ledge Light employees being dropped out, so we missed that revenue, and then poor usage. So that's about $1 million increase. We did have our third-party administrator cost out both the state 2.0 plan, which would be between 15 and 21% more than this, as well as the, what if we still had our old plan, the PPO plan, that would be about $2 million more. And then if you have any specific questions, Bob can answer.
Thank you. I don't like to see the contribution to OPEB dropping, but I agree that this is not the year to try to play catch up with it. So thank you for offering that. Councilor Bumgardner has a question.
So would our unfunded OPEB liability go up if we don't make the contribution this year? The requested contribution?
Right.
Yeah, you're talking about the ARC. The ARC does go up.
It's hard to hear Mr. Zagami.
Can you hear him?
Oh, yeah, I can hear him.
I mean, can they hear you?
Oh.
No.
They can't hear me?
Can you speak louder, please?
Yeah, speak loud.
Okay, yes.
There you go.
In regards to the ARC, it certainly goes up every year because our liabilities go up. So certainly that means that our contribution will, with the same ratio, be going up also.
Right. And I think, Bob, correct me if I'm wrong, if we were to pay the full ARC this year to kind of keep where we're at, is that in the 1.3 million range, somewhere close to that?
It's, yeah, it's
Is
probably.
that right? Yeah, about 1.3 million if we wanted to do the full ARC.
So this is probably not the year to do that.
Right.
Yeah, you're right. It's about 3.3.
1.3.
Oh, I've got the annual recommended contribution ARC.
What did you say? What's the 1.3?
The 1.3 based on the actual study.
Oh, it's 1.3, yep.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying. And I'm not seeing any other questions at this point. So we will vote on the first amended number, which is the $10,331,944. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Bumgardner, any abstentions? No abstentions. So that motion passes 8 in favor, 1 opposed, Bumgardner, and 0 abstentions.
And I would like to say our healthcare would have been more. Bob browbeats he's on the phone a lot and emailing a lot to the health insurance, try to get them down in cost. He does a great job with that. And we are always looking at other plans. I would gladly switch to any other good plan that saves us money.
Thank you. We appreciate you looking for a better deal for the taxpayers and for the workers. We want them to have a good plan. We're going to page 136, which is account 1046, Planning and Development Services. This will be Councilor Melendez.
For account 1046, I move $1,474,027.
Hold on.
I will second that. Heede?
I'm sorry, I didn't even get that. My page is stuck together. So that was Melendez for, could you read it again, please? I'm sorry.
$1,474,027.
Thank you. And the second was Heede?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And we have several members of the planning staff here. If people have questions for the staff. Mr. Burt, did you want to introduce anything on this, or are we good?
I don't think so. But John and Deb are both available.
Yes, thank you for phoning in. Do any counselors have questions on the Planning and Development Services account?
Question?
Counselor Parker, and then
Yes.
Franco, and then Bordelon.
Can someone explain about the inspection services and the increase in that?
Yes, John Reiner, Director of Planning and Development Services. Thanks for having me on tonight. So the increase for inspection services, the writing on the wall was there about 2 years ago when we were hiring for our last inspector. About 2 years ago, an inspector 2 left our employment. We advertised a couple of times for that position. We're not able to fill it. Ended up dropping it down to an inspector 1 that had no building certifications, and we've had.
Oh, what happened?
Oh, sorry, I just muted myself. I'm unmuted. We had to take that person through the Connecticut Building Code testing process. He now has his residential inspector's license, but is not a certified building official, doesn't have the high level of commercial review and other things. This past year, our manager of inspection services, Kevin Quinn, retired. Pete Zavinglis, who is the assistant building and zoning official. Pete has all the certifications necessary. Pete is now in that main inspection services manager role. We advertised to fill Pete's old role. We got no one even close to qualified. We tried again, nothing. We dropped it down to a senior inspector, nothing. To an inspector 2, nothing. We now have been talking, then we went back down to an inspector 1. During this time, we brought on 2 consulting inspectors that both have all of their certifications, and they've been working on a part-time basis for us so that we can actually just stay on top of inspections. And between Pete and the 2 of them, they are costing us about the same salary-wise as a full-time person, but that's not a long-term solution. We still are looking to fill the inspector 1 position. We went through interviews. We've verbally offered the job to someone, but we're not going to have them start right now during kind of our current COVID-19 crisis, but they still need to go through that certification process. So it's going to take a year, probably 2, for them to get up to the point where they have the necessary certifications. So right now we need to bring people in at the lowest level and train them, because there's just not that capacity out in the field right now. And this is not unique to Groton with building inspectors. It's throughout the region. It's not just in Connecticut. It's in Rhode Island. I'm talking to other colleagues. It's a real problem.
Thank you, Mr. Reiner.
And my second question, please.
Yep, go ahead.
The overtime pay went up too. Is that due to having the part-time people working?
So for the overtime pay, the technician, the inspection services technician, is currently a 35-hour-a-week position. And because we've been just dealing with outside consultants, they don't have access to our computers. They're not doing as much of the data entry. Her needed services have gone up during this time period. I don't feel comfortable yet asking you, the council, to make that a 40-hour-a-week position. So what we planned on doing was budgeting enough hours so that for the year it would be it would have the ability to work up to 40 hours, but at the discretion of kind of the manager of inspection services and myself, if the workload went to that level. We've been doing that this year. As a matter of fact, this past week, or at the end of last week, I instructed that person to go back down to 35 hours a week, just because things were starting to slow down a little bit for how many new permits have been coming in. So we didn't feel the need yet to make it a 40-hour position. And so instead we budgeted the money into overtime and try to watch that position over the course of the next year to see what the true need is.
Okay, Councilor Franco.
All right, so let me just, I was curious about the overtime pay as well. So let me clarify. you have somebody that could be working, doing straight time, but you'd rather have them work less hours and have other people work overtime? Is that what I'm hearing?
No. So we have one person that is working 35 hours. It doesn't become overtime until it's over 40 hours.
Right.
So instead of making her position a permanent 40-hour position, I asked to put that extra money into the overtime account so that she would have the ability to work.
Is this really not overtime?
It's not necessarily all time and a half pay.
It's straight overtime.
It's straight overtime. Thank you, John.
Okay.
And, you know, he's just not sure that workload's going to continue on permanently. He wants to evaluate it for a while.
Right.
You know, and if you look at our revenues that have been coming in over the past few years, most importantly in the inspection services division, this year we're estimating that it's going to be $200,000 almost more than it was a couple years ago. It's been going up a lot because we've had such an increase in building activity. So over time, do I think that there's going to be a need and growth in that division? Yes. Before I start changing positions permanently, I want to kind of gauge it. And if there's an easy way of doing that without changing positions permanently, I'd rather do that. And it makes no cost difference long-term in the budget.
Thank you.
Councilor Bordelon.
Yes, thank you. So looking at this, the planning and zoning merged, right? And now it's, I don't know, I just was wondering, did you guys save any money by condensing two departments?
It's not department, just two committees merged, not departments.
But nothing in the way that this department's structured
No.
created any cost savings after those?
They didn't restructure the department. All they did was get rid of a committee.
So looking at this, where could we afford to make some cuts if we needed to?
We'd have to dial back probably economic development.
Or we would have to dial back on our inspections, which would then seriously impact our ability to assist. Either way, if it was dialing back in economic development or dialing back in inspections, we would then lose the ability to grow the grand list.
And we would not be able to, we may not be able to continue with the school projects if we dialed back economic development. The staff time wouldn't be there.
What do you mean by not being able to do the school
There's
project?
a lot of economic development staff work that goes into these school projects, all the contractual things, the marketing, everything. We would have to pause, we'd either have to slow it down or pause it for doing.
Not the Board of Ed school projects.
No, the Pleasant Valley, Sealy, all those ones, the sale of schools.
So there's nothing here that you feel we can have a cost savings that we could do for 1 year just to get through and look at it again next year?
Within the operating budget, not really. That's why working with John over the past few days, I had recommended with him that we eliminate those capital improvement projects, the Economic Development Assistance Fund, the strategic plan, the strategic resiliency plan, because we feel that we can apply for a grant and get that funding. Outside of those inspectors, a number of our line items have either stayed the same or dropped. Our professional and technical services number is a lot lower than we were looking at initially this year. There were some other projects that we wanted to take forward to the council that we felt were important, but again, in the current trying budget times, we did not feel right in continuing with those efforts.
Thank you for your comments.
I'd like to speak when you're finished, Councilor Bordelon. Are you all set? I'll assume so. The increase shown on page 136 is $70,000, and we just cut from that department $135,000 in CIPs. Are there any other councilors who wish to speak? Councilor Zeppieri.
I've had my hand up a few times here.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm concerned about the lack of the building inspectors. Are we having delays in construction in other sites than the school? Because we don't have inspectors, are we able to get out for safety inspections and for code inspections when called upon?
Yes, we have been. That's been the great thing about us bringing on these 2 part-time consulting inspectors. We have been spot on with all of our inspections, timing for inspections, and even in the current state of things, we've still been on top of all of our inspections. If we started reducing staff or cutting other numbers, then I would be really concerned about us meeting those needs.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further discussion, so we will vote on account 1046 in the amount of $1,474,027. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Reiner.
Thank you all very much. Good luck for the rest of the night.
Thank you. So we are at 5:50 and we are at dinner break, and surprisingly, we are only 20 minutes out of schedule. So good job, everybody. So we're going to break for 20 minutes. So that means we'll be back at 6:10, if I did the math correctly. Mr. Burt, you're our math expert. Did we do that correctly?
Yes, that is correct.
6:10. Okay, so we're going to recess and we'll come back at 6:10. So stretch your legs, guys. Okay, welcome back. It is 6:14 and we are picking up with more town functions. The account will be finance, account 1013 on page 102. And Councilor Zeppieri will lead us off.
For finance, account number 1013, I move the amount of $1,655,445.
Second.
$446.
Moved by Zeppieri, seconded. Was that Heede?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. So we have $1,055,446. I just want to thank staff for their stellar job that they've been doing, getting us through all this. Does the council have questions about this account?
I have.
Councilor Zeppieri.
There appears to be about a $75,000 increase from last year. Can you help us understand that?
Mr. Burt, did you want to take that?
Well, no, Cindy's right here.
Okay.
Okay.
It's not that much though.
He said,
You only have what, a
yeah, 75,000.
45,000 increase, don't you?
Yes.
It's only a $45,000 increase, but, and then a lot of that, they have a lot of people, so a lot of it's gonna be COLAs.
Most of it, the bulk of it, the bulk of the increase is in personnel services.
Yeah.
The operating has only gone up about $8,000.
Yep.
No, pardon me, it's about 45,000 over the last budget, but about 75,000 over the estimate for this year, am I correct?
Well, the estimate though is just an estimate.
Mm-hmm. The decrease in the estimate is primarily because I have had a lot of vacancies in finance. And it's been difficult to find qualified applicants, so I've, due to the vacancies I will have some salary savings.
Yeah. We were bringing back all kinds of retired people to help
Yes.
out, and they're getting tired of working for us again.
Look me in the eye when you say that.
Do you want to be put to work for us? You want a third job?
Okay, thank you.
I am not seeing any other questions at this point. So we will vote on account 1013 in the amount of $1,655,446. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Aye. One opposed. Bordelon, abstentions?
I wasn't opposing. It might have been a lag.
Oh.
Okay, so we have 9 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstentions. That motion passes unanimously. Okay, we are on to page 106, and this is for the Reval Fund, account 2120. And I think we're back to Councilor Bumgardner, please.
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve total funds of $5,002.25. I'm sorry, $502,000.25. 500. So moved.
Second, Franco.
Moved by Bumgardner and seconded by Franco. Did you want to just explain the reval fund real quickly there? Either Mr. Burt or
Cindy will.
Thank you.
Okay, let me just get my book over here.
She's opening her book.
Okay. Back in 1999, the town created the reval fund so that we could start accumulating funds over fiscal years and not have a huge swing in the budget when we had a reval, which used to be every 10 years and now is every 5 years. So we make contributions to the fund on an annual basis, looking forward to make sure that we have enough money when we have to start the reval every 5 years. And we do have a reval that will be due October 1 of this year. That's why you see the increase in the amount of the expenditures this year. We pay it, part of it in 1 year, and then the remaining balance of the reval is paid in the second year.
And we're appropriating 500,000, but if we look at the financing plan, can you just explain the financing plan real quickly? You have money coming out of the reval fund to make up the rest, correct?
Right, exactly. That we accumulate funds in here, and then the 280,000 represents the increase. The contribution to the fund from the general fund as we make every year, and then as I said, we accumulate a fund balance, and the remaining of that will become from the fund balance, so 218.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Parker has a question.
And looking at the chart on page 106, what happened in 2019?
Oh, the 2019 only reflects the balance that's in the account, the 221.
Just because we're past it, it no longer shows the information.
We just report the balance, and then the chart goes down between the additions, the contributions and the appropriations. Does that make sense?
Go ahead, Councilor Parker.
I'm just confused about it. I apologize. So $221,508 is calculated within that total or not?
No, that's what's considered the fund balance. So if you take the 221 and then you add the contribution and you subtract the appropriations, brings you down to that cumulative balance at the end of each fiscal year. And this is the chart we use to try to determine how much we have to contribute each year to maintain that balance that you'll see goes quite low. And then it starts building up again in 2023 so that we have enough money to cover the next revaluation, which will be in 2026.
It's just I know we're using the year before's money. It's just a big jump, and I just have concerns about it. Thank you.
Yeah, we really don't have a choice though, because we're at the reval year. We put less in the last year or two, didn't we?
Yes.
And so now we discussed it at the time that, okay, we're gonna put less in this year, but the next year we're gonna have to put more in. We have no option on it. It's part of doing the reval.
Thank you. Councilor Franco, and then Aubry, if you had a question. Councilor Franco?
Yep. So at the end of 2020, we're going to have 243,000 in that account. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what we expect.
And then are you asking basically to contribute the 280 this year and then pay out the 502?
Yes. And the 502 is what will cover the reval that will be effective October 1.
So the 502 is being asked to be spent this year, right, although we only had to contribute 280. Is that correct?
Correct.
Correct, because we've been building up a fund balance so that we don't have to ask for $500,000 contribution.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify. And so this year, what we're asking from the taxpayer is the 280. Is
right.
That's what I'm seeing, and that will be all in the calculations, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilor Aubry, did you have your hand up? Councilor Aubry, did you have your hand up?
No, I'm fine.
All right, very good. Okay, that looks like that's everybody. So we will vote on account 2120, $502,025. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. We are on to Mumford Cove Special District on page 192. And I can't remember who's up.
Make a motion
you.
for $21,180.
There a second?
Second, Franco.
Moved by Parker and seconded by Franco for account 2060, Mumford Cove Special Taxing District. Councilor Bumgardner, are you raising your hand? I can't tell.
No, I'm flipping through my budget book on my computer.
Okay, okay. Any questions on Mumford Cove account? Okay, seeing none, we will vote on account 2060, $21,180. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. On to Groton Sewer District. This is on page 195. This will be Councilor Heede, I believe. This is account 4010. The actual number is on 197, I believe.
Actually, it's my turn. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. No problem.
What was the page, please?
If you go to 197 is where you'll find the number that's easiest to read.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I move the number of $1,398,745.
Second.
That was Bumgardner to second.
Yes.
Moved by Franco and seconded by Bumgardner. And do we have questions for staff on this? Councilor Bordelon and then Franco.
It's a large jump. Can we just talk a little bit about it?
Sure. If you recall, we had a referendum maybe back in 2015 for a $8.2 million bond for the sewer plant upgrades, for the pump stations. That work has now been completed, and when we have the bond sale next month, we will be issuing bonds for that, and approximately a little over $7 million. So this reflects the estimated increase in debt service for that project.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Franco? Councilor Franco? We hit it at the same time. Go ahead.
Right.
There you go.
All right. Is this going to be covered by sewer use fees at all, or is this coming out of our budget?
It's covered by the sewer district taxes that taxpayers pay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So this is debt service covered by sewer use.
No,
Sewer taxes. Sewer district tax.
My bad. Okay, seeing no other questions, we will vote on account 4010 in the amount of $1,398,745. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. We are on to page 171, and this is account 1073.
Okay, so I'll make a motion for $1,543,341.
Is there a second?
Second, Parker.
Okay. And Mr. Burt, I wanted to throw this to you. Do we need to adjust this?
Yes, I request we remove $566,000 from the fleet vehicles.
So is that 977,341?
Yes, it is.
I'll move $977,341.
Second.
Moved by Granatowski. I don't know who that was. I couldn't tell.
Bumgardner.
Bumgardner, thank you. So it's 977,341. And the rationale, Mr. Burt, again, was what?
Just dropping CIP. Now, this fund is actually what funds into the fleet fund for paying vehicles plus into the fund balance for future vehicles. We have in the budget in the fleet vehicles, when we get in the fleet fund, when you get there, 366,000, I believe, for new vehicles. So I'm looking to eliminate those plus any contribution to that fund. We'll go without a year. And there is no fund balance in there right now, by the way. We were just trying to build up some because we do have a backlog of vehicles, but this is not the time to do it.
Okay, thank you. And I'm not seeing any hands. Councilor Bumgardner?
Yes, John, quick question about the useful lifespan of vehicles. I saw that there were some vehicles that were purchased about 5 years ago and they've ended their useful lifespan. Is that normal? I think it was one of the police cruisers.
I'd have to talk to the police on what they, turn over. A lot of it would depend on the miles too. They might slate it for that, but they probably I think they evaluate it at the time, see how many miles it has. Because you don't want too old a vehicle for the police ones.
Mm-hmm. I think so.
Yep.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands. Hearing some pleasant dings though. So we're going to vote on account 1073, and the amount again is $977,341 as per Mr. Burt. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. We are going to be going to Councilor Aubry. Account 1064.
Got a page?
This is on page 157, I believe.
Just give me a second, please.
Certainly. Everybody needs to get there, so don't worry.
Hard when you're jumping around on the computer.
So this is the Parks and Recreation account, and I believe Mr. Barry has been with us.
Just 1 second, I'm almost there. If somebody's got it right in front of them, I won't be upset if they say the number.
Make a motion for $1,372,372.
Hold on one second, Councilor Melendez. We need to mute the, Mr. Burt, can you mute the attendees? Because we can't hear
Sure.
the panelists. Thank you. Give it 1 second, Councilor Melendez. All right, go ahead.
I'll make a motion for $1,659,372.
You're right. I finally found it.
That's a second from Councilor Aubry. So moved by Melendez and seconded by Aubry. And Mr. Burt, did you have any adjustments on this account, or are we good on this one?
I think we're good on this one, and we do have several people with us, including Mark. If you want me to start unmuting, I'll start with Mark.
Okay, well, why don't we see if anybody, thank you for
Oh,
joining
sure.
us. Does anyone have questions for staff regarding account 1064? We have people ready to answer questions.
I have a question.
Councilor Aubry.
I thought I had heard something that you were a little short on your community events monies.
Are you speaking towards the 4th of July parade?
Well, I don't know. You have in here community events, and then you got $11,180, which isn't too much money.
No, it used to be considerably more. That's been a favorite target over the years. And most of that money is set aside for the 4th of July parade.
Okay, so you get sponsors for what you do down at the beach?
Yes, yeah, all of that money is in 3240. It used to be in 1064, and now we get sponsors, and we also, there's a $10 fee to park, and all of that money at the Jessica Point Beach parking lot, and all of that money goes towards paying for the different bands that we have.
Okay, is that the same as programs and events? That's totally different.
Yes.
Okay.
So just for the people at home, the gentleman speaking was Director Barry of Parks and Rec. Anyone else have a question for staff on the Parks and Rec account? Councilor Heede, do you have a question? Okay.
I have one more.
Oh, go ahead, Councilor.
Is it all right?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, on this, I assume that's senior transportation, the 10645, and that's 167,665. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm seeing that.
Okay. Do we get anything when we transport people? You know, just a token amount, or is that just a service we provide?
We do collect some money. If you look at our financing plan, you will see that there is some money that comes in. We charge $2 for some of the rides, and Mary Jo Riley, the senior center director, also gets a grant. I think it covers 13 communities. And we get reimbursement or we get matching funds from the state for whatever we put up.
Okay. And how much of a difference has it made since you went up on what you pay the bus drivers? Has that been anything substantial?
A difference in what respect?
Well, didn't we agree to paying them more money?
We did. We made an adjustment to what we were paying the bus drivers based on what other communities were paying for their bus drivers.
Right. I was just wondering if that had helped.
We are still looking to fill positions. You know, it's been up until just a few weeks ago, the economy was flowing pretty nicely, and, you know, filling part-time positions was a challenge, and that continues to be a challenge for us.
Thank you.
Councilor Bordelon?
Thank you. Looking at the budget overall, I mean, not a whole lot that went up, but is there anything in here that you could speak to that you think could be cut or put off to lower back down to maybe FYE 2020's budget that you could live without?
Unfortunately, most of the increases that you see are reflections of changes to minimum wage and also as a result of the collective bargaining agreements. So there really isn't a lot in here that we have that we could cut at this point.
Are you proposing any raises in this to staff, non-contractual?
No, there's of the 18.75 employees that are in here, 15.75 or 15 of them are in unions. So there's only three and a half of us that are not in the union. And I think John had included a cost of living adjustment for those non-union employees, but that's it.
Right, for the 2%.
Right.
Because we do have a policy that says we'll treat the non-union as no worse than we treat the union.
Councilor Bordelon, are you set?
Yep, thank you.
And I just wanted to point out that this account has also taken quite a bit of hits in the CIPs
yes.
as well. So,
yeah.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other hands. So, Councilor Franco, did you wish to speak? No? Okay. So So we are on account 1064, and we will vote on $1,659,372. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. We are on to Shannecosta Golf Course on page 162. And this will be Councilor Bordelon, I believe.
Like to make a motion for $1,266,598.
Second that, Heede.
Moved by Bordelon and seconded by Heede. And do we have, I'm getting a lot of noise in the background. I don't know who that is, so if you could kind of mute whoever has the background going. Do we have questions on the golf course fund? And again, keep in mind that we cut some CIPs for this account as well. Councilor Zeppieri.
Hi. I just wanted to reassure myself of my impression. Now, my impression is that the expenses to the golf course are paid for by the fees collected for the use of the golf course, and it is really no expense to the town. Am I correct?
Yes, on the operating, just not the CIPs.
Not the CIPs the town has to pay.
Correct.
But this expense that we're voting on now is not really an expense to the town. It is paid for by green fees and membership.
Correct.
That's correct, yes.
Is there any money left over from green fees and membership?
Excuse me one second. I'm just going to ask again, all the attendees and the panelists, if you could please mute, because we're picking up all your conversation.
I want to know whose house that is.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's not mine.
Sure it's not.
They're still doing it. There we go. Okay. So Councilor Zeppieri, would you ask your question again, please?
We have more income than expense from the golf course.
Yep.
Sometimes. Last year we did not. Any additional revenue over expenses we put into fund balance in order to try to pay for those years where revenue falls short of expenses. Although Eric generally tries to manage the golf course to the expenses. So at the end of the year, he will make as many cuts or put off purchases as he can to try to balance the budget. But last year was an exceptionally bad year because of, we had a series of rain events for like 12 weekends, which just killed us, and we never recovered that money.
Thank you.
Councilor Bordelon had her hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to check. So what we bring in is what we always need, and we don't ever try to make any money on the golf course at all from the operation standpoint.
Oh no, we try to make money every year.
So it's always flat though. I mean, there's no, what we take in, it's what goes out.
It depends year to year. Some years we've operated on a razor thin margin and brought in $1,800. Other years we'll bring in $30,000 or $40,000. It really depends. We're entirely weather dependent. So if we have a good weather year, we generate additional revenue. If we have a bad weather year, then we end up having to use some of that fund balance that we'd set aside. But our goal is to generate as much revenue as we can every single year.
Thank you.
Councilor Franco.
Maybe I misunderstood. Did you just say that you bring in about, on a good year, $30,000?
That would be an exceptional year.
In terms of putting into fund balance over the...
Right. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, no. That's in excess of our expenditures. So that would be our net at the end of the year.
All right, because I was going to say, there's a big discrepancy from what you're asking for.
No, sorry.
Huge.
Yes,
Thank you.
sorry.
Thank you for clarifying. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands at this point. So we will vote on account 2010 in the amount of $1,266,598. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. And we are on to page 167, and this will be Councilor Melendez for account 3240.
Can we, excuse me, can we figure out where the kids are and maybe?
Yeah, I'm not sure. We've got.
I believe it's a TV, and the only people that were unmuted before were Mr. Zeppieri and Mr. Barry.
Huh, Mr. Barry. Okay. Sorry.
We have 3 people on phone. Yeah, that wouldn't make sense. Okay. So, Councilor Melendez, account 3240, please.
Okay. I make a motion for $1,308,502.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Melendez and seconded by Aubry for account 3240. Are there questions on this account?
Yes.
Councilor Parker?
Mr. Burt,
Yes.
could you explain why we went up in professional services? Because their request was something lower, $15,000 lower.
I'll let Mark answer that.
Which line item were you speaking to?
5290. Your number was 352,357, and the manager's is 367,357.
Sure. So what happened was, that has to do with cleaning costs.
Oh, right.
At the community center. And Public Works is picking up a portion of that, but there are items that were specific to particular programs that the town manager felt ought to be paid for out of this account. And those came to, I think, about $14,000, which explains the increase from what we had proposed to what the town manager has proposed.
And just to make it clear, it was not in the Public Works before either. It was a new expense with the community center coming online. So we took it and we divvied it up between each department based on their set cleaning services, Public Works paid for, and if you need something additional, we put it in that particular program.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Heede?
Yeah, I think I know the answer to this, but I'll ask anyways. Why on that same line, 5290, in 2019 it was 267,000, and this year you're asking for 367,000? It's $100,000 difference.
Yeah, so the 267 was the actual in 2019, and again, this is a special revenue fund, and we try to manage our expenses to our income. So we perhaps made cuts back then in order to not exceed what our expenses were. And if you look at what was adjusted, it was 354. So we're not asking, well, we're asking for what, a $13,000 increase over what was budgeted last year.
And what was spent last year?
Well, we're still in this fiscal year, so we've estimated 311, but this estimate was made before, COVID-19, so that estimate's completely out the window.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look back in the financing plan in 19, they only pulled in $1,022,000, whereas they're expecting $1,308,000. So for the finance, sorry, not the financing plan, the where'd it go? The recreational program, sorry, 691,000 compared to 850. So they tailor it based on, okay, we're not getting as many revenues, we're gonna cut the classes, that type of thing. They try to match what they can do.
Last question, what happens if we make a cut to this?
It has zero impact on what the taxpayers would see. This is completely funded by program revenue.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions at this point. So we will vote on account 3240 in the amount of $1,308,502. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. And I thank you, Director Barry, for joining us via phone, as well as your staff that also attended.
Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to be on to Councilor Zeppieri, and we are moving to Human Services, account 1051 on page 141.
I'm still with you.
Okay.
Am I unmuted?
You are, sir?
I move the amount of $581,541.
Moved by Zeppieri. Is there a second?
Second, Franco.
Seconded by Franco. And we're getting the TV again, so that's what it is.
Was it Mark?
You can't
Oh,
put it
he's
on
on
Mr.
there. Oh, no, he's
Barry.
on there, yeah.
Does anyone have a TV on, perhaps, that they might not know of?
Okay, so we are going to, I believe, we have staff present. If there are questions, does anyone have a question on account 1051? Councilor Aubry.
I was noticing that there's a bit of a change in the personnel services. Do we have more people, or what was the increase?
Mr. Burt, do you want to take
Well,
that, or do you want to?
I have Marge online here.
Okay, great.
Good evening, everyone.
Hello.
I congratulate you on making it through the day.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me. I'm Marge Fondulis, Director of Human Services. The personnel increases are solely because of contractual, bargaining unit increases.
So we went up $50,000?
Where
No.
is the 50,000?
Let me see, 576, take away
575. No, you should be looking at, that's the, look at the adjusted 20. 575,099 to 576,590.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't have anybody else in the queue. Is there any other questions? Councilor Bordelon.
Thank you. Thanks for all that you do in your programs, and I'm just curious, are you anticipating or are you starting to see any increase in need for services and over the next, how this might all pan out as far as the current state of our economy, followed by the current state of everything else going on. I know when we have a high need in crisis, human services becomes a needed service for any town.
Well, we're like so many agencies and services at this point. We're not sure what lies ahead at this point. We are seeing increased need right now for food. That is the most pressing need that people have, is for food. It remains to be seen what lies ahead. With people getting the government relief that has been voted on at the federal level and increases in unemployment. I think all things considered, we have to see how that plays out. We may have, and there are moratoriums in effect as well that are putting a delay on evictions and foreclosure action and also on utility payments. So at the present time, things are sort of in a holding pattern with the exception of food. Right now, people are very much in need of food, and we're certainly keeping that food supply going for people. But down the road, we'll have to see how things play out as far as the impact on people in the long run. That truly remains to be seen.
So my follow-up question to that is, looking here, usually people donate to your agency food if they can't. Is there any allocated funds that you use towards helping to replenish the food pantry? And would that be reflected on any of these items here?
The food locker is a separate account that's actually not part of the town finance picture. It is a separate account that for years, I think going back to the late 60s, has been under the auspices of the Mystic Congregational Church. And they are the fiduciary for the food locker, which also makes it helpful in that they are a 50c3 nonprofit, and since we are under their umbrella with the food locker, I'm sometimes able to get grants that I might not otherwise be eligible to apply for, but I can under the fact that the food locker is under the umbrella of the Mystic Congregational Church. So they handle the funds, and any donations we get, we send directly to the church, and anytime we need something with regards to food, or we need to buy a new freezer or a new refrigerator, we contact the church and they provide the funds for that purchase.
Thank you for all that information, and thank you for all your hard work.
You're welcome.
Councilor Overy, did you have a question?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. I'm not seeing anybody else with a hand, so we will vote on account 1051, Human Services, in the amount of $581,541. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously.
That's around.
I just have one question.
Councilor Bordelon.
And just because before I forget, so if the community church is funding our food locker primarily, can that church write as an outside agency since they're directly feeding our town, so they can be under our resource line if they chose to?
Okay, we can talk about that at the council meeting. Right now, we're moving ahead with the next budget item.
Just wanted to put it up there for a feeler.
On to 7320, and this will be Councilor Bumgardner, and we are on page 146.
I apologize. I will move the number of $10,000 for the purposes of supporting the Human Services Assistance Fund.
Second, Franco.
Moved by Bumgardner and seconded by Franco for $10,000. And this is proceeds paid out of a trust fund that was established in the year 2000. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. We'll vote on account 7320, $10,000 for the Human Services Assistance Fund. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. And thank you, Director Fondoulis, for joining us by phone this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we are on to Public Works, account 1035. I believe we're at Councilor Parker. And this should be on page 115, I believe, in your book. What account did I say? I said 1035.
I make a motion for $6,003,099.
Second, Heede.
Moved by Parker, and that was Heede that seconded?
Yeah.
Thank you. And I believe Mr. Hanover was here. Is he still with us?
Yes.
Excellent. And Stacey Leach is also here if counselors have questions regarding the Public Works account. Councilor Zeppieri.
Things are looking up. This is lower than the previous year.
Yeah, we had some savings.
Yeah, I would like to congratulate you for that, and I hope we can move forward and just vote on this.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands.
Excuse me, I'd like to compliment him on his newsletter that he puts out. I think it's excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor.
Very good. Councilor Bordelon?
Thank you. Looking at this, if there's any positive money left over for the snow removal, does that remain in that and roll over, or how does that line item work?
It's not looking to have a lot left over. For one thing, with Gary's leaving and the paying out there, it's looking pretty tight. Is that right, Greg? Unless something new is developed.
Yeah, that's true.
So that, can you say that again, the paying out of Gary and
Vacation, paying out his vacation time and, I don't know, and sick time.
and that's coming out of snow money?
No, that's all of the budget. It's not like you have individual things you're locked into. You move from
You're
one to
just
the other. Yeah.
There won't be any extra. Okay, thank you.
And I'm not seeing any other hands for questions. Okay, we will vote on account 1035 in the amount of $6,003,099. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. We are on to Councilor Franco for Sewer Operating Fund on page 121. This is account 2020.
I make a motion to move $7,690,361.
Second, Parker.
Moved by Franco and seconded by Parker. Thank you. Are there questions, or would Mr. Burt like to speak to this, or Mr. Hanover?
Well, I can,
Any
say,
question?
I'm sorry, was there a question?
No,
Okay.
I don't see any questions.
I mean, I'll just say that, the increase is due to really two things. One is personnel services are up. The folks that work at the sewer treatment plant, the insurance and everything is paid for by user fees. So that is up quite a bit. And then we also have the CIP project for the Gosco pump station, which the council approved this afternoon for about 1.3 million, I believe. So those are the reasons for the large increase in this account.
Thank you, Mr. Hanover. Any councilors have questions? Okay, seeing none, we will vote on account 2020 in the amount of $7,690,361. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. We are on to the Solid Waste Fund, and this will be Councilor Heede. I believe this is on page 127, and this is account 2030. Heede?
I'll make a motion for $1,627,537.
Ooh,
There a
second. Yeah.
Seconded by Franco. Moved by Heede and seconded by Franco. Any questions regarding this account?
Time to go home. I think we've heard that 10 times now today.
It's all good. All right, I'm not seeing any hands. All right, so we will vote on account 2030 in the amount of $1,627,537. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. And we are at account 131, and this is over to Councilor Aubry. This is fleet account 6040.
Got a page number?
Page 132, it's account 6040.
Just 1 second.
And it's the fleet account, and I believe Mr. Burt is going to request a change. Does Director Landry still want us to move the original amount and then amend it?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's see. You said 131?
Yeah, the numbers are on page 132 if you want to go to the page where it's easier to read.
Okay. Okay. We see $1,078,286.
Go down to the total financing plan, I think is what we need, correct, Mr. Burt?
Oh.
$1,078,286.
We don't need the 1,244,000?
No.
Okay, my mistake.
Second, Franco.
Polo.
I'd like to move another number.
Councilor Parker, go ahead.
$712,286.
Is there a second?
That's, sorry.
I'll second for purposes of discussion.
That's taking into account the $366,000 from fleet.
Okay.
From the previous account we dealt with, that we took 566 from, per the town manager's suggestion.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I have the number correct. So the first amended motion is for $712,286.
So you took out the 5420 for vehicles?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Burt, is everything good with the numbers the number that is
Yes.
on the floor? Do we need
Perfect.
to adjust anything?
That's perfect.
Okay. Councilor Heede, did you have a question?
I do. We moved $1,078,286, but you're taking the $5,600 out of the $1,244,000.
No.
Yeah, I wanted some clarification on the numbers. I'm a little confused as to where we should be. So if you guys could just proof it for us, please.
If you take $1,078,286, the total expenditures, and you subtract 366,000 for the vehicles.
That gets you to Councilor Parker's number?
Yes.
Is that 712,286?
Yep.
Yep.
But I thought the vehicles were 566.
That is the contribution. That was 566 with 366 towards the vehicles, 200 towards the fund balance.
Does that clarify? Everybody's good with that? Well, not necessarily with the vote, but everybody's understanding what's going on? Okay. So are there further questions on this? Okay, seeing none, we will vote on account 6040, the first amended number, which is $712,286. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. And is this where Director Landry needs a few minutes to do some calculations?
I think that I am all set.
She thinks she's all set.
Oh, okay, very good. So we are on to Councilor Franco, I believe, on page 200 for account 1075. we don't,
I was muted. I make a motion for 2,662,000.
Second, Melendez.
moved by Franco and seconded by Melendez. When do we adjust for the CIPs we cut?
Right now, so it'd be 535,000? 535,000.
So you want a first amended motion of $535,000
Correct.
for account 75? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I so move.
Second.
Moved by Granatowski, seconded by Bordelon for $535,000 for account 1075. Councilor Melendez.
Yeah, just can I have an explanation of what just had what that number is?
Yes, Mr. Burt or Director Landry?
Cindy, do you
The 262 represented the total amount of the projects as proposed, less we had planned to use $500,000 of fund balance. And now taking into account all of the changes that you have made today, reduces the total projects down to a little bit over $1 million. So then I've deducted the $500,000 we're still going to use of fund balance. So this represents what we'll be contributing to the fund.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions? This reflects our hard work. Or actually the manager and Director Landry's hard work.
All of us.
Councilor Bordelon.
Can you just read the number one more time just to make sure I have it correct?
$535,000.
And do we have any numbers of what this will do to other rates yet, or we won't know until later?
We won't know till Tuesday night. We're gonna have to have a meeting, but we'll talk about that at the end of the everything.
Okay, thank you.
I knew it.
No, not, we were gonna have to do that no matter what. You have to approve the budget and the amount, and the, pick out your fund balance usage, but we need everything calculated before then.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands, so we will vote on account 1075 in the amount of $535,000. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously. And we are on to Councilor Heede for account 5010.
Okay, I will make let me make sure I'm on the right one. I'll make a motion for $4,637,000.
Second, Franco.
Moved by Heede and seconded by Franco. And Mr. Burt, does this also need to be adjusted?
Yes.
The number should be $2,510,000.
$2,510,000.
So moved. Is there a second?
Second, Parker.
Moved by Parker. That number was $2,510,000. I moved that and Councilor Parker seconded it. And do you just want to explain very briefly what that is again? And then Councilor Bumgardner has a question.
Again, that represents from the proposed CIPs, and then it takes into account the reductions that were made, the changes that were made tonight. So that will be the new total of CIPs that were approved.
And I think Councilor Bumgardner had his hand up.
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment. I'd like to move the number of 0.
Zero?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
I don't know that, okay, well, moved by Bumgardner, seconded by Zeppieri. Let's throw it to Finance Director and then Councilor Franco.
Let
him explain his reasoning.
Yeah, I don't know.
Rationale, please, Councilor Bumgardner.
Thank you. So while I understand the budgetary pressures we're under, I also understand that currently we have a fund balance well above $15,000, and while even if we tap into the amount that has been suggested, we'll still maintain above that 15% threshold. I do worry that in future years, we are going to have even greater pressures to increase taxes. And if we're looking to fund a North Stonington Bridge next year, fund all these other CIPs, make higher contributions toward their CIPs, and have even larger payments and debt service, we're going to have to increase taxes exponentially to the level that, and I should say, increase spending even more so than what was proposed by the manager this year before we made those changes. So I do struggle with tapping into fund balance to the tune that we have. I think given the fact that we have made as substantial cuts as we have made, I think we could most certainly stomach having a corresponding increase in property taxes. However, it is not the popular thing to do, but I do worry that by tapping into this, we also risk the chance that if we have a shortfall in revenues as a result of a lower than usual collection rate, we're going to have to tap into fund balance, again, to balance the budget in future years. So.
This isn't actually fund balance. This is just approving the capital projects. Tuesday night, you'll discuss the fund balance use.
Okay. All right. You know what? My apologies. Thank you. I rescind my motion.
Councilor Zeppieri, would you rescind your second?
Yes, I only seconded this.
Will someone point of order me?
I didn't want to be rude. My brain's barely functioning at this point.
Councilor Franco, did you wish to speak, or was it just to ask Councilor Bumgardner the question? Thank you.
No, I'm sorry. I would like, I just wanted the explanation of the count so that people at home that are listening could have the understanding of how this works.
Right. This is just the tally of the capital projects you've already approved.
Thank you.
Okay.
Withdraw, John. Did they both
They did.
withdraw?
Yeah.
They did?
Mm-hmm.
Did Director Landry wish to speak?
No, she just wanted to make sure both motions were, the first and second, were withdrawn.
Okay. So I don't see any other hands, so we will vote on account 5010 in the amount of $2,510,000. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So moved unanimously.
I'd like to know, why is it so light in Florida? Why is there, it's dark here.
Yeah, I see that. It's beautiful here.
Okay,
So-
I think Mr. Burt wanted to talk to us for a minute.
Yes, we will need a brief on Tuesday night. We can't do it Monday because we won't have posting time. So Tuesday night, and then we need time to do everything Wednesday and Thursday. But so Tuesday night, we will meet briefly to first do a special cow where you, where she'll give you different options. She'll kind of calculate the mills, where we're at right now, different options on different fund balances, including the zero fund balance, and where the mill rates would be. You'll make a recommendation on it, and then we'll go into the special council meeting where you will approve it and send it on to the RTM.
Mr. Manager,
Mhm.
Madam Mayor, sorry,
Yes, Councilor Parker, go ahead.
did we have this on the agenda? I thought the
This
agenda said
is no
meetings.
action needed. I'm just telling you what's the next meeting.
So, but you said this Tuesday, and
Right.
it's not, we don't
Yeah,
normally meet on the 5th Tuesday.
Remember we had cows slotted for Monday, Tuesday, and some other days as part of the original. So,
As part of the.
but I can't get an agenda out in time for Monday is all.
I'm sorry, but I'm just saying that the agenda that went out,
Mm.
I know this is what it says, but the agenda that just went out on the other day
Well-
says we have no meetings next week, so
Yeah.
So then we
I just
should-
want to make sure.
Yeah, we're
How
fine.
about if
Yeah.
we recess and until Tuesday, the 31st at 6:30? And then we could bring this cow back, Mr. Burt, would that work?
Yep.
Okay, so Councilor Parker, does that make more sense to do it that way?
Yes, thank you.
So we will, instead of adjourning, we're going to recess. I make a motion to recess until Tuesday, and what date did I say it was?
Second.
3/31.
March 31st.
30. Okay.
Is that?
Great job, everyone. That's
Good
impressive.
job.